Hello, could you speak, please, so we can know you're online?
Hear us.
Okay.
They asked us to speak, but I don't think they can hear us.
I just messaged Jenica.
Okay, good.
Council members Dorr and Ebert, can you hear us?
Yes.
We can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Okay, Councilmember Ebert, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you. All right, Vice Mayor Taylor, if you are ready to go, we're all set.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the City Council meeting. I think we are going to wait for the mayor. She is en route, so just give us a couple minutes.
Awesome.
Thank you for your patience.
Hi, Madam Clerk.
Good morning, Madam Mayor.
Hi.
Have a challenge with our video is not working right now, so there's no cameras. Legally,
Okay.
that's okay. The attorneys are prepared to make that statement if you want them to.
Okay, that sounds good. That sounds good. All right, let's do this.
All right. Good morning, Madam Mayor.
Good morning. I apologize. I thought we were waiting on 2 council members. It sounds like they are on live video, but we are having problems with video. Is that correct?
We are having some technical issues this morning with our cameras, so we don't have any camera feed at the moment, but we have confirmed that we have audio.
Okay.
And we are ready to rock and roll if you're ready to call the meeting to order.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to call this meeting to order. I hope everyone had a great summer break. We are going to start out with the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, and I would like to call on Mr. White, Mr. Paul White. All right, nice job. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it right back to you for a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Calling roll for Wednesday, July 23rd. Vice Mayor Taylor.
Here.
Councilmember Dorr. Is present online. Thank you. Councilmember Martinez. Councilmember Ebert.
Here.
Councilmember Reese. Councilmember Anderson. Mayor Sheevy, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to head into item A3. That will be proclamations, Parks and Rec. It's Parks and Rec Month. And then we also have Kurt Dietrich. So I'm going to send it to you, Nathan.
Madam Clerk, can you adjust the volume in the chambers? This is not high, nor is yours.
Yep.
Hello, welcome. Hey, my name is Nathan Elliott, Parks and Recreation Director for the record. Want to welcome our Park Ranger and River Ranger staff, along with our rolling recreation activation staff, and then some of our admin support folks for this proclamation to celebrate Parks and Recreation Month. So with that, I'll read all the whereases, and now therefore. Whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of our nation's communities, in Reno, Parks and Recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks. And whereas Parks and Recreation promotes time in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being, and alleviating depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's. Whereas the City of Reno Parks and Recreation Department is dedicated to enriching our community through excellent services, spaces, and comprehensive programming in aquatics, athletics, activation, fitness, and nature education that are accessible for all. And whereas our urban forestry initiatives maintain and expand green spaces to improve air quality and mitigate urban heat islands, and our inclusive programming ensures equitable access to recreation for all, fostering a sense of belonging and community cohesion. Whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month. Now, therefore, I, Nathan Elliott, on behalf of our mayor, Hillary Sheevy, declare July 2025 Parks and Recreation Month. So get out there and enjoy our green spaces. Go walk, go hike, go run, go swim, go bike, and enjoy our spaces and programs. So with that, thank you, everybody. Let's get a round of applause for our team here.
Nice job.
I also, dual celebration today, if I can get the award here. Our rolling recreation program, which thank you, council, for supporting up and down and every chance that you get, won the state award for Program of Excellence for the work that happened in Barbara Bennett Park specifically to help reduce calls for service and crime in that area over the term of last fall. So fall, October of 24. We were in that park pretty much every day. Lisette and her team and Kayla, who I want to highlight, along with all these, what are we? Are we cyan? What kind of shirt color is that? We're going teal. We're calling it teal.
Teal.
In our teal shirts that take these trailers out. And when we talk about accessibility for all, getting these to spaces where we don't have facilities. So Barbara Bennett is our only downtown playground. There's not a Parks and Rec facility that people can go in and play. So that, we're taking it to them, and we're doing that at other parks too. So want to highlight that along with our river rangers and park rangers who are in the room in the tan, who are doing a great job along our river, but then also in our parks responding to concerned citizen requests to make sure those spaces are inviting and accessible for all. So also, I'd be remiss to not highlight all the folks who are taking care of our community's kids at our Sierra Kids and summer camp programs, in our aquatics where kids are learning to swim every day and our seniors are breaking their personal bests still, along with the folks out maintaining those spaces with urban forestry and in our park maintenance. And going back to what y'all helped us fund, which is Landon, he's the taller gentleman in the gray or charcoal. Landon's brought in enough money to fund extra positions in our River Ranger program, and also we're expanding into a temporary River Ranger position that will expand our hours and coverage and frequency of patrols. So want to highlight some of the great things we're doing here at Parks and Recreation Month. So with that, can we get a picture? All right. Yes, the clock, thank you. The clock is important.
Thank you. Was that Kayla? I love that. I love that, Kayla. Thank you. Okay. On the count of three. One. Wait, can I see? I can't see Mayor. Mayor. There you go.
You're too short.
Too tall. On the count of three. One, two, three.
You can't see the mayor.
Who's supposed to be making the public comment about? All right, Madam Mayor, our first item today is opening public comment. Members of the public may hear, observe, and provide public comment virtually by registering through the following link, which can be found on reno.gov/meetings, https://reno.gov/COUNCIL07-23. It should be noted to those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the city council's agenda. Council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you're called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. For those participating in chambers, in accordance with Council Rules 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from council or from audience members like clapping, yelling, whistling, etc., which impede the meeting, may result in a warning issued by the presiding officer. If the behavior continues, you may be removed from chambers. If you're an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time.
Madam Clerk, if I may, I'm going to jump the line because I have a special recognition that I'd like to do at this time, if you don't mind. Thank you so much for that. And Kurt Dietrich, where are you hiding out? There you are, right in the front row where you belong. Come on up. Appreciate you for being here. As many of you probably know in the audience who are staff, today is Mr. Dietrich's final city council meeting, which marks 25 years of dedicated service to the city of Reno. Man, Kurt, you began as an intern in the traffic engineering division and worked your way up to become the city's traffic engineer. Your leadership and technical expertise have significantly improved the health, safety, mobility, and infrastructure throughout Reno. Notable accomplishments, many of which I've gotten to see firsthand: traffic signal optimization, neighborhood safety enhancements, and you introduced the flashing yellow turn left signal, a major advancement in local traffic control. Kurt, I know you've represented Public Works at many technical forums across the country, media events over the years, and you are well known for your deep expertise and love for the city of Reno. Obviously, there's a life outside of work, and you're about ready to explore what all that means, but you've been a dedicated volunteer with Northern Nevada Railway, the Sons of Union Veterans of the Civil War, and the American Society of Civil Engineers. Truly, your career marks the hallmark of respected leadership and exemplifies public service and civic pride. So I want to thank you. I know Madam Mayor would like to say a few words, but we wish you the best, Kurt. It's been really a privilege to work with you these last 7 years, and I'm so grateful for your well-earned retirement and hope that you have just the best adventure.
Thank you so much.
Oh, Kurt. Wow. Okay, what are you doing next?
So I was kind of mentioning to staff, I haven't had a clear calendar since kindergarten, so I'm actually looking forward to just kind of relaxing and enjoying some hobbies for the meantime.
Bless your heart. Well, we want to thank you so much for your service, and it has been an honor and a joy to work alongside of you. And thank you for all the wonderful, thoughtful initiatives that you have brought to the city of Reno. It really has. We get to work with a lot of people, but when you see someone's heart in such a way, it really is so meaningful that you've been so dedicated, but also love this city so much. So we're going to miss you.
Likewise. Yeah, it's definitely bookends because I was hired here my junior year of college.
What
And
does
so-
that look like?
So yeah, it's just surreal. Just
Wow.
Thank you.
Well, I'm sure it's hard to see him go home. Go right ahead.
Kurt, I just wanted to say how incredibly lucky I have been to work with you. So much of what we've done in our ward has to do with traffic, whether it's red curbs, flashing yellow lights, pedestrian crossings, fixing traffic lights. A lot of it's about the road, filling potholes, whatever. And you have been at the forefront of that, and I could not have been as successful without your help. You have always been there. You always care about the staff. You always care about the citizens. And it's just a real hallmark and something to be emulated by everyone. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right.
Kurt, we're going to ask you to come up here and take a picture.
I think I see a little tear. Yeah, come on up.
Jerry, come on up. Now over here in the middle, my friend. You're this. Yeah, the whole team.
Perfect. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. Appreciate you. It's awesome.
Kurt, thank you so much. Thank you for the kind words. No, seriously, Carrie is just saying your praises. We don't get to tell you guys enough, but we're going to miss you.
Likewise. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, Madam Mayor, our first public commenter today is Ron Trevor, followed by George Campione, followed by Jerry Mifsud.
Good morning.
Forward to this update. Thank you. Go ahead.
My name's Ron Trevor, and I'd like to thank the council for allowing me to speak today. I'm a representative of SAVE, which stands for the Senior Auxiliary Volunteer Effort that works for the Reno Police Department. Today I've got the recaps from second quarter 2025. We currently have 80 active volunteers, and during the second quarter there was a total of 5,152 hours volunteered by members of SAVE. This represents a savings of $158,991 to the city of Reno. Some of the key areas that were covered during the time was citizen contacts, 3,343, 48-hour notices on abandoned vehicles, 1,786, school patrols, 1,086, handicap violation citations, 363, and number of stolen vehicles or fictitious plates located and reported, 13. That's it.
All right, well, thank you so much, Ron.
pleasure.
We
My
are so appreciative.
Thank you.
You guys blow me away, everything that you do. It's fantastic. I would also love to connect with you, make sure Mickey has your contact. There is an initiative that I would love to pull you in on because it is in your
Please.
expertise.
Please.
So
Thank you.
I think you could be incredibly beneficial. So just make sure Mickey has it because I want to give you a call.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
George Campione, followed by Jerry Mifsud, followed by Paul White.
Hi, George. Hi.
How are you?
How are you?
My name is George Campioni, and that's Campagoni. And I'm here because of the Vintage Sanctuaries management. Let me just read to you. Okay, basically, I came here in January concerning something I signed in my lease, all right? I was told by the senior citizen legal aid that if I continued, I would lose. So I stopped. End of story, all right? But it was not the end of story for the management. They decided to continue on with their emergency accesses, okay? And it says here, I then went to legal aid. The law does not provide notice in writing. Okay. For emergency access, the law authorizes the landlord access without notice to address the emergency. NRS 118A.500, Section 2 states if a landlord abuses such access, quote, parentheses, as in your case, okay, the tenant has a right to request from the court injunctive relief or termination of rental agreement and actual damages. Now, I have no want to terminate my lease, okay, or rental agreement, whatever, all right? I will be taking them to court, all right? I have here just a little bit on the 9th of April, after they came in on emergency access, I wrote them a little letter, okay, email, requesting a 24-hour notice. Not only did they ignore this letter, okay, they sent them right back in on the 10th, which I have video evidence, okay? Then, on the 12th of May, we get an email from Brittany Rowland saying, oh, the emergency, or the 24-hour notices for alarms, smoke alarms, whatever, okay, that's all been cleared up. On the 20th, no, they show back up at my door. This time, I put it all on a body cam here, all right? And not only did they come in my unit, but they came in to the unit right across the way from me, illegally, breaking and entry. I have them on video, okay? We have 2 maintenance people, we have 2 alarm people, and we have both managers, Julie Sirius Pullaway and Patty. That's all the names I can get. Travis is a maintenance guy. I've requested names, but they won't give it to me. But I will be filing in court. I have responded to their Mr. Yampolsky's letter, okay, which he has not responded to me. I've sent Dennis Treadaway, the CEO, a letter. He did not respond to me. So we will be seeing him in court, okay?
George, will you make sure you give me any copies to the clerk?
I have my
That would
full
be great.
thing here, okay?
Thank
I
you.
have just a little bit here.
Okay.
And I can leave this USB drive here.
Don't leave the USB, but just any paperwork you have copies of.
Okay.
Okay, thank you,
Because
George.
this- Yeah, I'll leave this right here.
Thank you.
Jerry Mifsud, followed by Paul White, followed by Ilya Arbitman.
Jerry. Hi. You got a haircut.
I saw you in the back. Okay. AI, Woody something or another is translating all my words. Jerry is spelled with a G, number 1. Number 2, good morning, City Council Mayor Shrevey, you need a step stool, my dear. Sitting on 3 telephone books is not enough. Devin, nice to see you. I know most of you, except I know most of you. Thank you for your help in helping me in my living quarters. They're watching right now, wherever this camera is. Pay close attention. Stay out of my personal life. I'm warning you. Now, I used to be a drug counselor for the boys coming back from Vietnam. I'm not a professional now. I retired, but I help many people out that I live with and live around with drug problems. Some people have interfered with that and are trying to get information out of people in their private lives. The A is anonymous. People want to remain anonymous if they're trying to recover from drugs. And we have a serious drug problem in the whole city with meth and fentanyl and what have you. Weed, quit smoking weed for God's sakes. Thank you again, City Council, for your help in intervening. The project over there is coming along just fine. We now need to renovate the seniors. You came out there with the groundbreaking with its good mayor. You didn't see a senior. It was all about the construction benefactor. When that food truck pulled up, the seniors came out. They needed an invitation. And I led the charge. I'm very sorry. I apologize. But we need to think of things like service coordinators. I have 3 pages of suggestions that I gave to management ownership of places that, the senior complexes that I've lived in and I helped initiate. This little old guy did 3 pages of stuff, knowing that seniors need a variety of things. Think about our lives, for God's sake. So I ask all of you, go to your churches and form little groups and go out and find the seniors that are lonely and they're scared and they're forgotten. But we're still here and we're not done yet. How's that look? I like that. Woody's doing a good job, Mayor Shrevey, and so are you. I'm proud to call you my friend. I've used it in every fashion that I could. I received the PETA award one time, Pain in the Ass award. Anyway, nice to see you all, and away I go.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you so much. That's a great message.
Thanks a lot.
Great message.
You're all right, Hillary.
Paul White, followed by Ilya Arbitman, followed by Terry Brooks.
Paul, hi.
Paul White, Education Crusade. All of you should have a copy of this op-ed from the Nevada Globe from a couple weeks ago. It tells about a recent half-day ride-along I did with Reno Police, just to kind of update myself. The biggest thing that stands out on the ride-along is what incredible men and women we've got. The other thing that stands out is the incomprehensible reason why you will not fully fund these cops with what they need. They are so short. Every one of them will tell you it would make all the difference in the world. It's putting them at risk. And you know, if you could sign up 100 cops today, they wouldn't even be ready for patrol for the better part of 2 years by the time they go through academy and training. People, I don't know, out there in the audience, or in the hallway, it tells about like priorities for the city. How can there be a higher priority than something that just in one instant, a police officer friend of mine, just in an instant, a few months ago, was in a shootout and bam, just like that, had lost hearing in both ears and is deaf for the rest of his life. How can we shorthand these people? And the other thing that stands out is our catch and release program with the homeless, and this has got to stop. We've got a thing where the laws give them all the chance in the world to warn them, to cite them to either traditional court or to jail them. But we don't. We rarely even cite them, let alone to this feckless homeless court that Judge Stevens runs. They need this is less than 2% of our population, folks, and they're 40% of our crime. And we're treating them like, well, we're really not treating them, we're ignoring them. There's a reason, there's some reason behind it, and the captain of the homeless division is gonna dance around it. I talked with him yesterday at length. We simply have got to enforce the law. We've got too many good people out there. The morale is no good. Why wouldn't it be? We went down a shady, brushed, narrow path. Somebody could have been waiting on the side with a machete or a gun like they used to do all the time at Broadhead Park. And then when they get there, what can they do? Go shoo. A little over a week ago, there were 40 or 50 people homeless, big camp under the Wells overpass. Ton of trash that would cost the city thousands to get rid of. And they had park rangers over there, and they abuse them because they won't let them do what they're entitled to do, which is to ticket these people. Please, our laws don't do any good if we don't enforce them. I can't, I don't know when the last time or first time you did a ride along, but if you haven't, you got to see these people. They want to go home to their kids and wives with their hearing, with their lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. I think you make some great comments. I do just want to reiterate, anytime our chief or any officer comes to council, this administration has made sure that we have invested more than any administration in our public safety, our police. As you see with our public safety center, I think that was 75 years in the making, but I want to make it really clear. We want to give them every tool and opportunity to do their jobs. It's a tough job. It is really hard. I'm grateful that you went on a ride along. That will open anyone's eyes, and they're grateful when citizens do it. So thank you very, very much. But please reiterate that to anyone that you know. When they come before council, it is our top priority, public safety in the city, from fire to police to infrastructure. It's just got to be. So I appreciate you doing that. And then also, if Officer Miller is here, will you please meet with Mr. White, because I want to make sure, that we are doing everything we possibly can to get you the resources, but also if your department is seeing things, they're holding people accountable. So go ahead.
Absolutely. Oliver Miller, Assistant Chief of Police, Reno Police Department, for the record. Mayor, Honorable Council, thank you for having me today. And yes, you are absolutely right. And just to reiterate, we always appreciate it when men and women of this community come out and learn what we do. And when we offer ride-alongs to any and all, because that education piece is so important. Just to reiterate a couple of facts, the men and women of the Reno Police Department are out there doing the work each and every day. This work includes enforcement of ordinances such as any nuisance, to include camping, loitering, all the crimes. They are out there not only doing the enforcement actions, but the outreach actions as well. Now, I can tell you that our officers, our sergeants, our supervisory staff, our command team have not been inhibited, delayed, or stopped in any way from conducting these enforcement operations. It is actually happening out there by virtue of the statistical information that we are seeing coming back. Now, I can tell you to the contrary, our Chief of Police, Catherine Nance, has prioritized training, resources, and the autonomy for our police officers to go out and do just that, what's needed for the community. So I just wanted to make that clear. They are doing enforcement actions with our community and outreach what we can, and building those strong partnerships and relationships with our business owners, with our visitors, with our residents, wherever we can, to help solve the issues for the long term.
Okay, I really appreciate that. I just want to make sure that our message is clear too, that if we can do anything, get you tools, resources, whatever those needs are. And Mr. White is right whenever he talks about it takes 2 years to get an officer. Is it 2 years? I thought it was a year and
It's
a little
about
over a year.
and a half.
It's
To get an
tough.
officer from the academy to fully out on their own, off probation and all the things.
It's brutal, and I understand why we do it to keep them safe, but it is so hard because you need that turnaround, especially when you have officers that are retiring. So it's like this cycle, and it's just so hard to catch that in the times when we need it. So I appreciate it.
We've got Officer Hunter Mercurio out there
Ah.
telling our story, helping us do the
Officer
great work.
Mercurio.
So if anyone knows a police officer that wants to come and join our team, we're ready.
See, I think that's the message. Anyone knowing, anyone wanting to serve,
Absolutely.
we need you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ilya Arbitman, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Craig Bronson.
Ilya Arberman for the record. I have served on the Ward 3 NAB for about 4 years. I'm here on behalf of my NAB, fellow NAB members who couldn't make it today to express our really disappointment at the top-down dismantling of civic engagement. I'm referring to items C3 and C4, by which the city seeks to really reduce opportunities for public participation. Since the 90-day hiatus was first announced, the messaging around this has been extremely confusing, contradictory, opaque. I don't really have time to go into the individual instances, right, because it takes a lot of time to do the research for that. But basically, it's been very confusing for us. We have no idea, are the boards happening, or are they not happening? The community forums that got started were a great start, and now it's totally unclear if they're going to continue. They've been extremely irregularly scheduled, et cetera. The thing about civic engagement and public participation, right, is it has to feel inspiring and empowering for the public to come up here and talk to the council or engage with public process in any way, right? Not everyone is a stubborn jackass like myself who's going to come here basically no matter what, even when I really feel like nobody is listening, right? People need to feel like they're heard. They need to feel like they're part of the process. On this side of the dais, what it looks like right now is that the city is basically stripping everything back to the bare minimum, right? That does not sound good for the public, right? Talking about what is barely required by NRS, right? Talking about legally what the city can do to still have some form of civic engagement, right? That's not what we want to hear, right? The city should be going above and beyond to engage the public, right? There should be opportunities to talk back to council, not necessarily one-on-one, right? Not in these controlled environments, even like the meet and greet with council members, which are nice, but still don't really quite have the same feeling as boards and commissions do, right? When citizens sit on the dais and get to run the meeting. Development projects, right, because from the current resolution today, seems like maybe NABs will still hear development projects. Honestly, those are always the most boring and uninteresting parts of the NAB, right? We don't care about lighting in the parking lot, right, or how many trees are going to go up. Those things are important, right, but that's not the meatiest items at NAB meetings are usually when we have someone make a presentation, right? Whether it's Parks and Rec or whether it's the cops or whoever, because we get an opportunity to speak with them, right? We get an opportunity to kind of have them involved in a conversation where they're standing where I am and they feel accountable and they have to give us real answers, right? So what's happening today, I'm not really sure what happened, right? Councilmember Reese asked for a discussion. It looks like there's already a resolution on the table. I feel like the process needs to be rolled back. I was never, as a NAB member, right? No one on my NAB was really approached. We did not have a conversation with anyone about how do we feel about the civic engagement process, right? That has not happened. And I think until that happens, the city really needs to take a pause until it takes any decisions about what happens with boards and commissions. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Ilya.
Terry Brooks, followed by Craig Bronson, followed by Mac Rossi.
Good morning, it's me, Terry Brooks again, and today I'd like to share with you my thoughts on senior housing and what seniors go through. When seniors grow older and can no longer take care of their place, whether they own it or rent it, it may be difficult to face. Then they think that it is about time to enter a place where they don't have to do the work, such as a senior housing center. They may just need a small apartment where there's no work for them to have to do, where someone else takes care of the yard and the building maintenance too. Fortunately, here in this area, there are several places for seniors to stay, even for those who need a place where they accept seniors with low pay. The Nevada Housing Division maintains a low-income housing database that makes it easy for seniors who are looking for such a place. And the Nevada Rural Housing Authority provides affordable housing opportunities for low-income people and moderate families. Housing and Urban Development provides housing rental assistance for those seniors who are in need of such assistance. And the Washoe County Income-Based Senior Housing Guide has a lot of information into seniors it will provide. And Moana House has units that are available too, for the physically disabled, and their pets are allowed too. There are a lot of places in this area that seniors could move into, and there's not much there that seniors would have to do. The best things about such places is that seniors will be around each other, get to know each other, and have fun with each other. So not only will they all have a safe place to stay, but they get to enjoy their lives with each other every day. When I read about repealing of the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee, I was a bit disappointed until I heard that it may be replaced by representatives that will be appointed. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back when I got a lot more to say.
Terry, thank you so much. I think that should be printed and put it up, Vice Mayor, over at RHA. I think it's very positive. Put it on the wall.
That's all I am.
So I'll send it over to Vice Mayor and Hillary Lopez, because I think it's great. It's a
Okay.
great message.
All right.
And it highlights their work. Thanks, Terry. Where are we at?
This is chapter 11, and just so you know, I've only got 35 pages.
Okay.
35.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much.
Craig Bronson, followed by Mac Rossi, followed by Dora Lee Martinez.
Hi, Craig.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, staff members. Started going. Members of the public. My name is Craig Bronson. I'm happy to be here today since July is Parks and Recreation Month, and that's what I did as a career, and that's what we do for the commission, so good for Parks and Rec. But I wanted to lend my support for the agenda item C4 related to establishing general rules and procedures for boards and commissions. As Chair of the Recreation and Parks Commission, I appreciate the work staff has done and support the recommendations, with one exception. I would like to see a tweak considered, and that would be, it relates to formation of subcommittees. Currently, the Parks and Recreation Commission cannot set subcommittees to deal with specific issues. In reading the report, the recommendation is that subcommittees can be formed. As you know, Parks and Recreation is a big tent. We cover programs and facilities that affect our citizens from birth through death. In fact, 2 months ago, a local Girl Scout troop came in front of City Council to ask for permission to consider naming one of our bridges the Rainbow Bridge in remembrance of all the pets who've passed on. So Parks and Rec deals with pets too, including the dog parks and things we do. This type of topic is precisely the type of subject that comes in front of our Park Recreation Commission on a monthly basis. Subjects such as this require commission board to be nimble and quick, and does not always require all 9 commissioners to be involved in the discussion. The report allows for formation of subcommittees. However, they have to be approved by City Council. They have to follow all public meeting laws. They have to file yearly reports of their activities, and they require a lot of staff time because they're public meetings. This is hardly nimble and flexible. And having worked in the profession before, this is bureaucracy. And our public many times come to our commission meeting under public comment like I'm doing, and they want to talk to the policymakers or the commission, and at the end they say, and what are you going to do about it? Well, you can't respond to that. So they get frustrated and they leave, and they don't understand it's going to be an entire month before we get it on an agenda to discuss. So I would recommend that boards and commissions have the ability to establish ad hoc committees. They disagree with me, but that's okay. To establish ad hoc committees with City Council liaison approval that are formed for a specific topic by the chair and the vice chair. The ad hoc committee would be less than a quorum. They could meet without all the public meeting requirements, and their job would be to bring back a recommendation to the commission related to the item that they're working on. Afterwards, the ad hoc committee is disbanded and goes away, so we don't just stay around. This would allow special purpose topics to be vetted quickly and still come back to the commission or the board for City Council approval. Our commission is blessed with great support from Councilmember Martinez, and I would trust his leadership and support to help us resolve issues quickly so the public does not have to wait for the wheels of government to turn as slow as they do. And I am more than happy to offer my services to staff to help make this happen and hope City Council can support this minor tweak. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Great comments.
Mac, do you mind if I have Dora go before you so she can take her? Dora Lee Martinez, followed by Mac Rossi, followed by Sam Gettle.
Oh. Oh. No, you're fine. You're fine. Look at that. Oh. Hello.
Good morning, Mayor Shibi and council members and
You brought
everyone.
a guest.
This is Dora Martinez and my granddaughter.
Your
Josephina,
granddaughter.
and my dog.
And
my
your dog.
husband.
Yeah, you got a full house today.
I just want to thank you, Mayor Shibi, and the council for doing the Wordly app. It's really accessible and usable. Baby, you want to take it?
Great.
And thank you for the free trips for the ADA anniversary on this Saturday for all RTC riders. I'm here because I need help for my daughter's mom, my granddaughter's mom, for her rent, and I don't know where else to go. She for Washoe County, they said that she makes too much. And I don't know where else to go, and I don't want him to get evicted, and I can't take him in because I'm in housing for disabled people, and I can't take her in.
Yeah.
So I was wondering, maybe there's some assistance that you all know, and please help.
Yes,
We're gonna go out
Dora,
'cause she cries
we,
too much.
absolutely. And I think you're now going to take care of this little one?
Yeah.
Or is mom
Yeah.
able to help you?
Yeah.
She is? Okay. We are going to give you every resource and make sure that you are not stressing about this. It's really, really important. And I know it's been a tough few weeks for you.
Yeah.
We've been going back and forth on email, and so my heart really goes out to you. You're an incredible mom.
Thank you.
And I know this has got to be tough.
It is.
So we do have assistance, emergency assistance that we want to be able to make sure that you have access to. So
Okay.
we're going to make sure, I believe JW is going to get you connected
Okay.
so that you have what you need. And please
Thank you.
don't cry because you'll make me cry.
Thank
Okay.
you so much. I appreciate it.
But thank you very much.
Thank
And
you,
I'm
Mayor
so
Judy.
sorry.
It's okay, you know.
You're a good grandma.
Yeah, I try.
You're a great grandma.
I promise I will not use the men's bathroom today.
All right, Dora.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for letting me.
You're fine, no
Mac
problem.
Rossi, followed by Sam Gettle, followed by David Shakar.
Good morning. I'm crying too.
I know.
I got a few things that I want to get off my chest. So again, my name is Mac Rossi, a resident of the city of Reno. I'm bringing a few points up that have been bothering me. I received a publication list showing the top 100 paid benefits of the city of Reno employees. I will make one comment. You folks didn't make the list at all as far as city council. Of the 100 city employees, I was surprised to see 1/4 were the city Reno police sergeants with an average of over $325,000 in pay and benefits per year. One second complaint. I drive a gas fuel automobile and pay over 16 cents a gallon for the county taxes to keep the roads up to date, while the electric vehicles are paying nothing. I also will note that the electric vehicles weigh more on an average vehicle and wear out more of the roads than our regular cars. I've seen the city officials call for elimination of both the city committees and the commissioners who that all have volunteer people giving their time to the city. I will repeat, volunteers, meaning no cost to the city. I have seen the city cut these volunteer commissions and volunteers committees to save cost in city budgets for a defect of over $25 million in defects. Excuse me. I don't know what it is, but boy, I really don't see any savings by cutting volunteers. While the city is cutting only 8 employees, what have you saved in the volunteers compared to versing city employees? It might appear that the city is eliminating public participation in any of these groups that might see or have input what the city is really doing. The city can go on the way they are without having any citizens really giving any input, and that's kind of sad. Thank you.
Thanks, Mac.
Sam Gettle, followed by David Shakar, followed by Alexis Motorek.
Hi, my name is Sam Gettle. I'm here regarding the Reno Housing Authority's application to abandon an alley. And I just wanted to, and I got this from the city upstairs. I wanted to let, in my opinion, used to be in the business. This is an incomplete and transparent document. I'll be as quick as I can. This is a picture of Our Lady of the Snows alley. This is an example of it works, because about 15 years ago, Lander Avenue was partially given to the city, or rather to the school, and they use it as a play yard. So everybody benefits: the neighborhood, the park, the whole 9 yards. During the day,
Sam, the microphones can't pick you up if you're not behind the podium.
okay.
Thank
During
you.
the day, ballards come up that close the street off for a street play. So it's a working situation. This is a picture of the alley that the Housing Authority wants to abandon. It's next to the Mount Rose School, and it will greatly affect it, even though the document does not say anything about that. So it's a detriment to this neighborhood and a detriment to the children. It should be saved. The document does not speak, but this is what's probably going to go on the site. This is what's currently on Vine Street at 2nd. It's a half-acre site with about 60 units. This alley in the Reno Housing Authority does have enough land to build probably 100 units as it is. If it's allowed to have the alley, and you add all the benefits of lower housing costs, plus the density, it will end up with 300 units possibly, with all the parked cars on the Reno Avenue in Arlington. And if you notice in the picture, the alley is retained. Very important. This high-density project with the alley. In here, they discuss that they have to have the alley. They do not have to have it. And lastly, this is a picture of the Renaissance Hotel. There was Mill Street was abandoned 20 years ago, and the council people that were still around for a while regretted every minute of it. Please don't get in a regretful situation. Please don't allow the abandonment for future development and for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam.
David Shakar, followed by Alexis Motorex, followed by Mark Markel.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. My name is David Shakar. I'm a federal court media sketch artist and independent portrait painter. A couple weeks ago, I decided that I wanted to take advantage of the fact that art is legal in the city of Reno, and thanks to you, Mayor Sheevy, from April 2014 when it became legal. So I went to Food Truck Friday, and that's over in Idlewild Park, and I decided I was going to do free caricatures. The reason they're free, I try to use a different technique. I don't want to take away the performance anxiety. Anyway, just before I finished setting up my easel, the event promoter named Steve Schroeder came by. He's a nice guy, but he was ignorant about the fact that he felt that because I didn't have a license or a permit, which is not required when you're exhibiting
Your
and
First
selling your
Amendment.
own self-created artwork in the public forum, like a park, sidewalk, et cetera. Anyway, Steve said that I had to go to the free speech area, but the free speech area was unreasonably isolated. It was way at the other end of the park, and there just really wouldn't have been that many people. I tried to explain that to him, and when he realized I wasn't going to move, he said, well, I'm going to call the cops. At that point, I was not at all worried about RPD. We have an award-winning police department. They are aware of the landmark civil rights of artists case called White versus City of Sparks. The citation is 9th Circuit, 2007, 500 Federal 3rd, 953. RPD is aware of that. So I did not want to have a confrontation with the police officers because the logical progression would have been the event promoter would have called the cops would have came, and it would have been a complete waste of police resources to tell an artist that he's not breaking the law, but to tell the event promoter that he better not insist on relegating an artist to an area of the special event where it's unreasonably isolated. The suggestion, Mayor Sheevy, is if you would be so kind to consider to let the people know when they have a special event that they could have a free speech area. In fact, it's provided for in statute, but it should not be unreasonably isolated.
I absolutely agree with you. We need to do a better job educating our promoters, and I am so sorry. And I would think you were also providing free services and fun, and everyone loves a caricature, right? And I think it enhances, obviously, the event. So I'm really, really sorry, but I agree with you. We need to do a better job educating our promoters. You know, and also, that one's been on the books for a long time.
Yeah.
More
Thank you,
art,
Mayor
more
Sheevy.
art, more art. So thank you.
Alexis Motorex, followed by Mark Markel, followed by Kendra Kostelecki.
Good morning, Alexis Motorex with the Nevada Chapter Associated General Contractors, representing the commercial construction industry in Northern Nevada. We're here today in support of two items on the agenda, C4 and E8. E8 repeals the ordinance that creates the Urban Forestry Commission, while Section 25 in item C4 creates an Urban Forestry Subcommittee under the to-be newly created Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. While we agree that the matters the Urban Forestry Commission currently advises on are important, it makes sense and is a better use of the city's very limited resources to consolidate it under Parks and Rec. This provides more structure, clearly identifies the duties of the subcommittee, defines members' qualifications, and clearly specifies requirements those members must meet, such as residency and the number of terms they're allowed to serve. Broadly speaking, AGC supports the efforts to modernize the city's boards and commissions, having standard rules and procedures in place to provide transparency, consistency, accountability, and efficiency is never a bad thing, and we urge your support and passage of this. Thank you.
Mark Markel, followed by Kendra Kostelecki, followed by Trey Abney.
I'll drive you home tonight.
Yeah,
Thank you. Okay, good morning, Miss Mayor, City Council members. My name is Mark Markel. I'm here today to tell you about what can happen, tell you about what happened to me as a result of drunk driving. My brother and I were in the mountains by Mill Creek near Forest Falls, California. We were drinking wine and watching the water as we often did. Sometimes we like to push a cooler into the creek and watch it fall 100 feet into a pool below it. It would then eventually leave that pool and fall another 100 feet into another pool. I wrote this back in '98 when I first moved here. So I was told not to come here anymore by your secretary, the city manager secretary, but I don't care. I feel it's important that people hear my message. Anyways, a little after 4 p.m., we decided we needed to make another beer run. We had been working on 4 gallons of wine, but wanted to assure we didn't run out of alcohol. Our initial destination was the pawn shop where we could get money for my brother's keyboards. The police report estimated we were traveling at 100 miles an hour as we cleared the bridge over the freeway. There was a car in front of us. So I having trouble. Uh-oh. Okay, well, basically the car landed, I got ejected from the car and it landed on my head. They put me in a coma for a month and the hospital for 5.5 months. And God willed me alive to show you people what could happen to drunk drivers. If you drive with a drunk driver. And God willed me alive and he uses me as an example of what can happen. Thank you.
Much, and that's a very, very important message. Very.
Kendra Kostelecki, followed by Trey Abney, followed by Lauren Weiss.
Thank you, Kendra.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Good morning, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Kendra Kostelecki, the franchise agreement rep for Waste Management. I'm joined today by our district manager, Steve McQuirk, our ombudsman and educator, Taylor Kern, and my public sector partner, Kim Fleming. Waste Management is proud to serve Reno, and not just through trash collection, but as an engaged community partner. While our customer satisfaction scores average about 8.5 out of 10, we know that we often are only visible to you when something goes wrong. So I'm hoping to change that with like a brief monthly update. Right now through September, WM is providing free disposal of up to 50 pounds of household hazardous waste through a partnership with Graymar Environmental. Vouchers are mailed to all residential customers, and this service isn't part of our franchise agreement. It's just something that WM funds to support safe disposal and another local vendor, another unrelated local vendor. As you know, event season is in full swing, and that means more people, more activity, and literally tons of trash. Our drivers are working long hours in extreme heat to keep up with residential, commercial, and event waste. If delays occur, customers will receive a call or email, and your trash account may exist since you had a landline, so updating that contact information is vital to getting timely updates. The city has been exploring green waste solutions for some time, and as requested by Suzanne Groneman, WM recently helped to fund a study to gauge community interest. We've also begun a soft rollout of green waste drop-off and composting,
at Commercial Road Transfer Station and Lockwood Landfill. And as for recycling, your recyclables are not landfilled, and we invite members of the public to come and tour our materials recovery facility. Sign up at renorecycles.com. It is the only MRF in Reno that is open to the public and that offers public education programs. We're also proud to support the city in other ways. Just last week, when the Clean and Safe Team's truck was down, we delivered 2 30-yard bins within 24 hours. And we continue to support local nonprofits and events like Midtown's Dancing in the Streets, Reno Fells Pops on the River, Community Health Alliance vaccination clinics at 10 Washoe County School District locations, multiple Northern Nevada Children's Cancer Foundation events, the Reno Rodeo, and the City of Reno's River Rangers Patrol. And we are also looking forward to the park's corporate games, which are coming up in September. So finally, a quick reminder, our office at 100 Vassar Street is open weekdays from 8:30 to 4:30. Customers can also manage accounts at WM.com or through the MyWM app, and they can reach us locally at 775-329-8822. Thank you for your time and your continued partnership.
All right, great job, Kendra. Will you please repeat that number?
Yeah, 775-329-8822.
I love how she's speaking up here. She knows there are a lot of people on Zoom. I want to say thank you so much for your partnership. I don't think we've ever seen this level of engagement from Waste Management. I know we've had a lot of long partnerships, but not to this level, and I'm really, really grateful.
Thank you.
And if you could just reiterate the program that's free right now, that's not the one that we sponsor.
Yeah.
Could you just do it again, please?
So we are partnered with Graymar Environmental, which is another local company. They'll take up to 50 pounds of material with a voucher on WM right now. If you, for some reason, lost your voucher.
Or didn't get it.
Or didn't get it, you can stop by our office at 100 Vassar Street and pick up a new one.
Okay, you can't mail it?
No, because sometimes people request more than one.
One, oh, got it. Okay, well then, go in person to get your voucher.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Great information. Come on, Trey.
Trey Abney,
all
followed by
you now.
Lawrence Weiss, followed by Raquel Detman.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council, Madam Manager. Good to see you. For the record, Trey Abney here today representing NAOP, Northern Nevada, the largest commercial real estate advocacy association in the region. Here today early to speak on C3 and C4 and probably connects to others on this agenda. But we appreciate the difficult circumstances that you are in, and we appreciate staff bringing forward these innovative solutions. In times like this, you must stand up and make difficult decisions, and this move on boards and commissions is a good first step. The city of Reno can no longer take the time and dollars to do the want-to-haves and the nice-to-haves. You must focus on the need-to-haves, the things that you are required by law to do, and the things that serve the direct day-to-day needs of your constituents. To be blunt, you have to stay in your lane. You cannot be the government of last resort anymore. Whether it's horse fences or homeless services, you have to do the things, basic government services that you are required to do here. Consolidating extra and unneeded boards and commissions and moving forward on things like a regional parks district are a great idea and a great way to do that. It is important to note here that if you are experiencing fiscal turbulence in the public sector, private sector employers and employees, your constituents, are experiencing fiscal turbulence as well. Commercial and residential building permits are flat and coming in below the numbers of the last 2 years, which means you will have more decisions to make beyond this agenda item today. So again, this is a first step. But again, I want to thank you for your service to our community. Thank you for your time, for allowing me to speak today. And thank you for being willing to stand up and make these tough decisions. Thanks,
All
Madam
right,
Mayor.
thanks, Trey.
Good to see you.
Lawrence Weiss, followed by Raquel Detman, followed by Anna Higgins.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Larry Weiss with the Center for Healthy Aging.
So
Mayor
nice
Sheevey.
to see you.
Nice to see you. I have a simple message. I'll be very quick. On your agenda, you have C3 and C4. Please suspend judgment regarding the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. It's conducted by volunteers and has done some really good work in the past, and we want to continue. So please suspend so we can get more input from elders on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great to see you.
Raquel Detman, followed by Anna Higgins, followed by Pablo Nava-Duran.
Madam Mayor and the council, thank you for the time. I'm here to address an instance that I had at PAR, the detention center, about my son. He was taken in, and when he was there, I mean, I believe they give him certain clothes, and then they take whatever they have and put it in a secure place. I feel like the system in that particular area is not really working for us that are on 70 years old. And it's very fast. When we call, it takes us off. It took me a while to get through. And by the time that I found out, and I went to pick him up, they have disposed his items, his secure items. And the only things that they told me they had were this, which is a paper and a piece of gum, 3 pieces, and the bless that I gave him. But his good shoes, his T-shirt, his khaki pants, they were disposed. I mean, I don't know how long they keep them. When I work in places that we had to secure items, by law, we had to keep them a year. So when I went and asked, they said that they had disposed of them. My son called me and he says, "Mom, please pick up my items because I was told by other inmates that they take the items and they disappear them." So by the time that I could go, they were gone. So the reason that I'm here is to give you this information. There must be something going on in those facilities. And unfortunately, our sons don't have any abilities. I put some money on their accounts. He didn't know. Right now, he is in Carson. Every time that I try to put money in his commissary or some places, they have a system that they go by number 1, 2, 3. By the time that you figured out which is the one you go, they kick you out. So what should I do? I went to this place to ask for the information. They gave me a form, which is this. And basically, the questions that they asked for me to fill out do not concern that particular situation. And I'm just here to let you know that it's I either need an investigation on that, or you guys need to do something about it, or what did you suggest?
Yeah. Thank you so much. Raquel, right?
Yes.
Raquel, I'm going to get someone from staff to meet with you, and I would also recommend that you express this over at the Washoe County Commission because it's their jurisdiction, not the city of Reno. And I understand your frustration. It's very, very hard to have a loved one in those positions because oftentimes their family members are also sort of arrested as well. If anyone, knows that system, it's very, very difficult. But I want you to get with, Jenica, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Could you get with Raquel and help her navigate, the jurisdiction that could be helpful? And we also have some sheriff contacts that we could put you in touch with so that you could get some answers. So, and I am so sorry. Thank you so much.
Anna Higgins, followed by Pablo Nava-Duran, followed by John Valletto.
Good morning, Anna Higgins.
Hi.
Good morning, Mayor.
How are you?
And council members. Good, thank you. I am a mother. I'm also a forester, and I've called Reno home for the last 14 years. As a forester and a firefighter, I tell people that I witness the impacts of a changing climate on a daily basis. It is no secret, Reno is hot, and we're getting hotter. We're one of the fastest warming cities in the West, unfortunately. Yeah. Last week might have been pretty rough for some people. It might not have been bad for some of you. Some of you may sleep in air conditioning houses. Some may drive to work in air conditioning vehicles. Some may work in air conditioning offices. But what about the people who have no privilege to get cool in air conditioning? How do they seek relief from the heat? One way people seek relief from the heat is by shade. And I bet you can guess what my answer is, and what your answer should be too, is what provides the best shade? Trees. I took part in the process to develop the 2019 City of Reno Sustainability and Climate Action Plan. The number 6 priority was a healthy and equitable urban forest. We set 2 goals to achieve that priority. One was to increase the canopy by 10% by 2036, and then another was 100% fair distribution of trees by 2040. We have made some progress in those goals, but we have a lot more work to do. I'm here today to comment on agenda item C4 regarding establishing general rules and standards for the city's advisory boards and commissions. I have heard that the City of Reno is proposing to do away with the Reno Urban Forestry Commission and to make it a subcommittee under the Recreation and Parks Commission. As a commissioner of the Reno Urban Forestry Commission, I strongly discourage this council with doing away with the only commission solely dedicated to improving our urban forest. Our urban forest is so much more than trees in parks. The goal of the Reno Urban Forestry Commission is to create and maintain and promote a safe, healthy, and attractive urban forest for the enhancement of the natural environment of Reno. We obviously can't do that if the Reno Urban Forestry Commission ceases to exist. I'm not surprised to hear of some people that are in favor of us going away because we've been very vocal about retaining our large canopy trees. And I don't know how many of you have tried to sit under the shade of a newly planted tiny tree. You can't.
Yeah.
So if the City of Reno truly cares about the health and well-being of its citizens and visitors, this council should not get rid of the Reno Urban Forestry Commission as it exists today. Thank you.
Good job, Anna, and excellent points. Excellent.
Pablo Nava Duran, followed by John Valletto.
Pablo, hello.
Hello, guys. Hello, guys. My name is Pablo Nava Duran, and I recently just signed up for neighborhood advisory board in Ward 3, but I realized that we have a Jen over there. The neighborhood advisory board might go away, or maybe temporary for 90 days. Who knows? So I want to talk about why I'm joining the neighborhood advisory board as a volunteers, because I do care about the central Reno area, because that area has been declining over past few years with no gentrification, barely recognition other than West Avenue and Midtown Reno. And it's very important to this neighborhood need to be prioritized, need to be gentrified with new apartments, a new park, a new playground, all kinds of stuff to attract people to move here, so to make increase those populations. Because if they don't, because the school district is already funded to build new Von and Wooster High School in their field school, building their new elementary school at Lower Campus. Think about it. If City of Reno doesn't invest in Central Reno area, guess what? Their new school will be underutilized, and we gotta think about how to attract people to move in, because the school districts doesn't do much of development other than school. They talk about the neighborhood demographic, all kinds of stuff, because we know the birth rate is declining, but this is the best we could, so we gotta move forward. We gotta move forward to make sure Central Reno goes up, and then before 2030, because when 2030 they're going around, and Ward 3, we could see the Ward 3 might lose some residents because of a Central Reno area have been declining, so they have to, this is a map, make my Ward 3 map bigger, but we gotta think about Ward 3, we wanna make sure that power, the minority power, especially for the Hispanic community, stays strong, not weaken power, so, thank you.
All right, thanks, Pablo.
John Valetto, followed by Angie Regan via Zoom.
Hi, John.
Hey, how are you? Good morning. My name is John Valetto. Unfortunately, all good things come to an end. We're nearing the expiration of Mayor Sheevy's term. She's been a wonderful mayor. Rena's been a wonderful place to live for the last 12 years.
Well, that's not what my email says.
Well, they're wrong. I studied public policy, graduated Dean's List, Virginia Tech. This has been a well-run city. It's clean. We have countless festivals, motorsports, concerts, and events that all go off without a hitch. It's been a very safe city. I've lived in one of the best neighborhoods and several of the worst neighborhoods. And Mayor Sheevy and Chief Soto did an excellent job of keeping the city safe. We were allowed to have virtually unlimited fun, those of us that behave, but the criminals that cause problems are quickly locked up. We didn't have hardly any problems. So I'd like to thank Ms. Sheevy for her service, and hopefully she'll run for state office. She's been
No
great.
way. No way.
In the future, I'm excited about Eddie Lorton's candidacy for mayor. We have a lot of big ticket items coming down the road. Pension and healthcare obligations are going to go through the roof, as everybody else is. And we're going to need a sound fiscal money manager to meet those obligations without getting overextended. I'm very excited about Eddie Lorton's campaign for mayor. Eddie, if you're out there, I need 2 yard signs. Thank you all for your time today.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for the kind words. But
you've been great.
we are a growing city, and we have a lot of wonderful things, but we have challenges like every city in this country, but we got to continue to keep working on it. But thank you for the kind words. All right, Madam Clerk.
We have no one else signed in.
Do you have any
Oh, sorry.
online?
Sorry, yes, we did.
Okay.
Angie Regan via Zoom.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh. So thank you. I'm Angie Regan. I'm a disabled disability advocate, physical therapist, and Worcester and UNR graduate who grew up here in Reno and now lives in Tahoe. I am also the volunteer founder of Access Tahoe, a grassroots movement dedicated to creating access in Tahoe for all. We're hoping to expand that vision throughout Reno in our governments, businesses, nonprofits, schools, events, parks, trails, beaches, public spaces, as well as changing hearts and minds one by one. Reno has already been a great model for us in Tahoe through Reno Adaptive and the Adaptive Cycling Center, but there's always more we can do to build a more inclusive future for this region and world. That's why I'm here to ask the City of Reno to proclaim July as Disability Pride Month and to honor July 26, 2025 as the 35th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. It's not too late. Recognizing this month and this milestone helps us celebrate our history and our rights and the contributions of disabled people in our community while reaffirming our commitment to accessibility and equity for the future. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, now there's no one else signed in. Let's see. For the record, we received 24 comments, which were general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, Tuesday, July 22nd. These comments were written correspondence that have been distributed to the council, and they are 5 letters in favor, 7 in opposition, and 12 letters of concern.
Okay, thank you so much. Hold on 1 second. All right, Madam Clerk, are we heading into A4?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Before we do that, I'm going to send it to City Manager. Do you have any updates or reorganization of your agenda.
I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. The plan today is to pull off items of consent and then hear any pulled consent items. After that, we'll move through our C department items, starting with item C1. Items C3 and 4 are related to public engagement and boards and commissions. They'll be opened and heard together. After item C4, we'll move to items E2 through E9 individually, all of which are also related to boards and commission. Once we conclude C3, C4, and E2 through E9, we will continue with the rest of our department items. Items C5 and 6 will be open together, as well as items 7 and 8 related to flood management. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, appreciate it. Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask item A for approval of the agenda.
Motion to approve.
All right.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. All right, A5, approval of the minutes.
Move to approve as written.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. Consent agenda, Madam Clerk. I'm going to start with you, Councilmember Anderson. Do you have any items you want to pull off this consent? All right, thank you so much. Councilman Martinez.
I don't have any. Thank you,
All
Madam Mayor.
right. Vice Mayor Taylor.
No, Madam Mayor.
Councilman,
Nothing, Madam Mayor.
nothing? Okay, Councilwoman Dewar?
Nothing today.
All right. Councilwoman Ebert, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
B20, B21, please.
B20 and B21. All right.
Madam Mayor, I move to approve all items not pulled from consent.
Second.
All right, thank you so much. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, we're going to head into item B20, and that is going to be a resolution stating that it is in the best interest of the city of Reno to transfer without compensation 35-acre portion of city-owned property of Taglia's Paradise Park located at 2745 Elementary Drive. And this would be to Washoe County School District to be used for public purpose pursuant to NRS 277. Hello.
Hello again.
Take it away.
Nathan Elliott, Parks and Recreation Director for the record. Any questions I can answer on this topic?
Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert, all you.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't have a presentation, but do we have a map or anything of this area?
There should be a picture in your staff report. This is just, it's a disconnected part of Paradise Park that is closer to the Washoe County School District, Bernice Matthews Elementary School. So it's really kind of consolidating those two sites, which, because of the split, is not highly utilized for positive purposes as a park. So as they go into Washoe County, that is, school district goes into the redesign and refurbishment of that school site, it made sense to work together and bring that into their site so they can incorporate it into the school.
Is that something that the Washoe County School District initiated? Did they request that, or was that something that we were looking to get rid of?
So we have regular meetings with our colleagues in the school district from a facility standpoint as a part of our JUAs, our joint use agreements. And this came up as one of the topics, like, hey, as we get ready to do some of these WC1 type initiatives, how can we work together to refurbish the spaces that we have and combine that? And so this was one of the things that came up in that discussion. I would say probably the county asked about it as they were getting ready for Bernice Matthews.
Okay. And then just one other quick question. I mean, I know we're a good partner with Washoe County School District. Is there any joint use agreements where the city of Reno is using any Washoe County School District property or facilities?
Yes, the joint use agreements primarily benefit the city and Reno Youth Sports Association to provide field access, and then also access for our Sierra Kids after-school programs and vacation stations, summer camp programs.
Okay. And I know that we've had a couple tours with some Washoe County School District representatives at the Stead Elementary School that's soon to be decommissioned. And I know we've inquired about using that in some kind of joint use agreement. Has there been any kind of follow-up with that from the Washoe County School District?
Not specific to this item. There's conversations going on, but there's not a significant update at this point.
Okay, thank you. That was it. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve unless anybody else has any questions.
Any further questions? Seeing that there are none, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Okay, back at you, Councilwoman Ebert, 21.
Yeah, so this is for maintenance and operations. I was just curious if there's like a dollar amount that triggers anything coming to council. This is giving approval for maintenance and operations to purchase supplies, but I was just curious, you know, if anything triggers an approval from council or city manager on this.
Good morning, Zach Hafner, Acting Maintenance and Operations Director. We follow all of the purchasing guidelines outlined by finance. There are rules pertaining to what those amounts are and when they're triggered by council. This item is strictly, it's a standard operating item. On the next council meeting, you guys will see things coming to you related to paint and sign material, snow and ice material, salt and sand, and different things like that. That will be coming next Wednesday for you guys to review and approve. This is strictly just for the Maintenance and Operations Director to sign off on those contracts, of which you would be reviewing next council meeting.
So as I understand it, it's basically where you can look at it, move forward, but bring it to council so that you have the autonomy to continue to move the conversation.
Exactly, yeah. So
Yeah.
you guys will give your purchase approval next week with the joiner contracts. Most of those are on NASPO contracts and different things like that. Stuff that happens every year as part of your normal purchasing approval that you guys do. And then this makes it so that the contract can be signed and we can issue the purchase orders and agreements to the different vendors.
Because I think that too, the delay when we have council meetings, then it's hard for you to move forward.
Yeah, what we do is we bring this forward at the beginning of every fiscal year. Once the budget's been approved, so usually it's on the first or the second council meeting so that we can stock up and have the supplies as the year progresses so that we can fill potholes.
You
plow
are
roads.
ready.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
thanks, Zach. Appreciate it. Okay, Councilwoman Ebert, go ahead.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So we say, okay, you have the authority to purchase things, but then you don't actually purchase them until council says, okay, that's an okay amount, and we vote on it?
I'm sorry, council member, can you repeat that again?
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So we give approval for purchase of supplies, but then it comes back to council for the actual approval to purchase?
Correct. This is the approval for us to approve next week's purchases, if that makes sense. The amounts related to the different joinders and materials will be in separate staff reports next week.
Okay, all right. Okay, I guess that's it for me. Does anybody have any other questions?
Nope.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, thank you. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk, we are now going to head into, I believe, item C1.
That's correct.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Madam Mayor, we do not have any public comment registered, and we have not received any correspondence on this item.
All right, I'm going to send it over to Ms. Van Buren and Ms. Bryant. Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance, for the record. Today before you, I have a resolution to reduce the staff of city departments and give authorization to the city manager to take all necessary and appropriate actions to implement this resolution for the current fiscal year 26. I have 11 slides to kind of walk through this. Following my slides, I'll stop where we can do questions and have discussion on that information that I presented. And then I believe Barbara Ackerman will be coming up to speak as far as regarding the civil service piece of this. So I just want to give you a heads up on how this would look. So I'm going to go ahead and roll into this. So this aligns with the strategic plan through fiscal sustainability and governance and organizational effectiveness. So why are we here? Why now? The current financial situation is being driven by both economic and structural challenges. On the economic side, while certain aspects of the economy may feel and appear to be doing well, like the stock market, there's still much uncertainty. And we've seen a lot of this uncertainty over the last 3 to 4 budget cycles as we've moved out of the pandemic. Consumer confidence remains low, and taxable sales in Washoe County in April were down 13% year over year. For the city of Reno, what we're seeing is our consolidated tax, which is mostly our sales tax, we're down 2% year over year compared to last year. We only have data through May at this point. It is a lagging revenue source that we receive approximately 2 months later. There are still concerns from consumers over inflation, tariffs, and other price pressures on everyday items. Inflation rose to 2.7%, and it's the highest that it's been since February. So today we're looking at, we anticipate continued slow revenue growth, and our costs continue to rise as we've talked about through the budget cycles. We're proactively planning for fiscal year 27, which would be next budget year, even though we've just started this year. We're actively working in 3 years right now. We're closing out fiscal year 25, which ended June 30. We're operating in fiscal year 26, which started July 1, and we're also planning for the next budget cycle. That's fiscal year 27, and that's really why we're here today. As we plan for the next budget year, if consumer spending doesn't increase, the city does not receive the revenue necessary to sustain operations as they currently exist, and that's because of the compounding costs on the cost side of this piece. We estimate without changes that a $25 million deficit will be projected between the revenues and expenditures for next fiscal year. So how did we get here? This question comes up a lot. Labor costs are outpacing revenues. You'll notice on the slide I noted on the bottom, this is the exact slide that I presented to you at council back in January. We've seen this, but we don't know what the economy is going to do. We still don't know what the economy is going to do. It has been very uncertain coming out of the pandemic. You'll notice that on here, fiscal year 21 and 22, you'll see that we had a lot of growth in revenues during that time from that money from the pandemic, that excess spending. Following that cycle, what we've seen is a very flattening of revenues. We haven't fallen into a recession, and revenues haven't fallen off a cliff like they did back in 2008 during the Great Recession. What has happened is they've flattened. And we don't know how much longer that's going to continue. Normal growth is around 4% on revenues, anywhere from 3 to 4% depending on which revenue source it is. We're not seeing that in a lot of spaces. We're seeing flat or even declining a little bit in some spaces. But year over year, as this continues, our costs just to do the same services that we're doing continue to go up. I wanted to present this again. This is another slide from that same presentation in January. This one is really important to note on here that in fiscal year 23, this is consolidated tax. This is the largest revenue source in the general fund. It declined by 1% in 2003. That was following the high years that we had of revenue growth during and right after following the pandemic. In 24, it only grew 3%. In 25, we're estimating it's going to be flat. We haven't closed out that year, as I mentioned. We only have through May right now for those results. In 26, what we budgeted for the current year is 2% growth, and what we budgeted for 27 is 2.7. And that's what's depicted on this slide for you here. You'll see in the gray bars represent 4% average growth. So if we got normal average growth in this space, which is typically 4%, that's what the gray bars represent, and that would compound year over year and continue to grow. As you look at this slide, that kind of center pink piece that's highlighted there, that's the loss in growth in this one particular revenue source, the largest source. And what's really impactful here is if you look at the end in 27, if we were growing normally, we would have $20 million just from this one source in this space. Right now, we're predicting about 7. That's a difference of about 13 million. But if you think about this and you look at really that whole pink piece over this 5-year period, and I want to emphasize right now we're in year 4. We're in that fiscal year 26. So we're in year 4 of this cycle. Over this 5-year period, if this plays out like this, that's over $40 million of revenue loss because it's not compounding and growing. What's still happening, though, is our expenditures are still growing. We know that when you go out and you shop, you know that through labor force agreements, and we know that just in the economy, things still grow. But our paycheck basically is not growing. So not only is this a problem with consolidated tax, which is our largest revenue source, other major revenue sources are constrained by slow revenue growth as well. And that's what I'm showing you here in this slide. This is the same slide that I showed during the budget workshops this year, and it's been updated with fiscal year 27 numbers that we have as, really early projections right now. Not only has consolidated tax revenue stalled, licenses and permits, which are your business licenses mostly, and franchise fees revenues have remained flat or even declining in some cases like franchise fees. These 4 sources are the largest sources in our general fund. They make up over 80% of the revenues in the general fund, and this is really where we get all the growth that we get in the general fund comes from these 4 sources. Expenditures are continuing to compound year over year, and revenues are not keeping pace. This situation, as I mentioned, is different from 2008 because during that time, an immediate and sharp decline in revenues, particularly in property tax and C-tax, occurred. In contrast, right now, we're in the 4th year of slow revenue growth. And so while overall revenues are not anticipated to decline, the city's fixed and growing cost structure means that flat revenues for the city functions as a recession for the city's operations. So how did we balance the current year budget, the budget that we're in? How did we balance that then if we're still talking about this? Well, we balanced it with a lot of one-time temporary type fixes because the economy is so uncertain. It's still uncertain, trying to weather the storm, but as we look forward, potentially this is potentially the new norm, and we have to start preparing, being out 4 years into this cycle, that this is really what it's going to look like. The current year budget gap was addressed through temporary measures, including bridging the revenue gap with $9.5 million in one-time funds, and so that's what you see here in that red piece. The one-time funds included property sales, some excess funds, some capital funds from projects that we're not doing, and fund balance. Property tax is the only major revenue source right now that is growing. It's growing anywhere from 6 to 9% a year, depending on which years, and that is starting to decline because we're seeing that development is declining. And so when development declines, you don't have those new properties coming on the rolls. So property tax, the structure of it here in Nevada limits the growth with the tax caps and the depreciation. So anything that we see that kind of spikes it even a little bit is from new growth. And right now, growth is down. And so that's not a space that's going to continue to see as much growth as we've seen even in the past couple of years. On the expenditure side for the current budget, how is that done? Well, this is the other piece of it. Some one-time revenues to fill the gap, and then also $16 million in cuts or reductions to the budget. 81% of the expenses are related to personnel right now in the budget. The remaining budget covers operating expenses, the things that they need just to do their jobs, and then debt service payments on the debt outstanding. Temporary measures on the expenditure side included operating expense reductions, freezing 20 positions, elimination of contingency, fleet replacement, capital programs, and other reductions. Many of these cuts are only temporary and can't be sustained as we move forward, such as replacing vehicles for police, building maintenance, parks maintenance funds. Yes, those were temporary measures, but they can't be sustained long-term, so we have to come up with a better plan. The projected $25 million delta between the revenues and expenses for next year reflects a long-term economic pressure, and it can't be solved by short-term fixes alone. Some of these same fixes we can look at, but it can't be all fixed the same way. So one of the biggest cost drivers on the expenditure side, because as we just mentioned, 81% of the budget is made up of people. One of the biggest cost drivers is PERS, the Public Employees Retirement System. The PERS board sets the rates, and updates are made every 2 years. This table shows a change year over year in the PERS rates over the last 20 years. So you see 10 cycles on here, which equates to 20 years because it happens every 2 years. For regular PERS members, the cumulative change over the 20-year period is 17%. So it went from 19.75% in 2006 to the current rate of 36.75. It's kind of let you look at this table. For police fire, has a cumulative rate change over the 20-year period of 26.75%. What I've found as I look at this table that I really wanted to emphasize here to you at council is the last 2 cycles of increases have been very significant. The highlighted 2 cycles at the bottom, fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 26, which we just started, these increases in these areas just for that those 2 cycles in the regular rate is 7%, and for police fire it's 14.75%. So if you look in over a 20-year history here, just in the last 2 cycles, the increase for regular PERS in cumulative change, half of that has come in the last, almost half of it has come in the last 2 cycles, and more than half, because it's increased 14.75, of that 26 has come in the last 2 cycles. So this is putting the additional pressure of not just, we don't have the revenue supporting things, but costs are going up in ways that are just astronomical. When you look at the general fund by function, so as council, you always talk about essential operations, public safety, some of your other priorities are infrastructure, parks, code enforcement. These are a lot of the things that you've talked about as council. Well, 64% of the general fund is already being spent on essential operations. And by that, I mean police, fire, and dispatch. This includes all of their personnel costs that you're seeing here, plus supplies for the departments. Just to run these departments, 64% of the budget goes to that. This doesn't include the necessary associated costs of IT, finance, human resources, civil service, all of the things that support those departments as well. So if you look at essential services, it's actually much, much larger than just the 64%. So this is my last slide here, and I just want to kind of summarize what we're talking about here today. So today, really, the real message here today is we're structurally limited. The revenues are flat. They've been flat for a while. We're in year 4. We were weathering the storm following the pandemic to see how the economy is going to do. Still, no one really knows how the economy is going to do. You know, every day you look, it's a little different. But right now, what seems to be the norm is it's very flat or growing very marginally. So the revenue growth is structurally limiting us on that side. And then the increasing costs on the other side, mostly attributed to labor, because it's 81% of the general fund, is the other structural piece that we're really struggling with. Of that, of the city workforce, we have almost 1,500 employees. Over 1,200, about 1,250 of those employees, or 84%, are represented by collective bargaining agreements. The city cannot unilaterally reopen collective bargaining agreements. Right now, we have one bargaining agreement that is open. All of the others had multi-year contracts. What does that mean we can't reopen the contracts? Well, per NRS 288.150, a labor contract may not be reopened during its term. Well, I'm sorry, a labor contract may only be opened during its term if both parties agree, so the labor group has to agree and the city has to agree to reopen, or there's another provision in the case of a fiscal emergency. Well, NRS 288 goes on to define what a fiscal emergency is, and I'm just going to read that to you so it's real clear. The amount of revenue received by the general fund during the last preceding fiscal year from all sources except non-reoccurring, so if it was one time, not looking at that, declined by 5% or more during the next fiscal year as reflected in the reports of the annual audit. So we would have to wait for each audit of each year to compare back to the prior year to see if we declined before you have the opportunity to make decisions for the future. And so right now, the city, although we have a structural deficit and we know that we're projecting it for next year, the city does not currently meet this provision. And we know that because flat growth doesn't mean we're declining, it just means we're flat, but costs are still going up, so we don't meet that provision. Revenues, while they're not declining, they aren't growing enough to support current operations and staffing levels. And even if you look at this definition of a fiscal emergency, it's not a timely measure. You're gonna wait till you get an audit. We're closing out the books. We still don't have all the revenues through June 30. So by the time we close out the books, we have the audit. That's done at the end of November and doesn't come back to you as council till your first meeting in December. So if you're using that to do planning, it's really not a timely measure. So what are we doing then? If that's not a measure, and what are we doing? Well, we're doing the things that you see in the next box here. We're continuing to pursue operational efficiency improvements, technology, consolidating, shifting things around, reorganizing departments. We're still continuing to do a lot of the things that we've talked about over the last couple of budget cycles. Controlling spending across the organization. Operating expenses were reduced in order to make this current year work. We're continuing to look at every single line as we move forward. We're pursuing revenue enhancement opportunities, although a lot of those are limited because NRS and the legislature dictates most of the revenue sources that we get, the very large ones. It's a limited area, but we're still looking at it. There's still some opportunities, I think, for some things in there that we're discussing. Continuing to explore regional collaboration with other agencies, looking to reduce or eliminate fees that other agencies are charging us for potentially services that maybe should be done a different way. Reducing or eliminating subsidies of other organizations, we're looking at that. And we're also looking at reducing or eliminating certain benefits, looking at salaries. We're doing all of the costing and the modeling that goes with looking at everything that we can. With 84% of the workforce represented, only 16% are unrepresented, and that's about 230 employees. We've costed things across the organization, and when you look at the cost for just the unrepresented group, which again is like 230 people, salary, benefits, looking at furloughs, looking at these things across the organization, the ones that we could impact that you would have manager and you would have authority to do without opening collective bargaining agreements, it's such a small group that the impact doesn't really address the deficit, and it's not really the long-term fix to this. So really realigning the organization to support essential services as we look to be fiscally sustainable moving forward. That's really the scale that we're looking at. The scale of the projected deficit limits what we can realistically achieve outside of personnel changes. I mean, that's where we really are today, and that's why I'm here before you. The item before you today is part of a much larger piece. All of these things that I just talked about, the item today is just a piece, and these other pieces still exist. We are still working in those spaces as well, but it's part of a much larger puzzle to find long-term, fiscally sustainable solutions that realign the city operations to support essential functions that support your priorities as council. So that concludes my presentation. I'm glad to take questions and discussion, and then I think Barbara will come up next.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you very much. I actually think there is another piece to this puzzle that I think that you need to address. A lot of our residents don't understand this, and not to mention, we are the only state that does this, so it makes it very complicated. I think you should talk a little bit about the property cap, the depreciation, and why this also makes it very, very challenging for any municipality in the state of Nevada. That is a conversation that the legislature has tried to tackle for a long time because there is this inequity, and it makes it very hard to pay for the services that are needed. So we're constantly, because of the property tax cap, we're always trying to move things around, robbing Peter to pay Paul. It is so challenging, and we don't talk about that enough so that people understand, and that's where we have to be really careful about our priorities. I would love for you to give us a little education on why that is, what it looks like, and why it's challenging.
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. Property tax, it is very complicated, but the basics of it are residential units, your residential home, property tax caps limit that growth to 3%. So you can't, your property taxes can't increase more than 3% every year. So it's limited, right there, capped.
Which is a good thing for a lot of people.
It is.
And it's one of the things people like about Nevada. But then whenever you want to continue to provide services in a growing environment, it makes it very challenging when people are saying, why don't we have this, that, or the other? So elaborate. I just want people to understand, we all want low taxes.
Sure.
Not
I do
saying
too.
our taxes should go up. Not saying that. I want everyone to know, because the next thing will be this big headline.
Right.
But I'm trying to help people understand the environment we're in.
Sure. And the tax caps for commercial properties are 8%. So they have different tax caps. Unique to Nevada, we also have depreciation. So depreciation, once you build a home, it starts depreciating from that point forward. It depreciates at 1.5% up to 50 years, up to 75% of the value of the structure. So the land value is based on market rate, but your building structure is based on replacement value plus the depreciation. So once you have a new home that comes on from that point forward, it will continue to be depreciated up to 75%. And then, once you do the calculation, even if your calculation comes in, say your property, the land itself has increased enough in that cycle, but you're still depreciating your structure value of it, but it's gone up above, say it's 5% more this year than last year, you're still only gonna pay 3%. So the cap still applies. So when I talk about, sometimes I talked about property taxes still growing for us here, and it grows anywhere from 6 to 9% over the last few years. That's how it's grown. And you say, how can that be? Because you're telling me the cap is 3% for residential. It's 8% for commercial, so that's gonna be some of that difference. But the main difference in it is the new properties, the new growth. So as you have new growth and new properties that come on, that's what's creating that extra above and gets us up to that 6 and 8% growth rate every year. And as we start to see development decline, which we're seeing, we're going to see that go back down to maybe even 5. We're at 6% now, maybe 5%. And that's because we don't have that new growth piece of it, and we're capped. It's really, you're not going to see spikes.
Okay, now I want you to explain what that looks like in another city. Why is it different than ours, and what does that mean?
Well, I'm not aware, I don't think anybody else has the depreciation factor.
No, they don't, but my point is, I want you to give the difference, so people
Prop-
understand if you're living in a different city outside Nevada, what that looks like, what it pays for, versus when you're in Nevada, what it doesn't pay for.
Well, I lived in California before I came to the city here.
Probably bad example.
I did. Well,
Everyone's like, California.
I lived in California right
This is
after
why we don't live there.
right after they did Prop 13. So Prop 13, what that did was allow them to reset values of homes on sale. That's another thing we don't do here in Nevada, because they were struggling with a lot of the same challenges that we have. They weren't resetting properties on sale, and so they had declining property tax, basically. You buy a house and declining values of it. They reset the property on sale. You may have bought a house, that house is now 20 years old, but now you're selling it. You bought it for, I don't know, $400,000, now it's $800,000. It wasn't resetting. We don't have that either. And so we're not unique in that we have challenges with the structure of it, but we are unique in that we have many multi-layers of challenges with it, with depreciation and tax caps and all of these other things, not resetting on sale. So we are unique in that way.
So let's give an example that I think most people can understand. You might live in a $3 million home, but you're going to pay the same property tax, correct? That someone else that's living in a brand-new home, correct?
You could, absolutely. I like the example of a $600,000 home, that's kind of the average right now. You sell your house today, and you sell it for $600,000. One house is, say, 20 years old, and one house is brand new. You bought a brand-new home for $600,000, you buy a house that's 20 years old for $600,000. The between that property tax is about $1,200 for the older home, and it's about $4,500 for the new home.
And most young
Both
people.
houses, to us.
Most young people are going to.
They're worth
are
$600,000.
Buying newer homes because they can afford that, right? Or not, it's very difficult to afford. But I'm just saying, younger people are buying the homes that they can afford, but they're also paying much more property tax than someone that owns a, multi-million-dollar home, correct?
Yes, new homes do pay more, but then they start to
Or
depreciate.
anyone, I shouldn't use
from that point.
younger
Yes.
people, but we tend to see first-time home buyers in those situations. Yeah.
Yes, new homes, you do pay more, but it begins to depreciate at that point. So it's a diminishing, it diminishes from that point that it's built. And that is one of the real challenges.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, Barbara, I think it's your turn. Am I right? We'll do questions right after Barbara speaks, because I know we all have them. Go ahead.
Well, and Jesse's going to go right after me, and it's kind of a continuation of that topic, so we might want to wait till the very end of the whole thing, so.
About our issues or the solution you're proposing?
The questions, I don't know what your questions are
asking, I
going to
guess,
be
the mayor.
yet.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much. So what we have here is Ms. Van Buren has given a presentation on the economic situation and the proposal for a reduction in force. Ms. Ackerman, who is the Director of Civil Service, is going to explain how the reduction in force is governed. It's governed through civil service. Unless you're CBA controls instead of the civil service rules, and that's where Jesse comes in.
Okay,
Sorry.
I got it. Okay,
So
let me back up here then. I appreciate you. I understand, because you have to come in under the civil service aspect of it, under the law. Okay, Vicki, I want you to come back up here really quick, because there's another thing that we didn't touch on since we're talking about the budget in depth, is we really should talk about C-Tax. And I want you to explain that for everyone, and how much money we get off of C-Tax, why it's important. A lot of people don't understand the C-Tax aspect. So
Sure.
please help.
Sure. C-tax is consolidated tax. It consists of several taxes that are grouped into kind of a bucket. They're collected at the state, and then they're distributed to the local agencies throughout the state. C-tax for us is mostly, and for everyone, it's mostly sales tax. It's 80% sales tax. There's some liquor tax, cigarette tax, very small pieces. Part is real property transfer tax, and also the vehicle fees. And so those are very small pieces of this bucket that we call a consolidated tax. They're collected statewide, and then they're distributed based on a formula out to the jurisdictions. Most of the formula for sales tax piece of it is based on population. So, for example, I mentioned during my presentation that Washoe County was down 13% in taxable sales for Washoe County. We're only showing in our receipts down 2% compared to last year, year over year. The reason for that is because Washoe County is only one piece of that large bucket. So we collect here, they collect in Clark County. It all goes into the bucket and then is redistributed. So it's a statewide collection and redistributed. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're tracking exactly as the receipts we're seeing in Washoe County. It's more of a statewide tracking. The state of Nevada changed their system for reporting and distributing the information, reporting and distributing the revenues this year. They changed it in November. So they had one financial system, they switched systems. The new system, they've had a lot of problems working out the issues with it obviously when you switch technology. Businesses were not able to get in and report their earnings, pay their taxes. And so in November, what we saw is that we were shorted a significant amount of money compared to what we normally get in this revenue source. And again, this is our largest revenue source in the general fund. I think it's 30, I wanted to get back to that slide so I could give you the actual numbers. It's 31% of all the money in the general fund. So that's our largest revenue source is C-tax, and it's mostly sales tax. When they switched their system this year, it's not complicated enough that the economy has been challenging since the pandemic, but now they've switched their system and we can't even predict really what we're gonna get regularly right now. I think we'll have good year-over-year comparisons once we get to January, because in January, then we will have same type of comparisons to the new system that they're on. But up until this point, they're still trying to correct and fix the system. And so we're seeing some months that are a little more than what we anticipated, and some of that is because they're fixing parts where businesses couldn't pay in during that time frame. So it's real up and down, hard to track right now. That's the basic answer. But right now, we're trending 2% below budget. That's through May. And so, I'm sorry, 2% below prior year, year over year. We built this current year budget assuming we were going to end the year flat. So we didn't think we were going to come in above budget. We just hoped we got the same amount we did last year. I still think we're on track for that, but we don't have the final numbers yet. And we even don't even know if we're going to get an extra payment to true up some of it, some of the issues that they still have. So I know we have one more payment coming. There's talk of another payment in August. We don't know yet. So it's another big piece of this puzzle too.
Okay. And I know, Jackie, you're going on tour explaining what that looks like and how that is. And
Yeah, so one of the C-tax challenges that we have been talking about is, one, how it works, but two, most people don't understand that if you spend $100 in Reno, and that equates to about $8.27 in Washoe County in sales tax, Reno gets 69 cents of that.
69 cents out of someone spending $100.
Yes.
Very low. And then there is also something I should throw in here, and it's part of the conversation because it's really about the council, what they want their priorities to be. And that's where everyone has got to really dial down what it is your priorities are. And we have pretty much a new council from, I think it's only Councilwoman Dewar and I that have been here, for probably over a decade now. And so it changes with time. It also changes dramatically with the national environment. So some of that stuff is very, very hard to control. One year, I remember we were successful in having a $10 million overage, and that happens. And then when we got here, we were $600 million in debt. We paid it down by $200 million. So it kind of, we see this go up and down and up and down. But one of the things that the city of Reno has done and has been incredibly generous, there's something out there called the Fiscal Equity Study. And we want to be good partners, but it also has to be examined, because this is where we got to figure out what our priorities are, what's the most important piece to this council, because a lot of those services the city of Reno has paid for that really are not in our under our purview, and we wanted to have a great quality of life, but we have to work together with our other jurisdictions to make sure that they're also taking on the things that we subsidize. And I'm super grateful for the council to do that, because it provides everyone a great quality of life when we go out there and take this on. But at the same time, it creates a lot of stress and strain on our core focus here at the city. So there's tough conversations to be had that we all have to work together with our other counterparts. But those are things to really look at, some of the things that we have funded that are out of our jurisdiction, that really come down from the state. And when they come down to the state, they go into other buckets of money outside our jurisdiction when we're paying for it. And so I think we all have to dial down on the priority of what we want during this time. Is it going to change? Yes, like I just talked about, we had a $10 million overage. We paid down the debt by $200 million. We have gone up and down just like we do in economics and in times, right? In 5 years, it could look very different. Next year, it could look very different. And this is not with just municipalities. Go and look at big companies right now are making some massive, massive changes. So we are not immune to this, but I just wanted people to understand this isn't forever. We will get out of it, but you go through these ups and downs. So anyway, thank you so much. I think we should ask you questions, because part of the conversation is very different than the second half of this presentation. So we can understand, like Jackie mentioned, why that piece fits in where it does. So with that being said, I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Dewar. I'll just go down
Sure.
this way. And then
Fine. I know everybody has questions on this, so I'll
Yeah.
just ask a few and we'll see where we are. I just wanted to make sure I understood something that you said, Vicki, and that was, you said we're down 2% for the year. You said Washoe County, and I'm not sure if you meant Washoe County is down 13%. I don't know if you meant their organization or if you meant the revenues coming in from C-Tax, or what you meant by that.
I mean, thank you for the question. If I wasn't clear, it was they're down 13% Washoe County in taxable sales.
Taxable
So not
sales.
Washoe County as
Okay.
far as the county itself.
Itself managing
Because
the
again,
bus-
it doesn't relate necessarily exactly to us, because we're down
Right.
2%, because they collect for the entire state.
Right, okay. So the other question I had was, you said that you're still trying to figure out where we are revenue-wise for last year. And usually you tell us, you've told us over and over, we're always 2 months behind. So normally at July 1, June 30, we still need 2 more months to have all the revenues come in to close out the books, right?
Yes, that's correct.
But when do you think we'll have the revenues to close out the books this year?
We won't officially close out the books until September, October timeframe, because we have a lot of accounting type entries that we have to do. I can get very close with reporting back to you at council by the end of August, because we will have the majority of everything booked at that point. All of the quarterly revenue sources, which unfortunately are the large revenue sources that we get, property tax,
quarterly.
C-tax, franchise fees, all of those biggies are quarterly, and I won't have those until probably mid-August.
Yeah. Okay, so, but a previous budget meeting, you told us we're going to get what we get end of June. Like, we weren't going to get those other 2 months of revenue because of this new state accounting system. Is that still true?
Well, it doesn't appear to be that way,
Okay.
based on what they're
But
giving
you-
us.
You
We're
told us
kind of,
this
you
over and
know.
over through the budget, that by June 30, that was all the money we were going to have, and, right? Go ahead.
Well, C-Tax will always come lagging. It's never going to be cash basis exactly. They did switch their system, and just as, I didn't go into this before, from cash to from an accrual
Accrual
system
to
to a
cash.
cash system.
Right.
But it still doesn't mean that we're going to have everything on June 30. What that means is they're going to take all the money that they've received from June 30
Mm-hmm.
and then divvy it out. So you still have 45 to 60 days where we're still
Okay.
receiving.
Two quick, since I'm
money.
running out of time, I just have two quick things. You posted a $25 million shortfall, that's what you told us. But you showed the PERS slide, and what I understand is that, and I want to just get this clear on the record, I was told that 13 million was due to the PERS increase. Is it 13, you only showed us percentages, but of the $25 million shortfall, is 13 million of it the increase in PERS, or is 13 million the total PERS? I was a little confused on that.
You know, it's hard to put a number, and I'll just kind of preface this a little bit, because we don't have collective bargaining agreements in place with IAFF right now.
Right.
They're our second largest group. So we haven't even factored anything even in with that. Because we can't even begin to anticipate what that's going to look. We can only factor the things that we currently know at this point. In fiscal year '27, assuming that IAFF does not have a current contract at that point, maybe they get one now and they don't have one then, we have two additional bargaining groups that come open at that point as well. So we don't have information. We do our best to kind of look at these spaces, but we have an idea based on the things that we know
Well,
at this
this
point.
idea of the 13 million came from our city
Thank
manager.
you. I just want to make sure that we're tracking. So Vicki, if you look in the staff report,
Yes.
it indicates where the PERS payments went from, it was either 55 or 58 to 60-something and then to 71 in FY '27. The first jump was a $13 million jump. Councilmember Doer, and that information is in your staff
Right.
report. The distinction is that as employees' salaries increase, then their PERS portion will increase. So the question is, of the $13 million difference between FY '25 and FY '26, how much of that is attributed directly to the increase from PERS, and how much of that would have happened anyway?
Right.
Because of the percentage increase from a merit or a COLA?
I think it's important for us to understand that,
Yeah.
because it's important in your presentation. It's important to us, because it's the things we can't control. We have staff. We don't control how much PERS goes up or how they do their calculations. We have zero control. And if virtually a half of the $25 million shortfall is due to that, it really puts it in perspective what we can and can't do. Okay. Thank you.
Referencing back in the staff report, it does say $55 million was the cost in '25, so last fiscal year.
Right.
$68 million is for '26 in the current year budget. That
$13
will
million.
change based on what happens during this year, based on this item before you today. It's not, set in stone. That's our
Understood.
budget.
But I'm just looking for a rough understanding, and that you've provided it. And I just want to make sure, not everyone may have read your staff report. This is very important to me. The things we can control, what we have jurisdiction over, and what we can't, and how big that number is.
Yeah. Okay, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Van Buren, first of all, thank you for the presentation. I want to say a couple things as sort of preface, and then we'll have some questions. But first of all, you've been the Director of Finance now since June of 2022, so 3 years, but with the city since 2016. So you've seen a lot of what we've gone through, which means you've seen ups and downs and different kinds of fiscal environments. And what I appreciate about you when you come to council is it's always, we'll say it's bite-sized, it's approachable for us, because I think you're talking to two different groups, right? You're talking to the 7 of us who are the elected leaders who have to make budget and priority decisions, but you're also talking to the public, right? The people out in space who are out there looking. We've got some media partners here today, and I appreciate you're balancing some of those competing things, because I have the privilege of sitting with you in lots of deeper dive meetings. We all have the privilege of seeing you in different contexts and having questions answered, and it's hard to put into perspective the wealth of knowledge that you bring to the discussion, but also the experience in this city that you bring to the discussion, and then applying that knowledge to the specific facts and circumstance that we find ourselves in a presentation that happens over the course of an hour, right? And you're doing it every time we ask you to come here. It's like you're restarting the conversation. That's for our benefit, of course, because you're situating us where we have been. As electeds, we're tasked with knowing a lot about, a little about a lot of things. So one day it's sewer, the next day it's a budget, then it's being experts on police and fire. And so I appreciate your willingness to engage in that process in a way that is accessible. So that's sort of my starting point. We also find ourselves at a time in this country where there is essentially some national reckoning about government efficiency and what it means for governments to be efficient. And so while I have tried to avoid it, I cannot help but look at some of the commentary that exists on social media about budgets. And I'm not saying our budget specifically. First, you look at the federal government, and there's this element of the world that wants really to everyday ordinary citizens have very strong opinions about what we should be spending our money on and how it's spent. And that starts to leak into the national conversation about I'm a this party and I'm a that party and I'm mad at this person. And I think that at local government, I've learned that all that stuff is just not relevant, right? The 7 of us up here, each of us represent different political walks of life. Each one of us represents different experiences in life. And we really just want to make sure that the lights get turned on, the potholes get filled, the police and fire respond when you need them, right? And so I appreciate that your approach is the opportunity to bridge those realities. And so thank you so much for a great deal of the presentation. I do have some questions, and I'll come back to them in my second round, but I just thought it was important to set the table and how I see the relationship between the presentations, your advocacy for our city, and really there's a lot of good information that you've shared today, and which Madam Mayor has sort of brought to the table through her questions about the ways in which we're funded. Because I don't think it's a mismanagement problem. I don't think we've spent like drunken sailors and now we're trying to fix it. We have some structural issues, we have some revenue issues, and our costs are increasing. This is what everyone faces at their own kitchen table, right? And I think we are no different or immune from those things. And I think each of us brings to it a way to prioritize what we want to fix, and we're just trying to work through it together. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
All right, Councilman Taylor.
Thank you for the presentation, Vicki. These are conversations that, like you said, we have been having since January. So I just want to confirm a couple things, and then I want to work with my colleagues on how I am going to be moving forward through this. Again, in bite-sized pieces. FY26, we're down about $24 million. Planning for FY27, we're estimated about $25 million shortfall. Our 3 biggest funding sources are all declining or broken to some extent. Is that fair to say?
Flat or marginally increasing, yes.
So how much money does the city of Reno have? Because when I look at this, I think we're working towards $25 million, a negative $25 million. We plugged the budget last time with things that were one-time funding, or we cut thing, and it wasn't really one-time funding, it was one-time cuts. We were not doing things. Is that true? So in my mind, when I'm making decisions for Reno and for us and for the city, I'm working from a place of we are negative $25 million going into FY27.
That is correct, based on how we are currently staffed and how the services that we currently provide.
And this may change, as Mayor said, maybe something happens, maybe but that is where I am going to be coming from in my decision-making. And that's gonna require some really tough decisions. We heard a lot of people here talk today about senior services, about our boards and commissions. But what I took from that conversation, a couple of them, was we have got to do what our core services are in this space. And that's going to be very hard and very difficult. And for my colleagues, it has nothing to do with personal preferences. I'm coming from a place of financial management and responsibility. And, maybe things will change, maybe they won't. My second part of this is on your slide 11, I really want to understand maybe in a future presentation, where we can eliminate fees, reduce, eliminate subsidies, and reduce and eliminate certain benefits. And from this position, I am willing to do whatever it takes financially to help the city move forward in this position together. And I'm sure all my other colleagues are too. But those are the things that I'm going to be looking for on how we can solve some of this budget problem moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilman Martinez, go ahead.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Director Van Buren, for the presentation and information. I think I just want to build on some of the stuff that has already been said, specifically on the slide you have up. I know you had talked a little bit about the reduction or elimination of certain benefits, but can you expand that? Is that to benefits for employees, or what are we talking about in that specific section?
Sure, in that specific space, we were looking at benefits across the board, and then based on bargaining groups as well, whether you're represented or unrepresented. In the current space that we live in, if you don't approve this item today, we live in the space that we can only impact those areas that are unrepresented in benefit space, like for employees, like deferred comp, maybe looking at changing some of the benefits for some salary savings or savings long-term. But in that space, as I mentioned, there's only about 230 employees that are not represented. And when you cost this out, we've costed out everything across the board, whether they were represented or not, because we need to know what those costs are for different benefits. How much is 1% in salary? How much is deferred comp at 1%? You know, lots of scenarios. We are in the early stages of doing all of the due diligence that we can to give you the best information to make decisions as we start to move in this process. I realize that we're really early on. I mean, we're 3 weeks into this current year, but this is so critical that we start to plan because we don't think it's going to change. These revenues that are just slowly growing are continuing to get outpaced by the costs. So we need to take some more drastic measures to make the costs match the revenues that we actually have. And the restriction we have, and you've all mentioned it, we have a limited amount of resources. We get this amount of resources to do everything that you want to do. And right now, we're doing these things that continue to cost more without even adding anything.
Thank you. And I just want to highlight one thing and ask a question at the end with what you included in your staff report. So even with those unrepresented employees, the 233 that you keep mentioning, it looks like you looked at a 1% salary decrease, and even that would only lead to about a 1.6% savings of the 25 million deficit. And it looks like you also looked at furloughs. I'm wondering if you can provide a little bit more context on what you did there and any of the cost savings that could happen with furloughs.
City manager, wait, hold on a minute.
Do you have the spreadsheets in front of you?
I don't.
I'll go ahead and give them the numbers then if that's okay with you. So Councilmember Martinez, I want to make sure that we level set on your comments there. So what Vicki and the team have done is looked at reductions in a variety of spaces, and I'm going to give you a couple of contexts. So all the different bargaining groups and the unrepresented employees each have a benefit called a match of deferred comp. And those matches are different depending on the different bargaining groups. Some are 2%, some are 2.5%, and some are 5%, up to the cap that the federal government allows you to contribute to this for retirement. If we were to reduce by 1% every full-time employee, that would be a reduction of $1.6 million in cost that we could then put forward towards solving the $25 million delta. However, because of the number of unrepresented employees is so low, if we only eliminated that reduction for unrepresented employees, it would save us $274,000. We cannot unilaterally affect the rights of anyone who is in a union. It is a negotiated contract between the city and the union, and we are not allowed to go in and say, hey, we're going to reduce your amount of match by 1%. We cannot, unless it's for unrepresented employees only. But again, 1% would get us $274,000 for unreps. Across the organization, it would be a $1.6 million reduction. So that's the challenge, is that we can't force open contracts because we have not hit that 2 years of 5% declining audited revenues. Does that make sense?
Yes, that does. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Anderson.
Okay, thank you. Vicki, I just want to thank you for your work in this area, in this space over the time that I've been serving. I've been through reductions in force and terrible economies in the private sector often. We've gone through this in the private sector often, and one thing I want people to keep their eye on here is that in the private sector, you usually go through reductions in force in a goal for profit sharing or profit forecasting, and that is not what we're looking at here. We are trying to continue to provide the essential services that the community relies on us for. So any reduction in force is as painful for the entire community as it is for us and for you, and I just want to thank you for your really sober and careful work in this area. I have just a few questions. The PERS increases, it's a very large part of the story. Can you just tell us who makes the decisions to increase the PERS and how we receive that information? And also just talk about how that happens to us. It's not something we can necessarily plan for, and even when we have planned for it, in the last 2 to 4 years, it's been extremely out of balance from what we planned for in the past.
Sure, thank you for that question. The PERS board, there's actually a board that oversees this, and they review it every 2 years as far as changing the amounts that come out to us, the table that I showed you. And so it's based on actuarial studies, similar to we do for workers' comp and other things in that area. Depends on the number of retirees, the number of people paying in, because basically the PERS system for us is like Social Security. We don't pay into Social Security, but the PERS system is the retirement system. So the actuarial reports dictate how much money they need in order to pay for those retiring. And so over the last few years, we've seen substantial amounts of retirements in that space, people from the baby boomer age retiring. And so a lot of the costs have gone up as far as to the agencies paying into it to support the system. And those come out every 2 years. We typically get the information verbally. We kind of know in October, but I think the memo usually comes out in November, and that's for the following July 1. So for example, July 1 this year that we just started had a PERS increase. We really knew what that was in October as we were building out the budget. So you don't get a lot of runway to prepare.
Okay, so I just want to make it clear that when the PERS increases happen, they go back into service of keeping the PERS system whole.
Correct.
So that when we have employees retire, they have retirement available to them. Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure people didn't think that the cost to the city of our PERS increase goes directly to the employee immediately. That's not what's happening. It's to the PERS system, the financial system as a whole.
Correct, it's the retirement system.
Okay, great, thank you. I had one more question. I was hoping that you could just expand a little bit more on what reducing and eliminating subsidies or subsidies to other organizations. What could that look like? Because I think the community needs to prepare for what that looks like. I'm assuming that a lot of this is, the city of Reno supports a lot of nonprofits in the community that do really important work, and some of that is going to have to go away.
Sure, I'd like to defer this one to Manager Bryant.
Yeah, thank you
This
very-
is something she's really been working on in that space with other agencies.
So while that is one area that one would consider reducing or eliminating, another one could be the various fees and payments the city of Reno makes to other organizations. So the regional partners with Sparks and Washoe County and I have been meeting regularly for the last 6 months to really drill down into the payments that Reno is making. Some of the contracts or agreements or interlocal agreements, they call them, have been in place for over a decade or more and have not been reviewed, examined, audited, and we've been in the process of doing that to ascertain where Reno has been paying things that maybe we shouldn't be paying. There's a variety out there. We're creating a pretty substantial list. I can give you a couple of concrete examples. So for example, McCarran is not a City of Reno road, yet City of Reno patrols it. The City of Reno pays fees for the crime lab and for the jail, and we are actively looking at auditing those fees that we pay to see whether it is a fee that we should pay. The same thing with the fees we pay to the Regional Training Center. We have police and fire pay those fees. So there's no easy answer today. It's been a conversation that's been going on for quite some time. We've sort of had to reset with the departure of the county manager. And just this week, we've had 2 meetings already with Washoe and Sparks, and we'll be having our 3rd tomorrow on these topics. So it's broad, and we'd be happy to come back with a presentation of all the potential subsidies where we should be discussing whether council continues to want to make those payments or not.
Okay, no, I'm so sorry. Councilman Ebert.
Yeah, I had some questions on, and I'm sorry, this is just a lot of information, but what accounts we're looking at, like where people are being paid out of versus, what positions are potentially subject to layoffs, and what account has the debt. So, is all the debt in the general fund, and are all the positions that are potentially subject to layoff paid from the general fund as well?
Thank you for the question. Today's presentation is really regarding the general fund. What this looks like as we go forward, that's something that Manager Bryant will be working out, and maybe she wants to comment on that. But right now, today, we were discussing the general fund. If you move forward with this and some of these reductions occur, there could be potential impacts to other funds due to the bumping rights and some of the things that civil service and HR are going to talk about. So there may be some impacts, but really today, the talk is really the general fund.
Okay, so they could potentially be from other funds.
Councilmember Ebert, this is Jackie Bryant. So I just wanted to let you know that, yes, Barbara and Jesse will be explaining how it actually works. We do not have the ability, according to the current contract language in the CBAs, to limit potential layoffs to a particular fund. Generally, the short answer is they're generally based on seniority and some other criteria. They'll go through that in more detail.
Is there any kind of look into like what work is done by these positions too? Like we talk about code enforcement officers like paying for themselves, or these positions where we've looked at, what kind of need we have. Is that also a factor?
It is, yes. We look on a regular basis. We actually started this work last fall when we were building out this budget and identifying the costs associated with each department, the revenue generated by each department, where we can improve. We're constantly looking at improving and analyzing what opportunities for increased efficiencies there are. So all of that work is something that is done on a regular basis, and we will continue to do that.
Okay, that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Councilwoman Dorr, go ahead.
So I know we're looking for immediate savings, and I understand why that's important, because the earlier you take cuts, the longer you have to aggregate the savings and the greater impact it can have. I know you said, but could you repeat, so there's a proposal to, I think it is cut 8 positions. Did you calculate what those savings are?
I'll take that, Councilmember Dewar. So let me back up. So the reduction in force is the authority to implement the layoff process.
Sure.
There are 8 positions identified today.
Okay.
The equivalent of which is $1.6 million.
But I thought I heard, I just wanted to confirm. Okay. So my question is, it's been said numerous times, both from you and you, that we can't open up the labor contracts And I think you mean forcibly open up, forcibly do pay cuts without opening up, right? As an example, like, let's say we said we'd rather do 5% across the board than start laying off staff, to get some immediate savings. But you've said to us today that we can't do that because that would be a negotiation with each of the labor contracts. We can't do it unless we trigger this thing in NRS, right? The 5% year-over-year decline in revenues, right?
Correct. And in order to reopen those contracts, both parties would have to agree to
Right.
reopen.
So my question is it possible to start a conversation where both parties could agree? Because I have to believe that the labor groups will not want the city manager making all the decisions here on what needs to be cut in a RIF. They will want to be at the table having that conversation with us. And so I would think it would be in their interest to be participating with us. I mean, is that something that we could offer to them, to have them be our partners in this?
Let me take that. Yes,
Yes.
so Councilmember Dewar, unfortunately, the labor laws really don't allow us to say, hey, would you like to open up your contract so that we can negotiate the benefits? They can approach us with that, and we can have those conversations. We've been meeting with labor for about 8 months now, once a week, explaining where we are and
Yeah.
the benefit is. And we're giving them all the information. So certainly, everyone has the information should something like that.
Well-
But we have to be really careful not to do regressive bargaining and things like
Right,
that.
right. But I'm looking at it more as a positive, that if I'm in their position, I'm wanting to be part of the conversation and the solution, rather than have you or the assistant city managers or even us just say, you know what, unilaterally, this is what we need to do on a RIF basis. So I'm just putting it out there. And my other thing I wanted to mention is I'm very concerned about this change at the state from accrual basis to a, is it a cost basis?
Cash basis.
Cash basis. I'm very concerned with all of this changes with the programming, because it's like, look here, and it's very hard to track. You've mentioned this several times. So my request, this is a longer-term thing, but I really think we have to team up with other local governments, and when this settles, do some kind of audit to make sure we got the money that is owed to us. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do, absolutely.
Okay, is that something that's possible?
We are all talking all the time. Washoe County, Sparks, we are talking all the time because it's making it very challenging for all of us.
When you're
Yes,
doing all
absolutely.
this, it's like, look here, don't look there, and where's the money that we can identify through a forensic type audit? I just want to make sure we get what's owed, not too much, not too little. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This may be for you, Ms. Van Buren, or to our manager, I'm not sure. But often, because there's been a number of recent news articles about salary, pay, benefits related to top earning city employees, we even had a person in public comment express some displeasure about who they believe was being overpaid. I have to really think about, how did we get there? Your first slide was, how did we get here? And we don't pick the salaries of our employees out of a hat just because I like a position or a person, right? We do that based on studies about what comparable jurisdictions pay for similar situated jobs. We look at a person's skill, background, expertise, the education training that they've had to get to that position, their experience in other local governments, right? So is our pay scale for our employees out of line with other local jurisdictions and governments? Are we somehow grossly out of line? It is hard because, of course, the average American earns a significantly lower salary working. Maybe a teacher. My daughter is a teacher, earns like $50,000 a year for the most noble of professions, right? So it's hard when that person says, well, I don't understand why insert this level person is earning a larger salary than that. So help me understand that, because you've identified in slide number 8 that salaries and benefits are 81% of our expenses. So I'm trying to square all this up, and in part because I understand it, but the public might not. And, Dan Morgan might be sitting in the audience and he understands it, but someone else who is listening online doesn't understand it. So what they see is something that they don't, it doesn't equate with their life experience. And so then they get very negative about it or react negatively to it. Even the number that was posted today or that was discussed in public comment by Mr. Rossi, I think is not accurate, right? When you talk about what NPRI gathers from public data and puts into a chart, I'm not sure it really is reflective of what a person actually earns at the city of Reno. But can you speak to that a little bit? Because it does seem that, and even Vice Mayor Taylor has made a very good point about what we have to do with the information we have. And of course, Madam Mayor said our priorities are going to be identified through this process. I can tell you right now, my priorities are public safety. They always have been. It's always the starting point. A safe city is an important component of a thriving city. And we have done everything we can to make sure that our police officers and firefighters are very well paid. But you even had another public commenter today who came and said, we don't have enough. And I'm trying to figure out how he thinks we can have more police officers with our $25 million deficit, but yet we shouldn't pay them a wage that is commensurate with the scary job that they do every day, and he wants them to come home. But I can tell you that public commenter doesn't want to see taxes raised, doesn't want to pay more for the services. He thinks we're going to magically wand through it. So what can you say about that? Just our employees, who are the most important part of this organization.
Right, absolutely. I just have, some brief comments, and then I'm sure Manager Bryant has some things to say on this. But, obviously our HR team, they look at various other agencies. We do class and comp studies to make sure that we're paying within the right range for the right jobs. We're competitive within the market. We want to make sure that the employees are paid competitive with the wage they can get somewhere else. And so we are well within the range of all of our local agencies that represent around us. And we want to make sure that we stay in that same area, because otherwise you're not going to be able to recruit. You're not going to be able to get people to do those tough jobs and things as well. And I'm sure Manager Bryant has
Well, let
some-
me just interject, though, because you've raised the important part of this conversation I think is important for all of us to think about. It's about attracting qualified persons and keeping them, right? Because by the time you attract them, if you let them go after 2 years and they just go to another agency where they can make more, we spend all the money to train them and all the knowledge that they have, and they take it with them out the door. We want to be the premier place to work, because when we have that, we provide better services across all of our departments. We have happier employees doing greater work, right? So I think it's important that people understand we can't just go slash and burn all of our employees' salaries. I don't think that's the answer. Yes, I believe there's a space to have conversations with represented groups about what's going on fiscally for us, but the answer is not to just say, and I'll just pick on Bob Smith, you're taking a 25% haircut. I don't think that's the right answer. So, and Ms. Bryant, did you have something you?
I
didn't mean
do.
to
I just want to put a
interject.
few things in context. Thank you very much for the question. So, police officers get shot, firefighters run into buildings that are on fire. We need to pay them an amount of money that make them want to do that job. Now, the salaries referenced by the public commenter earlier is not quite accurate. That may have been an annual payment, but it likely and probably guarantee you that it includes a certain amount of overtime, which accounts for that.
It
And that
might
means
also have been paid out
it
accrued
could have been
sick leave
paid
as
out
they
over
were leaving,
retirement,
all
sick
that
leave,
stuff.
exactly. There's a variety of factors that go into that. But yes, our salaries are across the board are consistent with our regional partners. We did a class and compensation study about 3 years ago. We're still fine-tuning some elements of that. And we want to be within the market. We want to be within the range. Additionally, we don't have the same number of police officers today that we did in 2008. We still haven't recovered, and that doesn't account for the population growth. So there are a significant number of challenges that, as Vicki has pointed out time and time again, truly are structural and economic. And the only thing we can do with that is respond, because the structural component is governed by the state, the legislature, or in this case, PERS, and the economic is governed by how much we receive in property tax, C-tax, franchise fees, and business licenses. So our limited ability to adjust is simply to respond to the staffing element.
I also want you to make it very clear, because you just said that we have not recovered from bringing on our officers. I really want to stress that this council has done everything humanly possible to exceed the numbers that we need.
We have.
And we have put the money towards that. But because of the way the cycle works and the system of when people retire out.
Yes, I can answer
It's
that.
really difficult to catch up there. So I don't want anyone to take away from this conversation that the council didn't fund it. That was always my priority when I got into office. I was very clear about that, that our officers and firefighters were still are number one. And again, we put in record investments. There is not another body that can claim that into our public safety infrastructure and the men and women that work in our departments.
That's 100% accurate. So council repeatedly emphasizes public safety as number one.
As
Police,
much-
dispatch, fire.
Sorry, I just wanted to say, as much as all you conspiracy theorists out there want to say that, oh yeah, Mayor Sheevy defunded the police. So, you know where to go
I can say
when I
that
tell you this.
and this council not
So you
only
can
you increase the number of police officers, but given the
I get
cost
so upset.
of people, it's very difficult to keep up in an environment where our revenues are declining. So 64% of our general fund budget is for police, fire, and dispatch. That tells you right there what council's priority is.
Yeah, definitely. So one of the things I do want to bring up, I think this is important. Councilman Reese brought up the conversation, and I've been through it many times, many times. Different times constitute different measures, I think that we always say. And we go up and down. And also, organizations change, businesses change. The things that we needed a decade ago, we may not need today. AI changes things, technology changes things, innovation changes things, science changes things every single day. And so we are definitely evolving. But one of the only things there are the cost controllable in private business, and it's no different, is in your labor, right? That is one cost controllable, and that's sort of where we sit today. And again, it really comes down to the council priorities, and they really are, what I do know for a fact, it's public safety, infrastructure and cleanliness, economy and housing, responsiveness and community engagement, transparency. These are the top 5, and environmental impacts. So this is what people really want to see, and we need to hone down on and focus on that. But I also, once those are completely identified, I also think that we need to understand what those goals are. And it does start when you see, I think there was some very poor messaging whenever it was that we are laying off people in that sense, because I look at a lot of it as restructuring. Those are things that we might not have needed moving forward, because things adapt, they change. We have to change with them. And we're going to have to continue to look at those things that make sense that we keep, or those things that don't make sense. There are some things that I think are antiquated that we need to do a better job. But part of that is looking at those salaries. And I know it's a difficult conversation to have, and I'm not going to be a very popular person in this building, but it does need to be looked at what those salaries and wages are. And what I'd say is, I think it's difficult for us to decide that, and we need an outside audit firm to say, are those in line that what we're seeing across a national average? Because if not, then we erode the trust of the public. And now more than ever, it's hard to be an elected official. I don't care what you do, you cannot get it right. You will never get it right, even when you are getting it right. If it's black, it's white. If it's white, it's black. You cannot win. But there are certain things that I think that we step into ourselves by the way that we talk about, laying off people. We might get there. But let me tell you something. The previous council before us was in a much worse position and laid off how many employees? I think they laid off a few hundred employees. We are not there. We're fortunate, but I also want to be good stewards, I think everyone up here, of the money that we spend. And it's very hard to justify when you see very inflated, it looks to be inflated, and I get that they have experience and they've been doing it a long time, and we might not attract, the best people. Well, there are a lot of people out there that will do the job. There really are, now more than ever, because we are seeing a decline in jobs. And I do think that we need to look at what does the future look like in that capacity. And again, I think we need to look at an outside audit firm, because inside City Hall, there are, people perceive relationships or whatever. Again, you're an elected or you work in the government, it's a very negative connotation in the public view. It's really tough. I've never seen it so tough and so stressful to sit in these seats, whether you are in finance or you are at the executive level, you're in Parks and Rec, doesn't matter, or here. It is stressful. It keeps me up at night, and I know it keeps you guys up at night. So I think that's where we need to look at the future and the change and what an outside independent audit looks like. And we might have to make some really tough decisions, but we got to start at the top. And that even means council members, if we do furloughs or pay cuts or whatever that looks like. And then someone also mentioned selling properties. I don't know if it was, I can't remember on this body. It's certainly something to look at. But that also, when you have that much debt, which this council did not go into those contracts. None of us stepped into those challenging properties. And then other agencies left the city holding the bag and said, sorry. And let me tell you something, the city of Reno has been the one that's like, okay, don't worry, we'll come in, we'll fix it. I mean, I love the heart of our city. I love it. But it hasn't been sustainable. And other partners and agencies need to understand that. But they saddled us with those very challenging properties and situations and other services throughout this entire city that really were not under the purview of the city of Reno. They weren't, but we stepped in and did it anyway because we want to provide a great quality of life for everyone. I do think the city of Reno has one of the biggest hearts I've ever seen, and I love that about our city. That's why it made me want to run for office, and I think all of you up here want the same. But as we move forward, we're going to have to change the way that we see the dynamic and how we come to the table, because it's challenging. But I do think people need to realize the sky is not falling. We've been here before, and we will get through it again, and we'll get through it together. But we also need to ensure the trust of the public, because when you see those numbers, I also go, that's hard, but it's got to be here at the top, and then you can look and say, okay, now we're going to go into laying people off. And quite honestly, there's a lot of restructuring to do. Jackie, we've had this conversation because times have changed for our needs and technology. Things are changing. So we do have to keep up with those recent times economically too. So, all right, sorry. I just get very passionate about this because there are people that love their conspiracies and love to tell very half-truths, I guess, out there that really have no idea or they just love the narrative, I think. Anyway. City Manager Bryant.
So, Mayor, at this point, Barbara has a fairly lengthy presentation on a process.
Yeah, and we need to go into attorney-client.
We do, and that information was in your staff report, so I'm not sure whether the body is interested in that presentation or not. I just wanted to kind of tee that up for you.
I guess I'm trying to figure out where that fits in. I guess, can you help me?
Sure, it's more of informative. So if council votes to implement a reduction in force, there's a process that civil service follows and the CBAs are follow that must be followed. That's just the way it is. It's a law.
So I feel like we're premature at this point, and I'll tell you why. Because again, I want to see what that looks like at the top, because I think it sends this message that, again, I think the messaging was not accurate to the restructuring, but I think we have to be prepared that if we have to go there, we're going to have to go there. And so I think her presentation is warranted, but at the same time, the council needs to have a discussion on what does it look like? What are your priorities? Do you guys want to start laying off people? Do you want to start maybe talking about furloughs? Where are we at? Because I feel like this is not the conversation that we have had at this body, and we need to have it, because I don't know what any of you think. I really don't know. And I think that that's important to be transparent with the public, and we owe it to the people that come to work every single day. They need to know, so they're not coming here feeling uneasy. I think that's fair. So I'm going to start with you, Councilman Reese.
Well, Madam Manager, is it the case that we can take our break that we need to take for our legal briefing and then come back and have the presentation? I'm willing to hear the presentation.
Yeah, and I would love to hear a presentation too. I think it's probably good, but I think that should be the second half.
Yeah, I'm saying,
that's possible.
I think
Yeah.
we can hear that. Can we take our break, come back for the second piece, and then we'll be prepared to engage in that question that Madam Mayor has asked about?
Yes.
I'm also Councilmember Ebert here. I had a couple more questions. I don't know if we have time to do this now.
Yeah, I would, sorry, I'd like to weigh in because I think I skipped over you. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to kind of piggyback off of what you said regarding like just what are our priorities. And I know that the population has grown significantly since 2008. And I know the cost of houses has gone up significantly since 2008. So I know that our property tax revenue is probably the highest it's ever been. So I think it would be very beneficial if the council could have a comparison of what was happening pre-2008 when we were able to have more police force than we do currently, and just see where are those discrepancies for what we could afford then versus what we have now. And I know that there's costs that have increased, but I'd like to know what those are. If we can find ways to reduce those, or if there's expenses that we just don't really need, and try and find a way back to where we had that number of officers. I know there's tariffs and things like that happening. I know the horse fencing went up significantly just because of tariffs, but I think we really need to take a hard look at what's different from then. And I know we're not in the same position, we're doing a lot of layoffs, but how did we afford more officers in 2008 with less revenue coming in? So I don't know if that's possible, but I think it would be really good for the council to see, and also for the public to see, you know, where the money is going, literally, and it gives council an opportunity to say where we would like to continue funding things. So those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for giving me an extra time to speak.
I can speak to it a little bit. I have these slides. We've talked about them in previous presentations, not this year, but I think last year, even the year before. When you look at the history of 2008, that time frame where we actually had a recession, we had sharp declines, and I even talked about that today. Today is different than then. Back then, we had a sharp decline and a quick decline, first in consolidated taxes, and then there's a 2-year lag, and then property tax decline as well.
I don't mean to interrupt, yeah, but I'm just saying, when we say we don't have our officers up to the numbers that we had pre-2008, so I'm not necessarily talking about the recession that happened. I'm talking about pre-recession, when we had more police officers. How did we manage that? Because we did not have as much property tax revenue coming in at that time.
Correct. And so what I'm trying to explain to you is, it took us 10 years, that decline from those two revenue sources, the two largest ones, took us 10 years to get back to the same dollars. Same dollars in that space. That's not inflation adjusted. So the same police officer 10 years earlier does not cost the same 10 years later. And you saw the PERS charts, you see all of these things. That's how we can't get back. We are working toward, and we've been working toward getting back to those numbers, but the costs, again, continue to increase. And we didn't even have inflation adjusted dollars. We got back to the same dollar amount 10 years after that occurred.
So even with the population increase and the increased number of houses, our property tax revenue didn't increase to the 2008 levels for 10 years?
10 years, yes, because all of those properties were readjusted based on the new rates. And so property tax was paid on that. And this is part of one of the problems here too. It's tax capped at that 3%. So your house was worth 500,000. Now it's only worth 250,000. Now you're tax capped at 3% to grow out of that again. So it resets at that point, and it
I'm
takes
talking about
forever to even get back to the same dollars again.
Yes, but I'm talking about new development. So the new development is new. It's added to the tax rolls. And there's a lot of new development. So I understand the depreciation of existing development, but the addition of the development should have also increased our tax base.
Yes, I mean, new development does increase it, but your total tax base is really where our revenues come from. New development is going to fluctuate year over year.
Okay. I think that's what I'm talking about, is that piece of new development should have increased our property tax revenue. Like, what has that been?
Madam Mayor, this goes back to what you said earlier, which is that property tax also depreciates on the older homes, right?
Yeah.
So while you're increasing on new homes, it's constantly decreasing on older homes. Today, a cheeseburger is $8. Last, 20 years ago, it was 25 cents. I don't understand, is that part of the answer?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, when
Thank
you
you.
build 1,000 houses though, in a neighborhood, those 1,000 houses are just now in the tax roll. They're not depreciating yet, and even if, there's depreciation, if the property values go up, then the tax rate can go up, 3%. There's that cap. So there should be an increase in revenue. I mean, I'm surrounded by new development, and maybe it's different in the other wards because it's not as apparent, it's more infill. But there's a significant amount of new development that's happened since 2008.
If I could just hop in with some additional context. Getting staffing back up to the pre-2008 levels isn't just a form of being able to afford it, it's also a form of being able to hire, train, and staff to a level that outpaces retirements. And so when you're talking about number of officers in 2025 compared to number of officers in 2008, there are a variety of factors that go into the volume of talent that we can actually bring on at any said time. I think this could be wrong, but the number that's in my head is that we lost 60 police officers through layoffs during the recession. We can only hire and train, is it 20 per academy?
25.
25 per academy, and you very rarely get 25 officers through an academy because there's attrition. So it's not just about the budget, it's about the ability to get that critical and expensive 18 months worth of time, 25 officers at a time. So you're always running against a clock that's retiring.
Okay. Are we having 25-ish retirements a year?
I think we
We
actually
are-
average around 40.
We average around 40.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a big, big number, and it's a big fallout for us. So,
Okay. All
yeah.
right. Well, that's
Okay.
helpful to know too.
Okay, I'm going to hand it over to Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you,
Taylor,
Madam
go
Mayor.
ahead.
And I'm going to take this in a different direction really briefly. I know we need to close up and go to break. One of the joys of serving on this board is we all have solutions. We all have ideas. So when we hear a problem like this, we're all coming and saying, Jackie, have you thought about this? Vicky, have you thought about this? What if we don't buy yellow pencils for 10 years or something? Can we save the money? Where can we find the money? And I go back to a couple months ago when we had the review of the city manager. This does, as much as it impacts us, I know it impacts you and your team every single day, every single night. So my commitment is I am going to get behind our city manager, and I know that she is doing everything that she can with her team to keep people here, to keep people employed, and to keep the city running. And I know that because I meet with her every single week, and she's gone over all of the lines, all of the furloughs. How do we reduce here? How do we do that? They are doing their job. You guys are doing your job, and I have a confidence in that. So for me, as much as I want to be a solution-oriented person, and I call her all the time, Jackie, what can we do here? What about? She's like, I'm already doing it. What about AI? I'm already doing it. This is the city manager that we hired, and this is the job that she's doing. So I will support you in what you need to do to carry
Yeah,
this out.
I understand, and I think that's an important part. And I want you to understand that this is in no way, matter of fact, Jackie just got here. And I say, Jackie, are you glad that we put you in this position? Because she walked into some tough circumstance, and thank God she did. And she's incredibly talented, incredibly talented. But I do want people to remember, because I've sat here for a long time, that sometimes, and it would make sense, our agenda can be very different than staff's agenda. And we might not understand what their responsibilities and roles have to be. So we walk in too sometimes not understanding the full scope of why we might need something, right? I can't tell you what maintenance and operations might need. I'm not an expert in that field. And so we have to lean into a lot of your expertise and the department's expertise. So, but I also want everyone to understand, sometimes our role up here, it looks very different than what you guys see on the other end. So it really takes understanding on both sides. But it has to work both ways, because I've also been many years ago where it was really a staff-driven budget. And at the end of the day, we all have to answer to our constituents and say, why did you make those decisions? Like you just said, you're going to make those decisions based on what Jackie recommends, right?
And the data that's presented in the
Right.
research, for
And-
sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I just want to clarify that. Okay, I think we should go into our attorney-client, because and then how long do you think, Jackie? 40 minutes, 45? Okay, so then let's come back at 2 o'clock. And that gives everyone time to get something and get up and walk around. All right, we will be back. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
moving, what's happening, so.
Hi, Councilmember Ebert, can you hear us? Councilmember Ebert, can you hear us? Oh, now she's unmuted. Megan, can you hear us?
Yeah. Can
Okay.
you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay.
Ready? All right, Madam Clerk, we are back on the record. I appreciate everyone's patience during our attorney-client meeting, so thank you, because I thought we were going to be back
No
much
problem. So
sooner.
we're reconvening at 2:41, and all members are present with Councilmember Ebert present online.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I think I was at, maybe at your, I think you were the one that wanted to ask a question, and I cut you off. So I apologize. So I'm going to pick up where I left off, and Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think, Ms. Ackerman, were you the next part of the presentation? I think so. I think I was getting really excited for that part, and so maybe just come forward and I'll maybe tee up my thought process for you. you understand the difficult place we are in today. We just had the table set by Ms. Van Buren about our financial picture, right? Some reality checks that we need to be having, probably on a monthly basis, I'm guessing. But I know that the next parts of the presentation are quite long, and I was trying to figure out a way to tee up the question in order that we could get the answer, which I think we understand, and having looked at the presentation and staff report, outstanding work. But my understanding is the whole concept of the agenda item is related to where we get to financially that may lead us then to do things like reductions in force, right? And I know that some are governed by civil service rules, very complex, and some are governed by collective bargaining agreements, also equally complex and varied, right? So it's more like, can you just give us an overview of why that happens and how that implicates sort of our voting decision, which we have to make about whether or not the manager should have the authority to do a thing when the financial position or picture is what it is. Does that make sense? Because I'm just trying to figure out how we cannot, all of us, understand the complexity of civil service, not in this forum. And I obviously know a bit more about it because of the nature of my private life. But I just thought for our benefit, maybe that could be the way that you explained why we're here today. Does it make sense? Yeah.
Is really going to focus on the mechanics of the process. And so that would follow decisions made here today. Okay. Obviously, why we're here is because the city has a lack of funds. And so that being identified, it's up to the city council to do a formal authorization of the city manager at that point to then create a plan. So those are the two parts of the puzzle that city council and city manager play. So the city council really only authorizes the reduction to occur. And the city manager then role would be just to design the plan that would lay out the reduction in force based on council priorities, on operational needs, and those types of things. That once that occurs, then it really gets handed over to HR and civil service, and the processes are implemented. And those processes are governed by civil service rules and collective bargaining agreements, and they're very specific in how that works. And so there's not we can do this and we can do that. It's this is how you do it, and this is how it gets implemented, and it is very structured. It is also very complicated and complex, like you had stated.
Well, and I guess not because I'm trying to short circuit any of the informational part, but you said something there that really strikes me as important, and that is the council has some obligations at a budgetary and priority setting role to identify our priorities, right? If my priority is public safety, for example, then it is incumbent upon the manager to carry out that in various ways, right? You're saying that when the economic situation presents itself that we find ourselves in today, that then has a specific set of obligations that our manager translates into what she would or he would have to do on the civil service and on the collective bargaining side through HR. Right? So that makes sense to me. May I ask one other kind of related question, and that is, civil service has the role to play, and why is that? What is it about civil service that makes it the linchpin for that moment between budget, manager, strong manager form of government, the council, and then into that civil service side?
So the reason why, so initially, the Civil Service Commission, we don't make any decisions to lay off employees. Like you said, that happens at this other level. But the city charter provides the authority to the Civil Service Commission to create processes and procedures regarding how that's implemented. Because the Civil Service Commission is a neutral third party. They don't have really any skin in the game of who's getting laid off and why they're getting laid off. They just are told, we're reducing this number of this classification in this department in this number of positions. Now you figure out using your rules, working with HR to work with the collective bargaining agreement procedures to then identify the individuals who would be impacted.
Madam Mayor, if I just may, one last thought, and that is to say that, so Ms. Ackerman, it is not your role as civil service or even HR's role to say, what the budget is or where we are financially, right? That is
Correct.
Ms. Van Buren, and then in a strong manager form of government, then Ms. Bryant has to make some decisions trying to implement what we voted on as our priorities through the budgetary process. And we are today called upon to essentially authorize that reduction in force language to be able to be applied as needed. Is that correct?
Correct.
But if a reduction in force would be required in the future, and I'm not saying it will be, but it could be, given the financial picture that's been presented, we would have to come back each time for that? Or no, we're saying authorization today would carry out for the year?
So I think that's what the item says, but I'll defer that to Director.
That's
That makes
correct. And it
sense.
looks like we have an attorney here with us if she wants to come to the podium.
And
Thank you,
before,
Susan.
Ms. Ackerman, if you could do name and title for the record, please.
Barbara Ackerman, Chief Examiner with Civil Service.
Thank you.
Deputy City Attorney Susan Ball that everything she said is correct. The Civil Service Commission has absolutely nothing to do with what goes on, like your determination by city charter. City charter empowers this body, your body.
And that's why we have to take the vote
Right.
affirmatively today if that's our vote.
So it would just be one resolution if approved, and it would not come back each time. You're
Understand.
given the blanket authority.
Now it makes sense to me. Now I'm understanding fully the picture that was presented.
Are we doing
And
questions?
wouldn't, and I'm just curious to the city manager, and wouldn't it be something I would think we should do based on, what we need as we move forward, whether you have to or you don't have to, but something that puts something in place where we can make decisions quickly?
Yes, and I think that that's exactly what it authorizes, given the challenges that we have currently with the revenues coming in, where we really don't, it's very difficult to predict on a day-by-day basis. And the whole goal of starting early is in order to minimize the impact to the organization in the future. I would recommend that Vicki comes back every month. This is our first meeting back from break. It's a tough reentry. I apologize for that, but we have to address this now to avoid greater implications in the future. But I would recommend that Vicki come back on a monthly basis to give us a public presentation on where we are, because the revenues are just so difficult to predict right now. We really need to be monitoring it on a month-to-month basis. Vicki monitors it every day. We chat multiple times a week, but I think it'd be prudent to come back so that everybody can see where we are.
Okay. Thank you. No, that makes a lot more sense. I understand. Okay. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dorr.
And I think I had a question along the same lines, which is just, I'm willing to support you and what you need
Bless
to
you.
do to get us on the path to sustainability. What I'm not as comfortable doing is a carte blanche blanket approval, because I think we need to take responsibility and ownership for, if we're laying off people, we need to know we're laying off people and not have it a decision just you're making with your team. And I like the idea that you would be having Vicki come back monthly, and that might just be each month you tell us what you need and we do that thing. I'd be very comfortable with that. But just saying that right now, I don't know if it's 830 or 200. I'm not comfortable with that level of a plan. So,
Sure.
do you have a thought?
Yes, I can address that. So what we're looking at right now is 8 individuals, 6 are in development services, 1 is in public works and 1 is in auditing. The perspective is, where do you identify the need first? How do you not wreck the organization? It's exceedingly difficult to identify humans that you're going to impact their life negatively. So the basis for this round is that the workload is not there, or we can outsource the work. Now, to be clear, we cannot outsource work that belongs to a bargaining unit, but we can if it's an unrepresented individual. I can't promise that we won't have more. I really don't know what the future holds. I didn't think we would be here, but it's just where we are.
I guess
So
I'm
does that
just
give you some
saying
context?
that it's a shared burden. if you will, because nobody wants to do this. And we have the ultimate responsibility for the city's budget and for these kind of decisions per the charter, et cetera. And you have the role of doing the analysis and making recommendations to us. So I would just like to retain our roles. And if I understood what Ms. Ackerman was saying and sort of what you were saying and how this reads, the proposed motion to reduce staff, to take all necessary steps for fiscal year. That's the part, even if you did it quarterly, so in blocks to where we could understand what's happening. But we've already received a lot of pushback because we don't know exactly the details you're doing. But we do own it. It is our job to be responsible for it. So I think we have to kind of do some shared, you need to propose and we need to approve each time.
Just for
Yeah.
clarity then, are you proposing that I come to you with an identification of particular individuals and you
No.
either agree or don't
Uh,
agree?
No, just as you've done it now. You said I'm having 8 individuals and I expect to save, I think you said 1.6
understand.
million earlier. I just think we need to know that at the same time so that when we get the calls, whether it's from our own staff, the public, media, we're in the loop and we know what we're doing.
I understand.
So that would be my motion is just, and I'm willing to say quarterly, but I really think we need to know as we go. So if you
I'm
have her
comfortable
coming
with the
back
quarterly.
monthly?
I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah, I'll second the motion.
Does that make sense? I mean,
Okay.
quarterly would start July 1, and not retroactively. I'm talking about proactively. Okay, does that make sense? You're still going to have her come monthly?
Correct.
Okay, but
Yeah.
proactively is what I'm suggesting.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a motion. I have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
Okay.
So just to be clear, this is Carl, just to be clear, the motion was to approve the resolution with regular reports back from the city manager?
And it wasn't for fiscal year 2025, 26, it was for quarter 1.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're clear on the record. Thank you.
And if you have to do it in between a quarter, well, you come when you need to,
Sorry, City Attorney Hall, so if the resolution is drafted and attached, how are they approving the resolution that's attached?
As amended.
Approve it as amended.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk. Item C2. Do you have any public comment?
We do have public comment on item C2. We received one letter of correspondence in opposition. We do not have any live public comment for item C2.
Okay, thank you so much.
No, wow.
Hi,
Good afternoon.
how are you? Go right ahead.
I'm well, thank you.
Jump in.
Madam Mayor, members of the council. For the record, John Flansburgh, Regional Infrastructure Administrator. This item is a request to reallocate state and local fiscal recovery funds through the ARPA program from the Truckee Meadows Park Foundation to the Virginia Range Horse Protection Project. This item is in alignment with public safety. I just want to give an update on the horse fencing project to date. The north phase this portion is completed. We are connected all the way from Mariloma Drive down to Veterans Parkway. In addition, there's a small section that was fenced north of the Demonte High School, and then the section from Demonte High School around the Rhyolite Pit, and that completed our north phase project. So that work is all completed. We're currently in the south phase. We had a few problems with some easements to finalize our fence project, but on this picture, I want to show the green line. So on the south, in center of the photo towards south, you'll see where the green is. That is where the Nevada Department of Ag actually has placed their fence. So we now have a fence from the south. We have a fence from the north down. The section in the middle, that south phase that has a little bit of red and then has the blue going up Geiger grade and back down, that is the piece that we're talking about to complete with our project. This is very important because with those two sections done, we actually create a funnel that would bring the horses down Geiger Grade or Toll Road. So that's the reason for the need of this project. As you recall, the purpose of the project to begin with was because of the horse vehicle accidents that we were seeing down in the, off of Veterans Parkway in that part of our city, Ward 6 as it is today. Just as a recap, all the funding that has gone into this project, we have had $500,000 of ARPA funds previously allocated to this project. The Reno City Council has allocated $410,000 total to this project. NDOT agreement for $280,000, a wild horse connection. Donations to council, $47,500. Regional Transportation Commission, a total of $40,000. Washoe County, $30,000, and then a private donation through the Community Foundation of $10,000, for a total of $1,317,500. The expenditures for the project to date, everything in black on the table has been expended. The piece that we are not yet is the up to $660,000 for the finalization construction of that portion of fence that we showed earlier. As you can see, the total would be higher than the revenue or the funding that's been identified. And this is the shortfall. So approximately $33,000 deficit. This item is being brought to you today because these funds, the state and local fiscal recovery funds remaining from a project that was sponsored with the Truckee Meadows Park Foundation for Virginia Range Trails Plan in the amount of $50,000. It was a reimbursement agreement, so the work that they had completed to date and submitted was a little over 12. So the remaining amount in that budget is $37,210.87. Councilmember Doer had asked that this item come before you today as it relates to this project, if we could use this for the shortfall. We've just had a very difficult conversation about finances. I'm not oblivious to that. I want to be clear that these funds had to be designated for projects prior to December 31st, 2024, and they have to be spent by December 31st, 2026. The projects that have been identified, certainly the two projects before you today, the horse protection project was one of the projects that had been identified. The trails plan for Virginia Range had also been identified. And this is the item.
Right, yes, I'm going to hand it over to Councilwoman Dewar. Go ahead.
Well, just a little more background. So everyone on council that was here at the time was allocated $70,000 of ARPA monies to direct as they saw fit. Each of us selected a different project. I actually divided my money. Some of it went for cleanups, $20,000, and I put $50,000 into a planning project for a Virginia Range Trail. We selected the vendor to be the Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation, and now we all know recently they are going out of business. So what happened is that, as John said, just to recap, due to tariffs and other issues, the bid came in much higher than expected, so there is a shortfall. And I had asked, this was my money to allocate to the parks, I asked for it to be reallocated to this project for a couple of basic reasons. One, we're in process in a capital project that is a public safety project that is halfway done. If we don't finish it, we will have actually created a bigger problem than we started out with, because we will now funnel all horses down Geiger Grade and Toll Road, where they will be at great risk. Number two, we had 50 cars totaled before we started this project in a short period of time, and 50 horses died, and that's the nature of the public safety aspect. And on the other side, I'm still committed to the trail project, but we're finding a new home. It isn't settled. It looks like Truckee Meadows Regional Planning may be able to step up, but that isn't settled. But I'm committed to continuing to find funds, and just as an example of my commitment, not only did I allocate the ARPA money to that project, I also gave $10,000 of my council funds to Chucky Meadows Parks Foundation. So I'm very disappointed with how things have gone over there. They're still sorting out their world, but we have the money. Capital projects are important to finish. Planning projects have a little bit more flexible timeline, and I'm pretty confident. I've already talked to several groups about helping them not just get the money that, this $37,000, but more money. You know, it was my intention always to find more money, whether I'm on council or off council. So I would just ask that, you know, this portion of my ARPA funds be dedicated to this in progress.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
So with that being said,
Yeah.
because it is your allocation,
Yeah.
and we all got our own separate allocations, give me a motion, please.
Okay, well,
Do we get any discussion or questions? Can I ask a question?
Really, it's her.
It's not her money. I
It's her
disagree. It is the people's
I
money.
asked her for a motion,
Well, I'd like to ask
I
a
asked
question
her
on the
for a
presentation.
motion.
Okay, then I'll ask during discussion.
and that's exactly right.
okay.
Do I need to go into recess?
No,
We can go into recess.
no, I
We
moved.
can. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Well, I would move to reallocate the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, SLURF, received through the ARPA from the Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation to the Virginia Range Horse Protection Project in the amount of $37,210.87.
Okay,
Second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. The process is discussion. Councilwoman Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you so much. John, on one of your slides, you said there was $660,000 sitting someplace that hasn't been used for this project. Is that accurate? Where is this money and why isn't it being used?
The difference between the expenditures that have been taken place to date, we have a bid out there right now. We have a couple of easements that we still need to acquire.
What easements do we need to acquire?
So the initial alignment that we had set up on this project, in the attainment of the easements, we got some opposition. So we needed to look at a different route, so we're looking at an
Who gave us
alternative-
opposition on the easements? What I'm trying to understand is where is the holdup in this project moving forward with our partners? Because we were supposed to have an NDOT easement, right?
Yes, NDOT is fine. We have a
Okay.
couple private property owners that we expected to have easements from. We did not obtain those easements. So we are looking at a different alignment, and that is where we're trying to obtain the easements now. But they're with a couple private property owners.
So there's 600,000 plus money that still hasn't been used for this project. What is the confidence that you're going to get these easements? And I'd like to say I supported my colleague through this. I support the horses, I support the safety efforts, but we just heard we have $0. We have less than $0. So again, making my decisions from a financial standpoint, I'm having a really hard time supporting this. And I'm trying to understand where we're at. So
So we have a bid that's out. We are in the 90 days to award the bid, but we will not award the bid till we have the easements in place. And so
you will
that's where
not
we're at.
award the
Or
bid
the
until you have the
funds.
easements in place?
That is correct.
Okay. Again, I want to support my colleagues where I absolutely can. I have supported for most of this, but I will not be able to support this item. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Do I need to call the elephant out in the room?
No, I eat the elephant one bite at a time, but
I can make this very uncomfortable.
no, I understand. For my part, Mr. Flansburgh, I understood the presentation to be about the reallocation. And so I'll first say, it is certainly painful that Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation has collapsed in the way they have. I've seen it over the years in other kinds of nonprofit foundational work, and it happens, and it's always difficult because people were laid off, projects that were planned got dismantled. At the Reno Tennis Center, they were using Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation as their fiscal agent, and so people were making donations through them for the benefit of the tennis center, and those are lost. So for my part, I sort of want to first acknowledge that. They did great work. AmeriCorps volunteers were run through there. We really have a lot to be grateful for the work that they did. And so sort of just that's the first observational thing I'll say. The second thing is that the Vice Vice Mayor is right. We all have been very supportive of each of the council colleagues' interest in the various things which they, there was this once-in-a-lifetime intergenerational funds that came out of the federal government to help us get through the pandemic. Most of my funds went to public health, to the tennis center, different things. Ms. Dewar used her funds to direct them at this particular project. And Ms. Dewar has been incredibly strong advocate for our horses and for the Virginia Range, even when it moved out of her ward, right? And because it was never about that for her, but it was about safety. It was about protecting these beautiful creatures. And so for my part, it's sort of a no-brainer. We're not taking money out of the general fund that we could otherwise pay a police officer for with this $37,000. It's really just the money that's unallocated. We're just moving it to a different way to have spent it. If we didn't reallocate the SLRFRA funds, sorry, I can't say the acronym, we would lose them, right? Those funds would just go back to the federal government.
Yeah, if we reallocate here, it could be something else that was already approved by the ARPA funding previously.
Yeah, if we
but
had
the
another
deadline was
project,
previous.
but we don't.
But without, yes, they would return.
Yeah, so it's not the choice between like reallocating it to some other worthwhile thing, meaning a police officer's salary or something like that. So for my part, I'm happy to support, and that was the reason why I seconded it, and know that my hope is, of course, that this will be really the last time we have to talk about this particular fencing project. And so my hope is that the funds that you've allocated and identified, the easements will happen, and that we get to move forward to conclusion, and it does save lives and saves these magnificent creatures. Thank you so much, Mr. Flansburgh.
Madam Mayor?
Go right ahead.
I think it's important, too, to recognize that we have money, and the reason we have money is we went out for bid, and the bid came in high. So, I mean, that isn't anything to do with me or anybody here at the city or the city council. That has to do with the public bidding process and the costs. And if we don't allocate it, we're, what did you say, John, $33,000 short? So we don't spend our $660,000 that we've collected from all over our community. We don't even do the project, and we've made things worse than if we never done the project. So that's all there's, I mean, we either do it or we don't have the funds to move forward, and that date is next week, so we either do it or don't do it.
Okay. Any further questions? Go ahead, Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. I also like to just state that I want to be, supportive of the council member and using their sort of discretionary funds through what'd you say?
Yeah.
Through those funds, and making sure that we are good colleagues. I am a little worried just with what you talked about in terms of the easements and making sure that we're able to spend the money and time and making sure that we can do that. So I don't know if there's a way to get, I know no maybe want us to talk about the horse protection project again in the future, but if there is any concerns like that, if you could maybe bring that back up in the future, if there's a possibility of that happening. And even if we talk about what sort of projects could get funded, there's always the possibility of doing revenue replacement with some of these funds as well. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
All right, thank you so much. Councilwoman Ebert. Is she there?
Yeah, I'm sorry, having an issue with the mute button. So I just want to clarify,
Go ahead.
could these funds be used for salaries?
The answer is no. It had to be a project that was previously identified by that December 31st, 2024 date.
Okay, and could it be used for a new project that hasn't been voted on or allocated for in the past?
It could not be used for a new project unless it was one of those projects that council had previously reviewed under the ARPA funding that was approved by that December 31st, 2024 date.
Yeah, okay, so we've already kind of decided where everything needs to go, and if we don't allocate this, it's already been brought up that we just kind of forfeit this money, right? We can't use it to fill our budget gap or anything like that, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, that was all my questions.
Okay. All right, any further questions? So I have a motion, I had a second, and we were in discussion. And I would just like to add, I want to thank my colleagues for being very supportive of this. I know that this is always one that is tough because you see the need for it, but you also see the other jurisdictions that have some responsibility in this. Again, the city steps up with a big heart, but I want to say thank you to my colleagues who are being very supportive. You know, even though you might have strong feelings about it versus, you know, holding some of these allocations hostage when we all had priorities we wanted to see that it be spent on. So I want to just say thank you to everyone, regardless of how you feel. I think that is, that is incredibly important. So thank you so much. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
Aye.
Yeah. Sad.
Sad.
Yep. We're going to go into recess and we will be back.
Oh, I had a question, just because I'm having a little trouble hearing. Did that motion pass?
Yep.
Okay.
It passed.
Thank
So,
you.
thank you, everyone. Yes, we're going to take a recess.
Yeah.
On? She is? Okay. Councilmember, hi. You there?
Councilmember Ebert, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We
Yes.
can, thank you.
So we do have a quorum. So I'm going to start.
All right, so we're reconvening at 3:24 at this time. Councilmember Anderson, Reese, and Dewar are absent, and Councilmember Ebert is present online.
Okay, thank you so much. With that being said, before we go into this item, do you have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, we did receive public comment on this item as 4 letters of correspondence, 1 in favor, 3 in opposition. We did have a few people that were registered to speak earlier today. but I don't believe they have returned, so no live public comment.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Cynthia.
Oh, sorry, Pablo Nava Duran wants
Pablo?
to make a public comment?
Go ahead, come on up.
I did not realize that we do have a public engagement review on boards commission change. So I thought that I'm gonna have to wait for a little bit while. It's gonna be tonight, but no, it's here. So here we go, C3. Okay, here we go.
I love it.
There you go. So my name is Paul Natuan. I did apply for neighborhood advisory board on Ward 3. So if, you know, it's something like the board commission change, like, I do volunteer for NAP, but I have not.
You're the best.
Yep, have
Thank
not
you.
set up, so, so this NAP, this agenda about to change the NAP, so either 90-day pause, or no naps permanently, or stay same. So you, hopefully you make a good choice.
Thanks, Pablo, good job.
Thank you, Pablo. Well, I will get started. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council Manager Bryant, Cynthia, as far as the Director of Community Engagement and Services. For the record, the presentation today is for items C3, C4, E2 through E9. These include an update and, of course, a resolution for you all to decide upon after you hear this presentation. And this discussion aligns with our governance and organizational effectiveness priority. Over the past couple months, there have been a series of actions and updates that led to today's presentation. This started in November of 2024 when council requested boards and commissions to be evaluated. Following November, in May, I provided a presentation on a public engagement review process that we were commencing and the why behind that. Followed by that, in June, there was a presentation on a phased board and commission reform strategy presented to council. Similarly, in June of 25, we started the public engagement review process and began evaluating our current practices, what's working and what's not working. I'm very excited to show the data that we received from the community and the engagement level as well. And last, before you, the two items that we are discussing, one is the engagement updates and recommendations, followed by a resolution and ordinances to codify engagement recommendations. So these are all the pieces that led to today. I would also like to emphasize that we are specifically talking about the boards and commissions today that were placed on a pause, what we are calling phase 1, and the recommendations pertain to those. The full list of impacted boards and commissions can be found on the staff report for item C4. Like I mentioned, the review process was really started to enhance what we currently do related to public engagement, elevate the work, meet the community where they're at, but also identify gaps that we may not be aware of. We know communities thrive when everyone is informed, they're aware, and have the opportunity to actively engage and work together, which is an advantage of city government because we are so close to communities. Through this process, we sought to get a better sense of our community needs, which included a stronger understanding of the fundamentals, the who, the what, why, where, how. Also to improve our transparency and elevate our current practices and determine what tools we may be missing that perhaps are being used in other communities that we have not explored here. Most importantly, we want to make sure that we're doing this in an effective way, being efficient with everyone's time, including our volunteers, staff time, and the limited resources we have, and again, meeting today's needs. Before I go into the findings, I do want to provide an overview of this menu of engagement practices that we currently have in place. These were all the options that were shared at the May meeting. Boards and commissions are one of the many ways the public can engage, provide input, be informed, and create community, and we look forward to refining our options based on the feedback received through this process. So in June, we started this process, and throughout that time period, we were able to have over 700 contacts with the community. That was via in-person meetings, in-person drop-in sessions, virtual meetings, and also outreach at 2 community events. As efforts were consolidated, this provides an opportunity to do targeted board and commission stakeholder outreach. As previously shared, there were multiple pieces that led to today. As a team, we consolidated everything for 2 purposes. There was certainly confusion. The community highlighted that today, and also to create a transparent process that connected the 2 changes that are being proposed. I would also like to acknowledge that there were board and commission stakeholder meetings that took place, and would like to thank those that participated in that process. In regards to connecting with the 300 people, I want to highlight something that I thought was very telling. We were able to connect with 300 people through the multiple meetings that we had, but we also were present at 2 of the community cleanups that happened. And having the opportunity to connect with people where they're at another city function, it's really maximizing our efforts and also ensuring that we have a presence when there are functions happening citywide. This stands in sharp contrast, which I also thought was telling, to the attendance that we saw at the general meetings. There were a total of 11 people that attended collectively, and that, of course, was virtually and in person. Additionally, we had a survey happening at the same time concurrently, and that garnered 358 submissions. I would also like to highlight that of the submissions, 48 submissions came from board and commission appointees who self-selected that option. A clear understanding of the basics guided this review. The assessed categories are before you today, and I will go into a couple of the findings and focus on location, structure, content, and feedback. In regards to locations, preferences show people want to engage in familiar, accessible public spaces, but there's also a connection to the formality of the engagement. For example, one of the things that came up frequently were the council connects, so connecting with their elected representative in a community space in their neighborhood. People specifically enjoyed connecting in that space and also being introduced to a new business, say within their ward. On the flip side, more technical or often contentious conversations are preferred in city facilities such as City Hall for decorum space. The space itself presents that decorum, but also for overall safety of the public and the ability to share one's thoughts. When we talk about structure, the community enjoys more informal, interactive, and semi-structured approaches. As you could see, collectively, those 3 were 79% of the survey responses. I would also highlight that the data presented here certainly correlates with the survey, but we also incorporated the themes from the in-person interactions as well. These interactions and the structures could be a workshop, town halls, and again, coffee with the council member. Based on feedback received from the community, less structured meetings are the second form of preferred method. And I think it's also important to mention that when meetings are more structured, there's certainly more guidelines, and it could prevent open dialogue, and that was something that was echoed by the community. At the same time, in looking at the data responses from the 48 board and commission appointees, 58 prefer formal structures, which certainly aligns with current practices for boards and commissions that would not be interrupted through this review process and resolution you'll hear about shortly. In regards to content, a telling preference was a desire to have more in-depth one-topic meetings. Nearly 50% of the respondents provided that input, as well as board and commission appointees. 60% of them prefer that as well. Given that community members and volunteers have limited time available, this is a valuable recommendation to help us make the most of their time and ensure we have meaningful engagement. And last but not least, I'd like to highlight feedback, which I think will guide us to the next steps. When we talk about feedback, people like to use online tools. That could be a survey, that could be a form online, or some other way to connect virtually. And as we move through this process, again, I think that is something that we will explore and see what we can implement as an organization. In regards to what we do well, we received multiple responses, which was great to see. And these were the items that were highlighted for this section. There was 2 open-ended questions. So starting with what we do well, Reno Direct and engagement options, I'll couple those together because those are very similar. There's an appreciation for the ability to access government, whether it's via Reno Direct or one of the meetings that is accessible coming into City Hall. They're seen as low barrier, accessible, and user-friendly. I would also highlight that there was feedback provided in regards to a service request, having the ability to track your concern as it moves through a process. That is something that's a result of recent technology that was implemented with Reno Direct. So we're very happy to see that people are enjoying that new way to connect. And to include a community quote from a participant, the City of Reno is making significant strides in public engagement through several initiatives. These practices help foster a sense of community and ensure that residents feel heard and are involved in the governance of their city. Moving on to community connections, this more or less centers on visibility. The community highlighted that they enjoy having that one-on-one interaction, whether it's with a council member or staff. It makes it more relatable and real when you are able to connect with the person one-on-one and have those conversations. Similarly, the Reno Constituents Institute community meetings and pop-ups were seen as trusted ways that we are interacting with the community. So I thought that was great feedback as we continue to elevate this work. And the last 2 areas that I'd like to highlight, are responsiveness when it comes to staff, council, and community input. There is a sense that we are approachable and supportive in communication. And there is also a sense that there is a strong desire to keep the community informed and engaged on a variety of topics. And we know that there's quite a bit happening all the time. When we talk about opportunities for improvement, I'll go into these. A couple of them are certainly interconnected. Follow through and transparency. The public input impact is not always visible. There's a sense of, we go to a meeting, we're providing input, where is it going? So that is something that we will look into, how we could close that loop. How could we ensure that we are communicating post a meeting with a community group to share outcomes? Similarly, a respondent said, information is shared, but it often feels like a one-way conversation. To make engagement truly meaningful, the city should focus more on showing how public input shapes these decisions. So taking these pointers, we'll be able to adjust some of our practices internally. In regards to accessibility, there was a sense of physical accessibility, having it in a place where you are familiar, having it in a location that is accessible physically, a location that you can access public transit. At the same time, there was also quite a bit of commentary on the content and material that's being delivered, not as accessible because it could be very technical and complex. To quote one of the community members, the city tries to get engagement. However, the process and language feels too heavy. So as we go through this process and see where we can adjust practices, I think this again is highlighting something that we could change internally as we deliver information to make it a little bit more observable. And last but not least, civic engagement and welcoming culture. Residents want simpler explanations for government processes. We have similar projects that help with this, whether it's a workshop, RCI, But again, this is something that came through in multiple comments, so we'll look at seeing how we can further share information and get people engaged. This is the last quote I will read, but I thought it was very telling. The city seems to assume the general public has the knowledge and depth of staff, the who, what, why, when, and how of an issue. So again, those are the core questions we asked, and I think the public has similar questions when we talk about our processes. In summary, the key takeaways were bucketed into 3 categories: reflecting community interest and priorities, again, looking at digital engagement tools and what we can implement, adjusting engagement formats based on the topic, the need to have dialogue and two-way dialogue. And also, there's certainly a strong interest in development, parks, and planning. Secondly, ensure inclusive, accessible, and meaningful engagement. There was an emphasis on feeling welcomed, but also having a space where you can engage in the conversation, in the content, and provide meaningful input with a better understanding of the information being shared. And of course, this also includes just being mindful of all voices within the community. And last but not least, aligning boards and commissions with how residents prefer to engage. There certainly was a preference for single topic discussions with more of a focus. We also ensuring that we are valuing the volunteers that are showing up to meetings as appointees and the public as well. And again, a desire for simplified structures and fewer silos. So what I will present next is an overview of the recommendations for the boards that were put on pause based on recommendations from the review process. When we looked at the boards that were placed on pause, these were the multiple categories, and these are the recommendations before you all to make a decision upon. NABs, certainly there is a desire to provide input on development. The refocus would prioritize planning and development topics at NAB meetings and have the ability to really hone in on whatever the topic at hand is, provide input, and also create a consistent way for input to be relayed to other impacting bodies. This feedback aligns with what was shared by the majority of board and commissioners as well. Single topics with in-depth conversations and ward-centric topics. The second bucket relates to the Arts and Culture Commission and the Public Arts Subcommittee. These 2 boards have very similar or parallel topics. There's a lot of overlapping. The recommendation is to have the Public Arts Subcommittee be absorbed with the Reno Arts and Culture Commission. This not only streamlines the processes internally and maximizes staff time, but it's also a recommendation that was put forth with the Arts Master Plan, and those recommendations came to council last fall. So this is something that was already in the works, certainly part of this process, and this is a recommendation. The third category, the Recreation and Parks Commission and the Urban Forestry Commission. Staff wavered on the best recommendation for this one. We heard public comment today, and whether it stays as a standalone commission, the Urban Forestry Commission, or becomes a subcommittee. Similar to Arts and Culture, merging the 2 would certainly help streamline the process, reduce staff time. There would be 1 staff meeting for both bodies and would also avoid delays in discussions. Ultimately, the goal is to reduce those silos for bodies that are interconnected and have complementary scopes. I also want to highlight that this change does not impact the city's tree city designation. It does not impact the overall tree canopy goals. And of course, urban forestry is within the Parks and Recreation Department. So those pieces align nicely. And last but not least, we are looking at integrating the human rights, access, and senior issues into other boards. We have volunteers that are very passionate and want to stay engaged. By doing this, we would not eliminate their opportunity to engage with boards and commissions. This would foster shared responsibility to ensure that policy input and programs serve all residents, including marginalized and older populations and people with disabilities. By doing this, we would integrate lenses into the boards that remain by creating seats that would be part of the resolution process. So we wouldn't lose that experience or the volunteers that have dedicated time to this, but rather expand their scope, their impact, and influence across all boards, which would truly inform a wider range of city decisions such as planning, park projects, and the arts, and reinforces that access and inclusion are not just special topics. It's something that we do throughout the multiple boards as they talk about policies, programs, and provide that input. Overall, these changes would reduce redundancy, as several boards already advise on overlapping topics, support staff capacity by combining efforts for better support, fewer silos, of course, and more consistent follow-through. As an example, an average neighborhood advisory board meeting takes an estimated 30 hours from pre-planning, scheduling the meeting, agendizing, meeting facilitation, and post-meeting deliverables. That scope, I mean, it's pretty parallel to remaining boards and commissions. And lastly, I want to highlight that these issues and communities are not standalone. They're all intersecting. So by conducting this cleanup, we're taking a holistic approach to meaningful engagement citywide. And in order for this to effectuate, I will now pass it over to Tyler Shaw, Agenda Manager, who will go over the boards and commissions, structural changes, and the proposed resolution.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Tyler Shaw, Agenda Manager for the record. I'm going to be finishing out today's presentation by talking in greater detail about the Board and Commission resolution and ordinances on today's agenda. This is items C4 and E2 through E9, all of which make some structural changes to our Board and Commission program in response to both the community feedback, which Cynthia just presented, and previous council direction in November of 2024 and June of this year. So I want to start by very clearly making the link between what we heard from the community and today's council items. As you heard from Cynthia, community feedback didn't just inform how we engage, it highlighted the need for deeper structural change. We heard that residents want more inclusive, accessible, and meaningful engagement, but when we looked under the hood at our boards and commissions program, it became clear that fragmented governance was getting in the way of all of those things. And that's what led to council direction in June to initiate a full structural reform, which is what we're bringing forward today via council resolution in a series of ordinances to advance both public engagement and modernization of the boards and commissions program. So what are the structural issues with our board program? Well, the root of the issue is fragmentation. Our boards were created one by one over the course of many decades with different ordinances, resolutions, and bylaws, some of which conflict with Nevada open meeting law, other sections of Reno Municipal Code, or each other. These conflicts have created a system that's very difficult to administer and which has gaps in expectations for membership, attendance, and reporting for both board members as well as members of the public. For example, the current system splits responsibility for board and commission appointments between individual department staff liaisons, the city clerk's office, agenda management, and scheduling. As a result, board members very frequently term off of their boards with no notice, and due to the complexity of our system, either cannot be reappointed for several months or are erroneously included as board members past the end of their terms. These disruptions often result in confusions for the board members, as well as stalls in board work. We also found that public input lacks clear pathways to council decision-making, which was a theme reflected heavily in the community engagement feedback. People feel like their comments and recommendations to our boards do not translate into council action. and the result is a fragmented and siloed system disconnected from its purpose. The resolution and ordinances before you today are the foundation for all of the structural changes we're recommending in the first phase of this process. I want to reiterate that these are community feedback and research-informed staff recommendations, which have been brought before you as a result of previous council direction. As always, you, council, have the option to adopt, modify, or give alternative direction related to boards and commissions during today's meeting. With that out of the way, I want to talk through what today's items accomplish and how they address the goals we've identified through public engagement and internal review. So the first goal is to create consistent and transparent meeting structures. The resolution and ordinances accomplish this goal by removing the boards from Reno Municipal Code and reestablishing or reintegrating them under a unified governance model with centralized program oversight within the city manager's office. By having all of these boards established in a single document, which can be easily accessed by board members and members of the public, our board and commission system becomes more transparent and easier to understand for all stakeholders involved. As a personal aside, it took me, a staff member with access to all internal documents and a background in municipal government, an entire week to locate, research, and compare all of the different mechanisms by which our current boards are established. Imagine if a member of the public wanted to do the same thing. This resolution will solve that because it creates a unified governance model by including a new section of general governance provisions that apply to all of the newly reestablished boards. These general provisions do some pretty important things in helping us meet our other goals. For example, they make participation easier and more meaningful by simplifying meeting procedures and redefining eligibility criteria to reduce barriers for public volunteers and participants. Specifically, the resolution accomplishes this goal by requiring boards to adopt bylaw templates, standardizing previously confusing and conflicting meeting procedures, and by creating new eligibility criteria for perspectives the city is seeking to integrate into the larger board and commission system membership. Next, these general governance provisions ensure public input connects to council action by establishing annual reporting requirements for all included boards. This reporting requirement is the formal mechanism by which board input and recommendations will be shared with council, thereby closing the feedback loop between community input and council action. Another way this resolution ensures public input is connected to council action is by requiring development projects to come to NAB meetings where previously NAB attendance was optional. As a whole, this resolution establishes a flexible system that can and will evolve over time. By establishing boards and commissions through a single resolution rather than multiple ordinances, council is empowered to make updates more easily as community needs change without having to rewrite the municipal code and undertake the extensive ordinance revision process every single time. That being said, I think it's still important to note that since resolutions can only be amended by council during council meetings, any future changes would still require noticing and affirmative council action at a public meeting, ensuring residents have a continued opportunity to weigh in whenever adjustments are considered. This allows the system to stay responsive, transparent, and aligned with evolving priorities. Today's presentation is just the first step of an iterative process, so I want to take a moment to highlight some of the next steps which would come after today's meeting. Starting in August and September, we are anticipating that all boards and commissions, including those reestablished by this resolution, will be able to resume their regular meeting schedule. To be clear, we are not recommending a 12-month pause. Looking further ahead, in September of this year, Agenda Management is planning to roll out a new Board and Commission training program, which will cover Nevada open meeting law, public records, and board-specific topics of interest. In October, Council will have a strategic planning workshop, which will further inform the priorities which the boards and commissions should be seeking to address. And in December of this year, Cynthia is planning to roll out a citywide public engagement framework. Then, based on changes identified by Council in their strategic planning workshop, by the community as part of the engagement framework rollout, and by board members during the course of regular board meetings. We're planning to be back before you with any necessary updates to this resolution in May of 2026. Finally, looking at July of 2026, the first annual reports for all of the boards and commissions will come forward to council, and council will start the 5-year review process for individual boards. To wrap up this slide, I just want to add that this resolution and ordinances give us the administrative structure we need to move forward today, but every piece of training, evaluation, and prioritization you see on this timeline still depends on council and community input over the course of the next year. I want to end by thanking council for your ongoing leadership in helping us modernize this program. The resolution and ordinance are the first critical step in the process. The recommended motions are in the following slides, and Cynthia and I are available for questions.
All right, fantastic job. Is this your first time? I can't remember.
I presented very briefly on a donation to Community Cats and talked about my
Right,
cats.
that's right. You did a great job, but congratulations.
Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. I'm going to hand it over to you, Councilman Reese, and then you had your light on first, so go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for the excellent presentation. Both of the presentations, I think, are very informative. A couple of things that sort of I'm grappling with, and it'll maybe help frame the conversations today. First, I think there are lots of good things in both presentations about the work that's been done to evaluate the NABs, the commissions, the boards. Each one kind of has its own unique flavor, right? It's hard for me to have an opinion strongly that applies to every one of those structural things because each one of those perhaps serves a different function. And so in that regard, I think each one of us might make the case for certain boards or commissions or NABs being more important than others. Certainly people who serve on various boards and commissions believe that their board or commission is critically important, and I understand that. At the end of the day, what I was hoping that this process would do was help us identify how people best communicate with one another in 2025. Do people still like the formalities of coming to City Hall, sitting up here, following Robert's Rules of Order, or do they like other types of forums? And so for part of what my concern is I am not sure I yet have all the answers to that piece of this puzzle. And so that's one thing. The sort of overarching thing too is the language that I've seen other folks in the community use to describe this process is, I think, anathema to what you've actually tried to accomplish, especially you, Mrs. Sparza. You are all about community engagement. You want to make more people in the room, in the decision-making process. And I think your effort to go out and do that community engagement is evidence of that. That is, though, the case that some people still haven't heard about it, or maybe they heard about it just last night, or maybe they read the Barber brief and that was the first time they thought about it, right? And those people who are now late to the party have strong opinions. And so I want to make sure that people understand that when something arrives on a council agenda, it is not fully baked in every case, right? It's oftentimes the directional impetus for us to have the conversation here at this dais so that we may then have those deep conversations. I am not expecting, and I don't believe that we're prepared to vote on something today, right? There's a lot of information here. Maybe with our council's help and colleagues' direction, we would get somewhere, but one writer said that this was alarming, it was shocking, they were aghast by it all. All of that is not helpful, right? I think we're all trying to just do the best we can, and describing it as premature, I might agree with, right? I don't think you came to us saying, I want you to adopt every single thing in here as I have written it. If you're not prepared to do that today, you know, it's a deal breaker. I think, and I'll leave with one other thought and then give time to my council colleagues. I am very concerned about the senior citizen advisory group. I do think seniors are oftentimes the most isolated community, and so the opportunity for them to come together and discuss issues that affect them, I worry that by dividing them up onto each of the other bodies, that they will have lost the opportunity to connect with each other. And so I don't know, I love the idea that they would give their senior focused lens or input to whatever board they sit on, right? But I am worried that the part of the issue is to allow them the space to have their unique issues vetted, heard, discussed, plan for. It's odd because the city of Reno doesn't offer senior programming, right? Like that's the county function. So I've never totally understood what the role was, other than we give them the space to be able to talk about it. So I'm just all over the place about how I feel about seniors. They're our most important like subgroup of people who are we want to make sure they're healthy and well and actively engaged and getting their needs met. And so I am a little worried about them as a group writ large. Does that make sense? Again, first pass at some comments. I like where we're going. I'm not sure we're there yet, but great work.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I too want to commend the effort. I know you put a lot of time in, you designed a survey, you took input on how to work that survey. I think you held an extra meeting or two to meet with people who felt they missed the boat a couple weeks ago on which I appreciated. I don't know if you actually got to meet with anybody because I didn't get that follow-up. But my thing is, I think I talked to Jackie in advance of this, and she said, this is really a starting point, and you like to see recommendations. I said, yes, we do. But she said, it's really up to council how you want us to parse this, decisions you want us to make. And so I really appreciate that attitude, that you guys have done the hard work at this point. But like my colleague, I think we're about, I'll put it at about maybe 75% there. In other words, a lot of work's been done. You've created a lot of materials, resolutions, more detail. You've thought through things. But this is the first time we're seeing it. And on a lot of regulation, like ordinance work, we usually have the initiation. I'd call that happened in November, where we said we'd like to talk about boards. And there's been some other meetings, but this is the first time, usually in a regulation, which you want to repeal the regulations and insert in their place the resolution. Usually in that process, we get an opportunity to get the thing aired, understand all the moving parts, the details. And I'm thinking about like Title 18 or the ADUs, signs, ones we've been through recently. We have to have time to work through the material with you and understand your thinking. And I think that's the beginning of what's happened today, but I don't think we get to finish. Given of the lateness of the hour and how much we've already covered and how much remains to cover, I'm not sure we can be as productive as we might want to be. We might need some briefings offline on the details, and I can go over a couple of those with you, but, and I also want to be additive. So for example, you mentioned the seniors. I don't want us to take something away that is actually getting input from seniors and then say, hey, here's a way, we'll put seniors on 4 different boards, 1 each, and that somehow that's an equal replacement or even a betterment. I think we keep it and we add to it. And I'll make the same point for my NAB. The fact that I have 45 or 65 people coming to talk about a variety of issues that are on their mind, we don't want to, in my opinion, take that away with the hope that maybe Council Connect, like I'm going to have coffee this Friday. I expect maybe 10 people to show up, not 65, okay? And I will talk to them for an hour, which I love to do, by the way. Or I might have a town hall, all at my discretion. Now I know that monthly, I'm going to see some group of people, not necessarily the same group. The NAB members will be the same. But the attendees are always shifting based on what topics are on the agenda. And I get to talk afresh with those people about what's on council's agenda and so on. I know I only have a few seconds left, so I have some very specifics, but I don't want to drag this meeting down by going through my specifics or concerns or questions. I would almost rather write them to you and say, I don't understand, you don't want council members to talk at their own NAB? Do they have to sign up for public comment? I mean, that's what it says. It says council member liaison should not participate in discussion. But my experience, and I'll just take another 20 seconds, my experience has been that often especially you only have a 2-year term, maybe renewed, so these are primarily new people coming on NABs. They're learning about city. It's kind of like the Citizen Institute. They're not pros, many of them. They're new to the process. Many times I'm asked questions about process. How do we get involved? What about this issue? What's the timeline on this issue? When should we get involved in this other issue? On and on and on. And so I'm having a dialogue back and forth with them, and I would hate to lose that. It takes about 20 minutes of each NAB meeting. We have a staff liaison report, we have a council report, and then there are questions. And there, I've heard a comment about the NABs that, well, they've only given 3 minutes. Not in my NAB. I give them 3 minutes, but as soon as everybody's talked, they get another 3 minutes. And if they want another 3 minutes, they get that too. It is not, it's meant to be more informal and less rigid. That's the whole point. So I'll come back with some other points, but
Okay.
I'm prepared to spend more time on this.
Okay, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I'm of a different opinion. I believe that we've had several conversations over this, and maybe I just reach out more or ask more questions, or I don't know, but I feel that you've definitely put the work into this. I understand your methodology, the research, and I'm absolutely supportive of where we want to go, but more importantly, I think where we need to go as an organization. I don't see it as taking anything away. I think Madam Mayor mentioned earlier, we're always changing and things are changing. This is a good opportunity to look at where we can move forward to get more engagement in a different way. And sometimes change is a little bit uncomfortable. But again, the conversations I've had with you and your team and throughout the last 2 months, I feel very confident of the effort that you've put in this. And I'm happy to support in any way I can. Thank you. Oh, one quick thing I was thinking, though, this is just an added thing. Maybe when we're sending out the announcements for these, instead of, we've done it ward specifically before, I think maybe all the announcements should go to all of the lists. So everybody in the community is getting all of the information. So maybe there's something that they're interested in Ward 4 or Ward 6. It shouldn't just go to the Ward 1 people. So I would say maybe we put more information out there to everybody instead of just siloing it. Thank you.
Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Cynthia and Tyler, for the presentation. I think you really gave us a good understanding of where we have been. I appreciated the timeline that you provided at the beginning with the kickoff in November and kind of looking at ways to restructure public engagement opportunities. Through your role, you know really well how important that is for the city to be engaged with our community and making sure that we're making the decisions that reflect what's best for our community members and making sure that their voices are heard along the way. I do think that we are at a point where we can start putting some of these things into practice. I think that the NAB members and some of the other boards and commission members want to continue to reconvene, and I just worry that if we continue to delay this conversation and don't take action, we'll continue to delay that process and delay the public engagement that we have had. I don't have any questions at this point. I'll just say that I appreciate, it might be a minor thing, but changing the Recreation and Parks Commission to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission, which makes sense. I always questioned why that was from the beginning that I got appointed to the liaison role. So thank you so much for making that name change there.
All right, Councilwoman Anderson.
Yes, I just want to echo Vice Mayor Taylor's comments. I feel like I've been read into this process exceptionally well, and my questions have been answered, so thank you all for the work that you've done. I'm also concerned about the time frame, about delaying this any longer. When we met about this in June, there was a lot of uproar about it was going to take too long. You guys got together, you pulled this work together, you pulled the analysis together, you put an incredible new position and plan together for us, which I support and I'm willing to, put into place today and continue to make evolutions as they become necessary. I just have a couple of questions. Well, comment first, I think the arts and culture and the commission rolling up into one makes perfect sense. Much of what we do there is redundant, and I just know that in the short amount of time that I've been serving there. I love the suggestion of access advisory members being put on all of the boards. I think that that is a brilliant addition to those boards. The one thing I would be in support of is making sure that people that get put on those boards, they have a cross-reference of what the different abilities and how they cross over, and so that they can represent more than just maybe what they're the subject matter expert on. That would be great. And the last thing, I just had a question about the urban forestry Our public commenter earlier she was very, very passionate, and I guess I want to know, what is if we were to roll the urban forestry board up under Parks and Rec, what is the form and function? How does that change their form and function in the business that they do? How does that harm the process or help it? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Great question. Tyler Shaw, Agenda Manager for the record. As far as establishing the Urban Forestry Commission as a subcommittee of Parks and Recreation, it's not going to change any of the functionality of the board. They still have to comply with open meeting law. They still have to post agendas. It just changes the reporting structure to better align with reality and better align with the structure of the department. Right now, urban forestry is part of our Parks and Recreation department. So by adding the Urban Forestry Subcommittee under the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, it makes a little bit more sense because they can vet their proposals through Parks and Rec, who are also subject matter experts. But the subcommittee would also be creating an annual report that would go to council by memo. So the council will still be able to see everything that the subcommittee is doing. The only change is in name. It's functional.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
I had some questions about the outreach. I know it was mentioned that there was some feedback given at community cleanups. Did you go to each community cleanup to get feedback?
We went to the two that were held in June. I believe one was Mira Loma, and the second one, I can't recall the location, but I could.
Okay, so it didn't happen at all of the community cleanups?
No, it happened during the window that we were doing outreach. And it was also in alignment with the survey. So people were able to provide input on public engagement, how they like to stay involved. The community loves the cleanups, by the way. And they were also provided with the flyer with information on the survey, how to get information, and where to take the survey as well.
Yeah, those are a really great way to get community feedback because so many people show up. And that's why I'm concerned that we didn't provide that same opportunity to everyone. How many touch points did you have for Ward 4 specifically?
Ward 4, we did have one drop-in session at the North Valley's Library, the one that's next to Rayleigh's. There was not, we didn't have people check in and say, which ward you live in. But we were very mindful of having a drop-in session within each ward, or at least right next to.
Okay, so I'm concerned that we don't have enough feedback specifically from my ward. I know that I have a lot of feedback from my constituents, that it's difficult for them to make it to meetings. It's difficult for them to find out about meetings. I think it would have been a fantastic opportunity to get feedback from them at a community cleanup. So with that in mind, I would like to take a brief pause on this. If we could wait until the fall community cleanup happens in my ward. I believe it's going to happen sometime in September, just because I know it is kind of a struggle to get engagement with my ward, or often called the working class ward. People can't take time off work to come to council meetings, and we're often stuck in traffic to get home and can't make evening meetings on time. So I really just want to make sure that we're providing equal opportunity, especially for Ward 4 community members, to provide feedback. I also wanted to ask, did you meet with all the boards and commissions and just present to them what you were working on? Was this an agenda item for all the boards and commissions?
So we had 2 specific board and commission stakeholder meetings. I personally emailed every single board and commission that was impacted through a roster verification process. We got all the correct email addresses and reached out individually to the boards and commission. We also shared information via our newsletters that we have for ward. So there were multiple communication touch points throughout the process. I also, just to go back on the demographics and ward specific data, I do want to highlight that the survey that's attached to the staff report has information available for the individuals that chose to provide demographic data. So you could certainly see if, what the
Okay.
award for participation was.
Okay, I would also like to see if we could have something regarding this process presented at each of the boards and commissions. I think it would be a great opportunity for the existing board members to maybe provide some suggestions, since they're the subject matter experts, and also give the people that come to the meetings an opportunity to kind of understand what's happening just in the interest of transparency. I know that's very important to you. So my time is up right now. I do have another round if it's possible. We're going to do two. Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much. First of all, I want to say thank you so much to Jackie, because it was a conversation that we really had where we're trying to reimagine what the boards and commissions look like, because honestly, some are much better attended than others, right? And, you know, what does that look like? But how do we be a little more efficient and also actually engage more? Because there are a lot of people, there was a lot of feedback into my office that they wanted to engage more. And we talked about that in length, Jackie and I did, about, you know, they might not be able to attend, but maybe there's some way for them to attend or have feedback, not wanting to attend necessarily, but feedback in a certain way, like online or just other ways we can be a lot more efficient. I want to make it clear, we have not looked at boards and commissions since I was elected. And so it really needed to be an overhaul, and bless Jackie's heart with everything else going on. She said, I want to go and engage. And I'm pretty sure, did you not go to every NAB? Am I right? Didn't you go to NABs? And
to a lot, but
yeah, she went to a lot of meetings because she said she wanted to engage with the public, which I loved. But for about 12 years, over a decade, we have not looked at them and how they could be more efficient. Or maybe there should be a board that we need that we don't have. You know, just different opportunities and priorities. Plus, with technology, I think we can engage more. I really believe that. And to hear you say, Tyler, that it took you over a week to find that is, I think, sets the point exactly of why we needed to look at. I always do cringe whenever people say, oh, I didn't get to put in my feedback, right? That one's always hard to hear, because I always think that we do a great job, but maybe, you know, there are times that we don't do the best job we can. And sometimes it's just sort of the process, and we have to look at different process to make sure we're reaching people in a different capacity. It's tough, because today there's a lot of different ways to communicate. So you might not have the best, I guess, path for someone based on the way they communicate. Some people say, send me an email. Some people say, call me. You know, everyone is very different. And I'm not sure how to navigate that. So I know, like you guys, it's hard on you whenever you think that you do the best job reaching out, and then there are people that say, I didn't get it. So I don't think that that's deliberate in any way. I just think there's a lot of different ways to communicate, and I don't know, I don't have the answer, and I don't know what the best way that you guys might recommend, because everyone's different. I do think that there are certain boards, particularly seniors, I think for them, we're living in a time where they're showing much more isolation and loneliness. And it's also just good for them to be together in a room and talk about, what maybe senior affordable housing looks like, what does senior meals look like, those kinds of things. So, but I also think there are some that really should not probably exist, because the level of engagement does not warrant that. But merging them into other boards makes a lot of sense. And then we have to be aware, I think we all feel this way, respectfully, with the amount of staff that we have, and we're trying to be so much more efficient, and maybe with less. And so it's just one of those things that it's a balance. And, I've just found that oftentimes we can't do anything right. And so I don't know how to please everyone all the time. And also, we got to make sure that we're bringing services, but be transparent, because I then think the conversation gets off the rails. But I want to thank Jackie immensely for actually wanting to dig in after over a decade. We had not even touched our boards and commissions, and they really needed to be efficient. And so, Tyler, I'm sorry the week that you lost.
It was worth
of all
every
your-
second.
I love that. But anyway, okay, I'm going to bring it back to my council members to weigh in. And Jackie, I don't know if you have any thoughts or ideas or just something that you learned out of this process that you felt was beneficial or anything like that?
Well, I think, thank you for that question. Mrs. Sparza, will you please move forward to slide 16, please? Oh, nope, go back, sorry. I was looking for the one with all the stats. I thought it was fascinating what the
Yeah.
community overwhelmingly
right.
preferred in a variety of areas. And I think it's, it's incumbent on us to listen and to respond and offer, more opportunities and the variety of ways that the community wants to hear from us. I thought that was some of the information I did not expect
Yeah.
to see that answer.
Yeah. I think this was really helpful, and it was surprising. So, okay, I'm going to start with Councilman Reese, and then I'll go down to you, Councilwoman Ebert, and then go back. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, I think we're having a great and robust discussion. I just am not sure that I know what I can support today. So I want to focus on the things that I know that I'm interested in. The first is, it looks like on Charlie 4, it's about fixing inconsistent ordinances, outdated bylaws. It's related to fixing gaps about membership, attendance, and reporting. Those things absolutely have got to be done, right? I appreciate that very much. But I don't know then how to take it board by board, commission by commission, right? Even that great slide that was just shown here about the different percentages of responses, I don't know what that is supposed to do for me when I just say in a vacuum evaluate access advisory. What do you two believe is best to do with access advisory? And I'm only using that as an example because Mr. Jimenez reached out to me about it via Twitter today, and I'm trying to be responsive. What is the appropriate thing to do with this board and commission specifically?
Our recommendation for the Access Advisory Board is, as the resolution process, if it moves forward, create a space for someone with that expertise, that knowledge. So they are embedded in all our boards and commissions. So regardless if we're talking about arts or parks, we have someone that has that experience that could provide input and then could impact not just the Access Advisory Board, but projects citywide or policies that are coming forth for input citywide, programs citywide. So it's really spreading that.
But I almost see that as a plus, not a minus. I don't understand entirely why access advisory should go away and we should have access advisory spots on each other board and commission. That's what I'm trying to understand. The other part of that, of course, is did you ask the access advisory folks what they believed about it? Because this is a very specific body that was designed and created and has had considerable support from Madam Mayor over the years to be able to figure out the ways in which different abled persons interact with governance and city-related functions, right? So out of it has come a lot of wealth of information, and I just don't know if we're going to be able to replicate that if they're on an individual board where perhaps they are not the loudest person in the room, or maybe they're on now a 14-person board, but their issue is so very specific, but they're not feeling comfortable in the outside the confines of access advisory to have those conversations. Does that make sense? And again, I'm only giving this as an example because there's so much to unpack in this series of things that I don't want to make a mistake with a specific board in the movement to do the broader thing, which I think is a good discussion. Similarly, Ms. Dewar points out with NABs, for example, like, is it true that at a NAB, the council member cannot speak? That I didn't understand. So,
No, Tyler Shaw, Agenda Manager for the record. So the reference that Councilmember Dewar is talking about is the definition of the council liaison role. In my research into the boards, it came about that the council liaison role isn't defined anywhere. It's not a real thing. It's kind of a tradition of the council. So this would define that role and make it a real thing. And in the Neighborhood Advisory Board specifically, there will still be an item for council member updates, just as there has always been. So council will still have the opportunity to talk to their community, let them know what's happening in council, and make sure everyone's on the same page.
Okay. And I'm so sorry, Mrs. Sparzo, you wanted to answer about access, or what? Did you want to answer my concern about access? I don't want to change something. I'm trying to not to break something or fix something that isn't broken, right? But I also think we should fix what is broken.
Yeah, I think utilizing the Reno Access Advisory Board as the model you're talking about, really the intent is, again, spreading that out, that knowledge base throughout the city of Reno. And it's also ensuring that we don't have silos where only matters that relate to access are discussed at this board. That should really be part of conversations citywide, especially, I mean, as an example, parks. If a park is being designed, that is a great space to have that lens. Currently, if there's something that comes forward, it may go to Access Advisory Board, it may not go there. So we don't want to create gaps in the processes we have. It's more of an approach to unify
I see.
multiple bodies, eliminate silos, and ensure that these values are embedded citywide. Does that help?
Councilmember Reese, if I may, just when I was on Access Advisory, we were completing the Moana Pool. And like Cynthia said, they came and gave a presentation to Access Advisory, but not all the projects went to Access Advisory. So I think, and there was a lot of good input received from that board. And I think there is value in having that representation on all the boards, just in case that presentation doesn't get brought to that board.
And do some projects then not, and I've never represented Access, so a lot of projects do not go there because they are overlooked?
I don't think it's on, I think it just maybe falls through the cracks at some point. So I don't think it's anything intentional, but I think this is a way to ensure that Access Advisory and some of these other boards and commissions have representation throughout all of our boards and commissions. But correct me if I'm wrong.
I was just going to add on to another concern that you had, which I hadn't thought about, was the comfort level in the small, in the very detailed information they may have to share. It might be something that we want to do is put an agenda item on there for a Access Advisory report, so that it is their time and they, can prepare what they want to present and discuss it. So we make sure that we protect that time. I don't know, it's just a suggestion.
Well, especially when you're looking at projects that are very, very significant. I've also thought, whether you guys agree with me or not, but I also thought that this body should have someone represented from the school district whenever we make those decisions on our projects close to schools or where we need to put more schools, those types of things. I think, it keeps them very disconnected. So I think Randy, you just brought this up, or Councilman Anderson, the reason why it makes sense, right? So, okay.
All right, my turn.
I'm sorry, are you done? Okay.
Yeah, I think we're 4 minutes over on Mr. Reese.
Councilman Reese, are you done?
Oh, I was finished.
Okay, go ahead,
Okay,
Councilwoman.
sure. So I'm on my second comment period, and I'd like to address the urban forestry, but I want to make sure, if we actually go into a resolution, I have a number of questions about the resolution, how it worked. For example, you just said, Tyler, the council member would still have a time to speak. That's not mentioned here. In fact, the council liaison role says, it shall not interfere with, participate in the work, discussions, deliberations, or recommendations of the board, commission, or committee. And I got to tell you, that is so broad. You've been at mine. These are new people. Often they have many questions about process, and I help them out. I don't tell them what to talk about or what to think, but to legislate away our ability to interact with what was supposed to be an advisory board to us, I think is very problematic. So I think that that's like putting some kind of handcuffs on a council liaison person. I'm sure the mayor spoke to Access Advisory. She's not sitting there silently and just going to make a report back to council. She's engaged with them. That's why she's their liaison. That's why I'm the liaison with Historic Resources. They asked me, what do you think about this? Can we go in this direction? What's the best way to approach this? Those are the kind of comments that they ask for input on. So it's not an interference, it's a participatory part. So I can't support that, for example, but I only have a minute and a half, but I want to talk about trees. Why do we have an urban forestry commission? It's one of the oldest commissions at the city. Trees were recognized over 40 years ago as very important. Having a board obviously was required to be a tree city. Mrs. Sparza says, well, we can get there another way. I don't quite agree, but technically probably so. We are the fastest warming city. One thing I think that folks missed is that urban forestry actually has a regulatory role. They're an appeal body for the urban forester. You say in your document that that should be a commission. A commission has a regulatory role. So to not only recognize their commission role, but to make them a subcommittee that has all of the same cost. You have to post an agenda, do the minutes, have open meeting law. You can't get away from any of that. I don't see where the savings are. So my question, both to our manager and to you, is how is this improving the process? How are we making it better? So
I'll take
before
that.
you answer, I want to point out that we've often talked about moving trees out of parks. They've talked about moving them over to O&M. And that's because most of the city's trees are not in parks. They're on our right-of-ways. On every street has public trees. And the focus of the group is not just on parks, it is on educating the entire populace. That's why we have a tree giveaway, for example. It implies by making it a subcommittee that we're lessening its focus and importance. It would be advisory to the Parks Department, to Parks Commission, not to the council. Like, they're supposed to write a report to the Parks Commission. Whether that report ever sees the light of day, I don't know. In the parks section, you don't even have any mention of trees. And this is new, you just wrote it. So I'm struggling to understand how trees even fit in there. So I think it's actually the opposite of what needs to be happening, and to the point that we had the vice chair of urban forestry come here today, and I saw a letter from the chair. Neither of them agree with this approach. I don't as the liaison. So we've missed the boat somewhere. What we want to do is make it better, not devalue it. We want to make it actually more important. And talking to Jackie, she said more people should care about trees. I 100% agree. But I think that takes some thoughtful discussion with the board, to my council member's suggestion, with that board on how can we improve the process? What, in their opinion, they've spent years on this, what could we fix from them as a board? So I really don't support this. I think that it's just devaluing, it's the same cost. I don't see where the gains are, so. Thank you. That's all right, but if we get into the resolution, there are many little issues here that are problematic. Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got a lot to say, but I'll try and be quick. First of all, I just want to thank Clerk Huntsman for helping me when I first got on council, and I had my NAB, and I had new NAB members, and I reached out to get training for my new NAB members, and she was great with helping my NAB members get up to speed with how to just be on the board. So I just want to say thank you for the support that I've had for my NAB. And I know that my NAB went from, not having very many people on it to being full, right, when we, stopped. But I think that just shows that people want to be engaged. They want to get information. They want to provide feedback, for all topics, not just development, anything that comes through. Sometimes it's just information from NDOT, RTC, if I can get them. But it's just really important, and I really appreciate the support we've gotten. And I would like to see that keep going as much as possible. The other thing I want to say is I'm really happy to hear so many other council members speak about our seniors. It's so important to me that we continue to support them. I mean, we do things for them. I know most of it is funded by ARPA dollars. We have Older Americans Month. We do pickleball. We do walks at the park. We do senior resource fairs. We do technology trainings. I personally use my discretionary funds to pay for some cooking classes, but there was also some other cooking classes with Reno Food Systems. There's a lot of things that the city of Reno does to support that group of people. And I think right now that there's a lot of uncertainty for them with things happening maybe at the federal level. So I just want to make sure that we continue to support them the best way that we can. And I know that it's very important to my seniors that they keep their board. And I know I've asked several times to get something going similar to Relief Reno, but specifically for seniors where we can get donations and use that money for senior-related program. And I would love to have that board be the people that decide how to use that funding for activities. So it's really near and dear to my heart. I hope that I can get the support of council to retain that board. I know there was some debate about me staying as a liaison last December. Regardless of whether or not I remain, I think that that is an extremely important board, and I think it should continue. The last thing I want to say is I completely support Councilmember Dewar on the Relief Reno section. Our master plan says that we're supposed to be working towards sustainability. We are the fastest warming city in the country. We are working on our council strategic goals. We should be incorporating any way possible to plant more trees. So I just think that that's a really important one to keep. So just wanted to kind of echo that. I know we're talking about all of them, but those ones in particular, NAB, seniors, and Relief Reno are extremely important to me.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, urban forestry, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. And by the way, did you see the OnMed station over at the senior center? It's AI technology, so you can go in there and have like medical assistance immediately.
Well, also too,
I know that's not part of this, but I just wanted you to know.
But I wanted to say too, we did ice cream socials where we also had a document shredder service available. So people could bring their like old bank statements, whatever, get shredded. And they also had a vaccine clinic at the same time. So people were getting their flu shots, their COVID vaccines. I mean, these things are important. So it's a social activity, but it's also getting people to do those things that they should to stay healthy. So.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks so much. Okay, part of, I think, where there is a little confusion, maybe you can help us through this, Jackie, I'm not sure. There seems to be different sort of parts of maybe where we can give you direction, or maybe where we're a little uneasy, I would say the liaison aspect, but I want Jackie to weigh in on that because she had a very good reason about the liaisons and
I had to think about that. So I just wanted to clarify for the record, Councilmember Dewar, you indicated some concern with the language
Yeah.
that Mr. Shaw had identified after researching a variety of different boards and commissions. That particular board is a board that reviews development projects before they come to council. And if a council member were to opine and make suggestions or things about a project, then it might preclude you from voting when it actually gets to you. So that was the purpose, the intent behind that language.
But I just don't do that, just to assure you.
Oh, I understand, you would
The
never.
questions are more about process, or there were questions, and let's say the developer didn't, 4 people asked about transportation, but the developer didn't answer it. I say, do you want to address the transportation question that came up? That's the kind of facilitation. I've never opined about a project there or anywhere till we get to council.
Sure, so I just wanted you to understand the purpose of the language.
yeah. The other thing I do worry a little bit about, Jackie is very easy to work with, and, if you ask her, she'll bend over backwards for you. I do worry just a little bit if, let's just say, you weren't here, in 6 months, or whatever that looks like. Bring in a new city manager, does this bind us when you look at that, to a certain level?
No, so in my opinion, the resolution makes it easier for council to make adjustments to this system. So instead of having to undergo an ordinance change, the resolution can be brought forward to a meeting and changed as frequently as council
Perfect.
decides it needs to change.
Okay.
So if you
I like that, the
identify
flexibility.
something you don't like, you can let the manager know and we'll get it on an agenda.
Okay, that's perfect. And then one thing is with human rights, is it, because I know we have to get a certain score, can we still achieve that
Yes,
Is-
I reviewed the scorecard that is issued every year. Our raw score is 107 points. Having a human rights commission, it's 5 points, so we would still get above 100.
would still be- yeah.
We would still have a perfect score. And I've also been in touch with the group to see if there's any impacts, if we spread, I don't want to say spread, if we reassign human rights commissioners to other boards, if there's an impact there as well.
And the other thing is I'll sort of reimagine that too.
Yeah.
Now that we're back, I think there's a lot, more that we can engage in because now that we're back. But we also are doing a lot of other things that we never did before, which is the work of you guys that's, care about that. And so thank you. Of
course.
That's great to see it's not minimized. That's good job. All right. Councilwoman Taylor.
Yeah, I guess I just had a comment on the urban forestry and the seniors. I don't think that, from my point of view, we are getting rid of or not engaging. We are trying to consolidate and be more efficient in going back to the discussion that we had earlier today with our constraints as a city and as Reno. And, I wasn't going to say anything about urban forestry, but Councilmember Dewar, we were at a meeting and the chair of the urban forestry said, I've been on urban forestry for 7 years and I've got nothing done. Those were her words. So I'm wondering if there's maybe something we can do a little bit different and change it up and try and get something done. And if they have the support of that other board, I don't think we're trying to eliminate anybody. I think we're trying to be more efficient with the resources that we have. Thank you.
And if I could just respond, I think her frustration was about ordinances, but when you look at what they actually got done in terms of starting a tree giveaway program, planting trees all over the community, her particular frustration was about the ordinance, and that's what she said. I haven't gotten anything done because we haven't, in 10 years, addressed the ordinance. We are now, but we haven't, so.
All right. Anyone else?
Madam Mayor, I'll use my last minute. I continue to believe that we can fix the structural things that are problematic, the inconsistency between boards and commissions and variety of those, bringing them into resolution-based versus ordinance-based is all good. It sounds like there are rational reasons to continue having the urban forestry folks meet in order to meet these very important environmental aspirational goals. I believe seniors are a group that may need to have their own space. So again, I'm just saying that for me, I would like to see them remain as their own standalone group, whether they have funds or not. I think a lot of the things that Ms. Ebert mentions that they do are functions of like Parks and Rec, right? They're like, we're doing these different programming through Parks and Rec. So I don't know why it couldn't have a lot of those things be done in it. And then the last thing I'll say is I think NABs can cover any topic of concern. I didn't totally understand this idea that they can only speak on development issues. I think it's important that that be one of them, but I think the NABs have the space for like updates from police, different kinds of engagement things. I worry that making it be only one topic. And I know you had that slide that said people like one topic items, but I heard other people today say we like to have all the items. I don't know. Yeah.
All right, I'll use the last minute too. On that, I agree that this is, I actually wrote that down, but I had run out of time, but they love getting the police update. I don't know where else they get it about their neighborhood. So it's an important component. When police wouldn't show up, they would be very upset. Where are the police? We want to hear what's going on with crime and how we can be more effective. The other thing is that there was this statement in here about only meeting at City Hall for the NABs. That doesn't work for my NAB, and I don't think it probably works for yours. They want to meet in their neighborhood. It's a neighborhood advisory board, and that's where they're comfortable. It's informal to get to the point. That's where they're comfortable letting it all hang out versus coming to a more formal space. So I often have met at a library, that's fine, whether it's Moana Nursery, a library, whatever. But that is why I want to make sure that when we get into the particulars of this resolution, we really think through what we're trying to achieve. And I appreciate your comment about all things, because I think it's short-sighted to say you can only do this one thing. It may be that the manager has a crisis come up. It could be on fire, it could be on anything, that you quickly want to get sort of a neighborhood feel, that you could put it on the agenda. But I think the words focused on development get us there, you know, and that's where they've been anyway.
I brought this slide up because I think this really highlights the multiple ways to connect with the community. If there is an urgent matter related to fire, for example, we could quickly schedule a forum, a town hall. We could have a special, workshop as needed. So there are multiple tools we have available and platforms to connect with the community. So again, just wanted to bring this up again.
Well, anyway, if we could just sort of get some general principles out to Councilmember Reese's point about the direction we're going. I'm not prepared to adopt a resolution that lays all this out. I do want to begin meeting. I mean, we are on a 90-day pause. I have 4 very controversial projects pending in Ward 2. I need to be able to meet and have the public opine. So I just want to get back to regular order. I would hope in any motion that we say we go back to doing our business. If you want to come forward, let's say, I'll pick Access Advisory, you actually meet with those people and you come forward with a specific set, you fill in the blanks about this, about what should change. And I really gonna challenge you, try to figure out what's broken and what you're trying to fix before you do that. You know, like when you talk to them, ask them, what do you want to fix? What could work better? In that setting, I think you had a great idea. Go to the meeting and ask them at their meeting, put it on their agenda. But I don't want to hold up starting to meet, and I don't think we need to. I mean, the 90-day pause is over July 31. You know, we need to meet. And I'm not comfortable with this set of NAB rules. To Councilmember Reese's point about, talk about more things than development, have police reports and so on. So, thank you.
Yeah, I touched on this on my first round, but I think that Ward 4 specifically needs more engagement. I think one drop-in meeting is just not adequate. I would like to see engagement at each board meeting, have you be an agendized item, discuss what's happening, what your goals are, get feedback from the different boards and commissions. I'm talking about all the boards and the commissions, like, oh, yeah, but I'm saying also specifically in my ward, I would like to see more engagement in this process, because they did one drop-in session in the North Hills Library for feedback. If we could also have, outreach at a community cleanup or something where I know there's going to be lines and lines and lines of people there to get their feedback, that would be great. So I'd like to see that happen to get more engagement. And, there's just some things that are important, like the youth city council is very important. That's, our youth, that's our future. But I think that we also need to keep in mind our seniors, that we should not forget about them as well. That's my point. If youth is staying, we should also keep the seniors.
I actually ran on bringing the NABs back. They were gone 12 years ago. And it was really, really important for me to make sure that on day one that we brought them back, and we did. And I think they're very beneficial. I would also say, whatever the level of engagement is from that council member now that we're in ward-only voting, before, it was very, very different because everyone had a vested interest in the entire city. This, everyone knows this is one of my big pet peeves, right? And so we had a lot of engagement because of that. Because of ward-only voting, we are incredibly fractured now, and it makes it really damaging for more community input. You're going to get a lot less now. And I hope the people that implemented that are happy, because what they did is
made everyone territorial of, and I don't think we're a big enough city where we should be fighting over, that's not my ward. I could care less about downtown. I could care less about Verdi, whatever. It's wrong. It's absolutely wrong on every level. But here we are, and we can't change that. And I want to point out the voters voted against that. So you can thank the people, again, that wanted to implement that great idea. Because I'm lucky if I get, maybe 2 people at a, ribbon cutting or a celebration or whatever that looks like. And it's wrong. We should all have invested interest. So going back to the NABs, it was one of the things that I did on day one whenever I was elected. I was very passionate about it. It's very different today. It's ward-centric. And, I would say it's a reflection on how each council member wants to engage with the ward that elected them. And that should be allowed. Maybe some want to have, you could have a NAB every other week, or you could have none at all. Right? And so I think, that should be up to the council member, how they want to interact in their neighborhood, because that's why ward-only voting is now in place, because it's supposedly reflective of the area in which you represent. Now, I don't know what that looks like for you or for anyone else, but I do think it's a style of that reflection of who was elected and how you want to communicate with the people that elected you.
I like that idea a lot, Mayor. I just wanted to give
What that looks like, but
one
that's
example.
my thought.
Yeah, well, let me give you one example. So it says in here that the NAB should only review these kind of certain developments, but not others. So I'm going to give you an example that doesn't fit this box. Recently, we had a project called Jiffy Lube that came in, got more comments, letters, than any project in my entire tenure of 11 years, even the biggest projects. Got over 450 letters. What we did was we had them come to the NAB. There wasn't a NAB, right? Because it was just a staff-issued permit. We had them come to the NAB, and I held it here on purpose because it's a bigger room. And we had a lively NAB discussion, and that input was provided to the staff because they were actually listened, and the developer. And in the end, the staff decided, no, we're not comfortable issuing this. Now, it normally wouldn't, this would be forbidden from coming under the way this is written. It couldn't have come. It says only these certain ones, not one like I just described. And that's where I think we're kind of maybe missed the boat, that it should be more flexible. And that's why I guess I support what you say, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead,
I just want to
Councilwoman-
make sure
or-
for the record that currently there's no legal obligation at all for any development project to come to any NAB. And the effort by identifying them was to require them to come.
I like it. I mean, I'm supportive of a lot in here. I think it just needs to be fine-tuned, and I'm giving you an example, Jackie, where words that are written on this page, we already have exceptions that exist. The police reports that they've asked for. That's not scheduled anywhere. There's no special police thing that talks about crime in each neighborhood or some anticipation. So I like what the mayor's saying. I like.
Shouldn't that be up to you as a,
If it is up to me, I'm totally fine with that.
yeah.
And I
That's-
do not
That's what
want
I'm
to,
saying,
I do not want to prescribe how anybody else does their NAB or how they
That's what I'm
engage with their
saying.
residents or
Right.
whether they have coffee clutches or town halls or NABs. I just don't want to.
Right.
What is it?
Teletown.
Teletowns. I suggested that because that worked
Good
for
one.
me.
I like that.
I had great response on a teletown hall. Fantastic.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, I think it's the creativity, the marketing, the way you want to engage in your residents. And I really appreciate the effort, and I appreciated Jackie coming. She didn't come to a NAB because we weren't having NABs then, and I had very low attendance because of it, frankly. I mean, I had like 20 people there, not 60. And the NAB members didn't even know they were invited, so they didn't come to mine. They came to Miguel's, he told me. But my point here is just that there were many comments made at the NAB, but I don't see them reflected here. That's, you came to solicit their input, minutes were taken, but I don't see that reflected in where we came out, so.
Okay, I think, Councilwoman Ebert, are you done?
I think I got my points across. Thank
Cynthia,
you.
how do we get there? What's the best way? I want each council member to have the flexibility. Some might not choose, some might choose to never have a neighborhood advisory board meeting. And I think what happens then is probably very hard to do a good job as a council member if that's the way they choose. But that's, again, they were elected by that ward. It should be reflective of what that looks like. So Jackie, what do you think?
So am I hearing that does the body, I'm not quite sure. I've heard a lot of different things.
Yeah.
But I think what I'm hearing is that a couple of individuals are not prepared to vote on a resolution today.
I think that's a good idea. What I would say, and I know the people that are watching this meeting right now, today, are people that care about these boards and commissions greatly. And I would say it's important that that everyone weighs in and we bring something back to the next council meeting or the one after, because I think we have another one right after.
On a week from today.
Right, which gives you time, I think, to look at what that structure looks like. Obviously, there are some boards we think absolutely, they're engaged, they're important representation of the community and population. And then there are some, to be honest with you, there really isn't any reason to have them. So we gotta just, and maybe there is later on down the road, but not today. They're just, people are not engaged in them, and I think we can do a lot better job, and, it's just kind of restructuring all over the board.
So the feedback, council received a briefing. The feedback was provided. At this point, there's a detailed resolution and a presentation. Does the body just need more time to reflect, and then you want to come back in 2 weeks and you can have an opportunity to gather your thoughts?
Yeah, I wish there was a more clear path so that we all feel comfortable about voting. I think we're saying the same thing, but how do we get there?
I'm sorry, are you saying to do the same resolution in 2 weeks at the next meeting?
No,
Okay.
come back with other opportunities of what we were just talking about. There will be certain
engagement,
boards.
you mean?
Yeah, I think more engagement from the public. I also think, what boards have we identified? Like you just identified, seniors, those things, right? I think there are some other boards that we probably don't need to have.
So
So
Cynthia,
it's a
can you
reset.
pull up the list of boards and let's talk through, maybe Mayor, perhaps you move
I'm just trying to
things
get us
forward.
to hear these other items that are
Right.
on this agenda.
So is there any agreement on any of the proposals that one might want to make a motion on in a limited fashion?
I think it's a great idea to integrate the Access Advisory Board into the other boards.
So perhaps you can make a motion on that and see if your colleagues agree, and we can take a couple of them at a time just to kind of clear the deck and then come back.
Is that what the mayor wants?
How would you feel about that?
Sorry, Megan.
No, it's okay. Manager Bryant was asking if there was any motion that could be made to just kind of inch forward. And I recommended maybe taking the Access Advisory Board and putting one of those people on each of the boards. I think that was a great idea.
All right, what about, I'll try. How about we we
the
move
access
forward, okay. So we move forward with more public engagement. Currently, right now, I think I've heard everyone loud and clear, we absolutely should keep our senior boards, our youth city council board, urban forestry, and yeah, we said seniors, and move forward with that resolution today, okay?
To keep them. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the motion that I will make, and then,
So just go over it. Seniors, urban forestry, and what was the third one?
it was youth city
But I
council,
think that was
Miguel?
already being kept, but
That one
Youth
was.
city council? Yeah.
already being kept.
Okay, so, yeah.
And do you want to combine arts and the public art committee? Is that something we could
Yes,
agree on?
I think so.
I do.
So, Councilmember Drew, you're not willing to work with urban forestry in this other place? We can't combine that? Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct. It's the same cost. And so what I'd like to do is for this team to come to urban forestry, meet with the urban forestry commissions. What Jackie told me is that she wants to make it even a higher priority. And so putting that question to the board would be elicit an answer.
And what was the original reason for requesting that we combine these two?
It was a functional change to better align the structure of the boards with the structure of the departments. Currently, urban forestry is a function of parks, so the recommendation was to create a subcommittee which would report to the Parks Committee. Councilmember Dewar is correct that they would be functionally the same. They would have to comply with Nevada open meeting law.
So what is, I guess I don't understand what's the difference between what was in the resolution and what you're proposing, if it's the same thing functionally. I'm thinking of semantics as far as getting to a resolution. The function is the same, the outcome is the same, you still have urban forestry within this. Is that correct? You still have urban forestry
So
people?
the difference from my perspective is that the urban forestry, according to what I read here, would now provide a report to the Parks Commission, not a report to the council. So it would have to be filtered with another committee. Number two, more than half the trees
So
are not in parks.
this is a deal breaker for you?
I think it's not good now. Now, I am not saying I'm opposed to any change. I would like them to come and discuss it and see if there's some improvements. I just don't know what we're fixing. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Since it's a cost neutral. It's just that we have a loss of communication with the council if we're going to do reports. I mean, anybody will tell you, is there a difference between a department head and a division head, like in terms of reporting relationships, like one reports to the other, or it's just a higher profile thing?
But from my understanding, the Parks Commission would still come to the city council and give that yearly update, right? So that would include the urban forestry
Well, they
annual
don't,
report as well.
they're not tree experts. There's no change here to create or purpose. In the purpose, it does not mention trees. It just talks about park facilities, maintenance, development.
But I think we can all get on board with seniors, and that's something we can all work on to get towards the resolution to move forward in the agenda today.
Did we say NABs as well? Was that part of the
We were going to
motion?
look at the NABs as far as you can bring anything to the NABs, or whatever that is as far as open discussion. We're not going to limit it to development projects.
All right, I want to make a motion.
Okay.
We're going to continue with urban forestry. We're going to continue with seniors. And
Combine
We're-
arts and culture.
we're going to combine arts and culture. And where else?
The access advisory?
Human rights.
Do you want to still have an access advisory?
I do love the process of putting an access member on those boards and commissions. I think that's super helpful. So I do think integrating that. And here's what I'd say. It would be nice to see what the outcome is. And then we can assess. People, we don't have to get, oh my gosh, we're losing everything. Let's assess some of this and see, is that a positive outcome, Jackie? And you'll be able to tell us.
Take it
We're
stepwise.
seeing it, yeah, we're seeing a positive outcome. This is working, this isn't working. I think that is a better approach.
But just in doing that, Mayor, just to be clear, do you still want to have an access advisory board, or do you just want to disseminate the focus to other boards?
Well, I don't want to create redundancy. That's why I was saying I'd like to hear more feedback from, some people
So
that.
do you want to keep it
Yeah.
in the interim?
Right now, let's keep it right
For
now.
the interim,
Yeah.
and then, okay.
Yeah, and also I'd like to hear their thoughts about going on other boards,
Yeah.
right? Because again, that's another population that is very misrepresented. So I want to be very
So to be clear,
respectful of what helps them the most.
the way the resolution is drafted, it adds new eligibility criteria for senior service perspectives on all of the affected boards, for access advisory perspectives on all of the affected boards, and human right perspectives on all of the affected boards. The direction would be to maintain the senior and access board and also maintain the new eligibility criteria for the other boards and see if spreading out and reintegrating the boards across the spectrum is a net positive, and get feedback from those specific committees on the impacts.
Is that what you want to do? To have both?
Yeah.
The additive concept?
Yeah.
Try them both and see what's working?
Ah.
Yeah, I would like to hear what's working and how it's going, and if it's not, then we're going to go in a different direction.
And what about human rights? Did you have an opinion there?
Well, I'm comfortable because we're still meeting a lot of criteria there. So I think that that's not necessary. And we're doing a lot of things where we're meeting those benchmarks. It's pretty incredible what you guys are accomplishing. So I don't think we need it.
Okay.
So, anyway, do you think that do you have a clear direction, Cynthia?
I think so. So the access, human rights, they would still remain with the process that is proposed in the resolution, but the board itself would be eliminated.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
But I want to be clear, we're not adopting the resolution. This is a new motion?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so keeping urban forestry, keeping seniors, keeping youth council,
Access advisory.
access advisory, and combining, what was it, the arts and?
Arts and culture.
Okay,
And integrating access, human rights, and seniors into other boards. Okay.
I also think it's a great way for other people to serve on different boards, but I don't want to do both because that creates more redundancy and it, I think, defeats the purpose. So right now, that's where we're at, but that, I think, is going to change once we,
Longer term? All right, I'll second.
okay? Does that make sense?
Madam Mayor, for my part, and I'll direct this to Mr. Hall, I don't know what we're voting, moving on. There were many motions that were proposed, resolutions to be adopted, ordinances to be advanced. So I'm trying to figure out if the better part of valor is for us to say, we've made a bunch of recommendations. Now, staff, you've got to go back and bring them back to us when they're ready for prime time.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what the motion would be at this point in time.
Well, and here's where I think I think where we're a little sideways is that we haven't had this conversation of what was important to the council, what was important to the community, and, we needed to have this so that we can, I guess, move forward in the best way that it makes sense. We needed to get Jackie's feedback because she went on a full-blown tour, and now knowing that, we have better information, but we also know with Jackie's feedback and her tour, we know that we need to make changes. And I think that that's pretty clear.
So would we call this council direction versus a motion? Is that what you're getting at, Mr.
Yeah,
Reese?
I
Yeah,
think,
so my motion, a formal motion at this time,
Oh.
would be to continue this item to a future agenda, inviting staff to understand the recommendations provided by council direction.
Second.
So, question?
I'm seeing you confused.
I also
How can
wanted
we
to make
help?
sure we had some clarity on the neighborhood advisory boards and the changes there.
I just want to restart them as they are, but I am happy to work through this language just to make sure that it's reflective of what we've talked about here today. Because it isn't written, it's not something we can vote on today because it doesn't match up with what Councilmember Reese or anyone else said.
Makes sense?
When would you like this item brought back?
Not the next meeting, but the meeting after that. So,
First meeting in August?
August 13th.
Okay.
August 13th.
And then,
If we're asking for more feedback from the community, is that long enough?
I don't think so, personally.
You don't, okay.
I mean, that was like a major request here,
Lift,
correct?
Yeah.
Is that what you want to see?
Oh, it's not me. I'm ready to approve what they have presented
Okay.
today. So what I'm saying is a major piece of this was that there wasn't enough community feedback. So just bringing it back in 2 weeks might not be enough time.
Ms. Anderson, what I heard was that the things that needed feedback would be developed if we allowed the things to continue, seniors to continue on its path, urban forestry to continue on its current path. That was where, I know Ms. Ebert was asking for very specific additional information from Ward 4, but as I understood the mayor's comment, it was directed more at allowing the existing structures to play out moving forward, develop feedback through that process, because then we have a resolution, an ordinance process that we can change very discreetly in the future.
And Ms. Ebert advises that her cleanup's in 6 weeks, so it's mid-September. So perhaps instead of in August, it could come back in September after you've actually had a chance to meet with some of these boards. I invite you to come meet with the urban forestry and even the NAB and see if there's some improvements to be made and go to this cleanup.
I want to bring council back to this slide. This is our next steps, and it lays out a one-year process for community engagement. I think it would be beneficial to bring the resolution back sooner rather than later with the recommendations that you have all made, and then spend the year testing that resolution and going to the boards and seeing what they think, and then come back the following year with any changes or recommendations from there. Because we can adopt a resolution that makes the administrative changes and then talk to people at cleanups and say, what do you think about eliminating seniors and integrating them into our other boards? Like, what's your feedback on that? And then we can come back to council in a year.
So, Miss Anderson, Mr. Shaw's position is my position, right? It's that we can exist in the current framework, go out and gather some of that for additional tinkering in the future, but that sort of forecloses the necessity to do anything before we make that vote in 2 or 3 weeks.
So, Councilmember Reese, do I understand your request that there be no changes? We restart everything in August, do outreach for another year, and then report back?
No, that was not.
No.
That was not what I was saying. I am prepared to get to the majority of things outlined by staff recommendations.
Okay.
There are things that we have now said as a body that we do desire to see continue under the status quo. That was seniors having their own, that was keeping urban forestry unmerged, and everything else on here is
Access
correct.
advisory.
Access was going to have both. It was going to have a parallel path, right? So it's like looking at this, I think there are parts of this that do not need to happen, and that would remain the status quo. The other parts about changing it into ordinance-related issues, cleaning up the various things, that's all would go forward.
But also, you mentioned the NAB, so
Yeah,
let's not
I'm
forget.
just looking for direction on, in August, do we restart the Human Rights Committee?
No,
Okay,
we said no.
okay, I just want to make that clear.
So today, I guess if we want to just keep it simple and everything else moves forward, we could say, okay, seniors stay.
Yes, thank you.
Then, I mean, this is just how I'm seeing it. Seniors stay, human rights, it does
Goes.
not. Youth city council stays.
It's not even on here.
Yeah, it's
Not
not
even
even on.
I'm just saying.
I know.
Urban forestry
Someone mentioned
stays,
it.
access
Yeah.
advisory, it sounded like you wanted it to stay. So I think what we want to do, I think we want to restart the boards we can. And if you want a motion to no longer have a Human Rights Commission, if that would make it simpler.
Right.
And if you want a motion to merge arts and culture, why don't we do those motions and just get that done?
Councilmember Dorr, I'm going to defer to City Attorney Hall, but I don't think we're agendized to do that today, so the continuance is necessary so that we can make sure that staff can make the changes.
Well, why,
That's what
why
the
do you say
recommendation
that?
is.
We're not agendized to make those changes. So the motion was to continue this and then bring back an item
Okay.
that would address council's changes that they want to make. So I think that would be the best path forward.
Okay. All right, then that will be the motion. Okay?
That was
So
the
I just made the motion.
I'll second that
I
motion.
have a second. All those in favor say aye.
What is the motion now? Just to continue it? Don't kill me. I just want to make sure I know what's happening. What? There's just been a lot. So what is the
Would they
official
bring-
motion?
Motion is to continue.
Well, the mayor also made a motion.
It's been like 3 motions.
It was
And
not
she had a
clear.
second too.
Councilman Reese, would you be willing to withdraw your motion?
Yes, I have
Thank you.
withdrawn it. I think
Okay.
it was the same motion.
The ever so famous Carl Hall, go ahead.
Okay, so I understand that the motion is continued. Bring this item back with direction that has been given to staff to address those issues that you brought up during the discussion.
In the resolution. Right?
Right.
Right?
Yes.
What?
Madam Mayor, can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead.
I know that we are, I think specifically just talking about C3, but from my count, there are about 10 items related to this. Do we need to make a continuation on each, or is
So
this
D3
involving
was
all
for
of
di-
them?
D3 was for discussion only, and then E, what is it?
2 through 9?
2 through 9, those would also be continued.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's clear.
And
Yeah.
but we can make
C3
changes to this resolution. I mean,
Okay. Do you want us to move forward? What would help you, Carl? Make this
So
easier?
make a motion to continue. So C3 was for discussion only, so you don't need a motion on that. C4 is what we're talking about now. So motion to continue that with direction to staff to bring it back with
Okay.
your recommendations.
Okay. All right, motion is to bring it back with council recommendation. Okay? So that is my motion.
Second.
You moved a second. Discussion?
I'll do a 1 minute. I just,
You to that.
That's fine.
Right now.
it's okay. When
Okay.
you bring back, I want to make sure that we understand that you're going to have to do some work on NABs to conform with the direction that 3 of us have given you, and so on. And I will send you some comments that might be helpful. Okay?
Okay. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry it's so confusing. I just think there's a lot in there that we need to parse out. But we'll get there. Good job. I think you both did a good job, Tyler and Cynthia. Good job.
Thank you.
Sorry, it was
okay.
so difficult. You promise?
Worry.
Okay. Don't worry. No. So, all right, Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're moving on to items C5 and C6, Regional Fire Board interlocal and appointments
All right,
discussion.
Chief Cochran, give us the lowdown.
Good afternoon,
But not,
Madam
I
Mayor,
mean-
council members, and Manager Bryant. I hope to give you an easy one.
make it, I mean, we
A
we
layup,
just
but-
dragged something out too long, so help us be more efficient.
All right.
Madam
Dave-
Mayor, excuse me, can I interrupt for 1 second? I just want to make it clear for the record that in light of the continuance, there will be no action taken on E2 through E9, just so that we're clear on the record there. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. I'm here on items C5 and 6. We're going to do one presentation because although they are discrete items and will require 2 motions, they are definitely intertwined, so we'll just roll one right into the next. This is in alignment with the strategic plan, which we've been discussing a lot today, public safety being the #1 priority of this council. As you're aware, we were back here, I think it was in June, talking about SB 319, which was a bill introduced to drive the discussion toward a regional fire service. The bill that was passed came down to a study of what regional fire service would look like, not only operationally, but primarily the important parts, governance and financing. The scope of the study, like I said, Our focus, staff has spent a lot of time on this. Our focus is really what the governance model might look like, what the fiscal model might look like. And what the bill directed was to have the three jurisdictions, say that 3 times fast, Sparks, Reno, and the county come together, reach an agreement, which is C5, that's the first part of this, on how to approach this, do a study on regional fire, and then come back with that study, and it would be up to the various bodies to take action on that as they deem fit when the study comes back. The due date for the study is December 31st, 2026. The interlocal agreement which we are proposing provides for the creation of a committee, which includes 2 members from each jurisdiction, 2 from Sparks, 2 from the county, and 2 from the city. There is an even number of people on that board, which might lead you to ask the question, could there be a tie? What will we do? But the way it's framed is that for any vote, there has to be 1 member from each jurisdiction who votes in favor of an action. So effectively, no jurisdiction could be ganged up on and be forced to do something by the other 2 jurisdictions. Washoe County will represent the administrative lead. Just by way of a little background, Sparks has already voted on this. They've approved the ILA and appointed their 2 members. The county has approved the ILA. They have yet to appoint their 2 members. I believe that will happen next week. And what we have here today is a ask for you to approve the ILA and appoint 2 members from this body to serve on that committee. So like I said, 2 discrete motions, 1 to approve the ILA, and then a second separate motion to appoint 2 members from this body to serve on the committee, which will conduct a study. And when I say conduct a study, the expectation is that you would commission somebody to do the study through an RFP. Staff has worked very hard and actually has a draft RFP in place that the committee could start with, and then it would be up to them as to what actually goes out into the world for that proposal. So with that, I will take any questions or direction from you on moving
Okay,
forward.
thank you so much. I guess these are 2 different motions, correct?
Yes, the top
Yeah.
one is C5.
Okay.
The second one is C6.
I move to approve the interlocal agreement between Washoe County, the city of Reno, and the city of Sparks to establish a board to study regional fire and emergency services options pursuant to Senate Bill 319.
Second.
319. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. And then this is, I move to a point we're going to need 2 people from the body. I want everyone to have an opportunity, unfortunately, or whatever that looks like. I know Councilwoman Anderson and I have been at the table from the very beginning. And so I would just, I think, because we can probably sit day 1 and understand the complexities, this is just my recommendation. My feelings won't be hurt if you guys want to make other recommendations, but I was thinking myself and Councilwoman Anderson.
Second.
I was
All
going to
right.
say second.
Okay, so I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Easiest thing you did all day.
Thanks.
Thank
True.
you.
True, which is unbelievable because it's usually a controversial topic.
That's right, and now we're going to move forward.
Thanks so much, Chief Cochran.
I was going to say. Yeah. Are we moving on to C7?
Yes.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution approving the Riverside Drive interlocal funding agreement with Truckee River Flood Management Authority, Carson Truckee Water Conservation District, and City of Reno for repair and improvements to the existing berms on the north bank of the Truckee River along Riverside Drive.
Second.
So, are you running the meeting?
I guess I am.
I just noticed the mayor left.
Well, okay.
middle
We have
of
a
that.
motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to
C8? Is that what you?
C8.
C8, okay, I'm happy to make a motion. This is a resolution approving Riverside Drive local funding agreement with Truckee River Flood Management Authority, Carson Truckee Water Conservation District, and City of Reno for construction of a flood wall on the north bank of the Truckee River along Riverside Drive. And just to be clear, these are two different parts of the project on C7 and C8, which is why we needed two separate resolutions.
Correct.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk, we're going to move on to item C9, please. Do we have any public comment on this item, and do we want a presentation?
Madam Vice Mayor, I don't require a presentation, and I'm happy to make a motion.
Any council members require a presentation?
I would just like to know, was this initiated by anyone in particular here or
Yes, it was
staff?
initiated by me.
Oh, by you, okay. And I just want to understand what, since it's you, what are we trying to address? I know how desperately important it is for childcare, but is there something that we're asking staff to look at or do?
I think Grace can help us out if we need more clarification. It's all in the staff report,
Right.
and it was based on a recommendation or a request that I had made at a council meeting about a month ago.
Yeah.
And
So-
Madam Vice Mayor, sorry, before we go into discussion, there was 8 comments that were distributed to the council in favor of this item.
Good. So can you just quickly highlight what has to be changed? What's not working?
Sure. There's very little we can do in Title 18 to make it easier for childcare providers, but we did identify a few barriers that are there for childcare providers when they go to open up a childcare center.
Is it in terms of our planning department and any kind
Correct.
of?
Specific to planning in Title 18, we require additional entitlements for those childcare providers. And so we're going to look at, can we streamline that process? Is there anything else we can do to make it easier, maybe less expensive for those providers?
Right, that's great. And then let me ask you this. I know at the legislature that they considered a bill to help us with this process too. I don't believe that bill passed. So are we looking to incorporate some of those elements in here, or are those outside the
So
purview
just to
of-
clarify, Councilmember Dewar, I had a constituent come to me and say, we need more childcare. And I said, oh, that's great. We don't really do childcare at the city of Reno. But I went to Jackie and said, hey, what can we do within the confines of
Gotcha.
what the city does? And then she said, we can do some zoning or some revisions here.
Right.
So this is what this is
I
going to
gotcha.
do. It doesn't include anything else. It is within what the city can do.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
So I'll move to accept staff recommendations to initiate.
I'd still like to know what it is. I mean, if we could just talk a little further about it.
Why don't I just quickly run through my
Yeah,
presentation?
that would be
I'll
great.
do like a
Thank
very
you.
quick. Yeah, that's okay. So again, Grace Macadon, Senior Management Analyst for the record. And I'm here to discuss childcare facilities and potential initiation to Title 18 regarding childcare facilities. So just to set the stage a little bit, as you've all said, you kind of understand that this is a need. 72% of Nevadans live in a childcare desert. Nevada experienced a 55% decline in childcare from 2018 to 2024, and we're the 8th least affordable state for infant care. So there's a definite need for support there. So on June 4th, Councilmember Taylor requested a text amendment related to childcare. And so we're here today to allow this council to initiate or formally initiate a text amendment related to childcare, specifically in Title 18. So today in RMC, we have 3 uses. We have in-home childcare, workplace childcare, and then the childcare center. So in-home is typically 5 to 12 children. It's accessory to a residential home. And so you have to live there, and you can have an accessory childcare at that location. For workplace, again, it's accessory to a primary business. So this is where you have maybe IGT or workers where they have a lot of workers with children, and they can bring their kids to their workplace and have childcare there. And then childcare center is everything that's not incorporated in those 2 uses. So they're those larger childcare centers that people come, and the primary use is childcare. And so, like I said, we've identified a few barriers for providers in our zoning code. All of these uses have additional standards. Workplace and in-home require a minor conditional use permit in all zoning districts. And then the child care center requires a conditional use permit in residential zoning districts. And so what do those barriers look like? For in-home childcare and workplace, since they have to go through that minor conditional use permit, it's a staff review. It typically takes about 30 days, and then the cost is about $4,500. And something we don't often talk about as a barrier, but that's a risk for the childcare providers because they're investing that time, investing that money, not knowing if they'll get approval. So can we just put standards into code so they know if we follow these standards, we know that we'll get approval. And then similar for childcare center, but that's a 65-day process, has to go to planning commission. It's about a $5,000 cost. And again, there's that risk of not getting approval. So should council approve this or initiate this text amendment today, we'll kind of go forward into our typical text amendment process. Staff will do research on best practices, some other jurisdictions for what they do for childcare centers and other childcare uses. We will then draft an ordinance, go out for public feedback, then go to planning commission for their feedback and input, come to council, and then hopefully some sort of adoption after that. And that's the recommended motion, and then I can answer any additional questions.
Questions? So you showed what the cost and everything was. So what are the recommended changes?
Right now, there are no recommended changes. We're just kind of identifying the problem or the barriers. And so we can look at those and look at some other jurisdictions to see what they do. But right now, we're not making any recommendations.
Okay.
And I have a question, Madam Vice Mayor. When you show the cost, I missed the point. Was it the cost to do the work here on the ordinance? No.
It's just the cost for
To
those
apply
applications.
for the
Correct.
permit? Okay,
Correct.
I just wanted to confirm. And
Same-
then
same-
lastly, I know that you have a number of other things in the queue. Just like Councilmember Taylor, all of us, or a number of us have asked for other ordinances as well. So, and I think you were putting a list together in our board folder, in our council packet, I don't know.
Yes, I think we have identified a list of things that have been brought to us as staff as things that we, should be working on. And so we kind of will look at those, and I'm not sure where they're at.
Well, okay, but I had asked for that because I didn't want to overload our staff, and those things are in the queue. So it's just, we all need to be mindful that there's things in front of this. There still may be sign cleanup, for all I know, ADUs that you're still working on, et cetera. So I am supportive of this item, I just want to be mindful of your workload as well.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
Do we have any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. And council, if it's okay, I know we have some people here for D3. Madam Clerk, can we move into D3 if you're okay with it? No objections? Okay. We will let the record reflect that council is going to open the public hearing on item D3. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Vice Mayor, proper notice was given on this item and no correspondence was received. We do have 2 commenters in the audience for your awareness.
Okay. Do we have any council members that need to make disclosures?
I just have a question. I think they're here for D1 as well, is that correct? Just D3, gotcha. No
Okay.
disclosure.
We'll move into a staff presentation, please.
Good evening. For the record, Angela Foose, Assistant Director with Development Services. Fire Chief Cochran is also here. We're going to kind of jointly do this. A little bit of background on this. The Santera development, which is in Verdi, was approved about 4 years ago. It's over 1,200 units, but it was approved as a tentative map, not a planned unit development. So just a yes or no vote with conditions. At that time, council added a condition that required that the developer temporarily let the city use one of their homes to be used as a, call it residential fire station. The intent was to allow a 2-person fire crew, which would just serve for medical purposes. They would not respond to 911 calls for fire. They would only respond to medical. We don't currently do this now, but it was a concept that was thrown out when Stonegate was first thrown out, so that's where the idea came from. But just to be clear, this is not something we currently do. So then, moving fast forward then, and 3 years later, back in 2024, so that was a year ago, we came back to council and we said we'd like to amend that condition. One of the concerns was staffing. While we have a house that we could use, at that time anyway, we were concerned about being able to staff it. You have to be able to staff these things on a 24-hour basis, 7 days a week. So it's not just 2 people. You're talking a whole crew of people. We would also need to provide some kind of apparatus for them to drive. And again, from a funding perspective, a year ago, these were concerns that we had. So we came forward and we said, well, what would be a comparable condition amendment? And so at that time, we proposed that instead of donating this temporary house, which was not ours to keep, it was just ours to use on a temporary basis, we would say, let's change this and say, instead, Toll Brothers donate $300,000 so that the city can use that money and go buy an ambulance. We would use that ambulance wherever we needed it, so it could rotate around the city. At that time, council continued the items. This was a year ago, and there was two main reasons the item was continued. One was related to questions on automatic aid. At that time, we had a lot of questions of, well, what's mutual aid? What's automatic aid? How do we guarantee that, this area is still going to be served? The second question was REMSA. If REMSA has a franchise agreement with the city and their job is to provide medical service, how do we guarantee that they're going to do that? So move forward to where we're at now. A lot of things have happened in the last year. The most important thing for this discussion was last October, we worked with Truckee Meadows Fire and we adopted a new automatic aid agreement. This is, I would say, probably the most instrumental thing that we've done. So now we know for sure we have something lined out. Here's the fire stations that serve automatic aid, and here's what that means. Secondly, to address council's concerns, we've included a letter from REMSA that acknowledges this is within their service territory, and yes, when you call 911, REMSA is required to show up with an ambulance. So the question we're getting is, well, what happens right now if I call 911? Number one, REMSA response, medical response. Second, we have 3 fire stations within the area. Station 40 is a Truckee Meadows fire station. That's in the Mogul area. It's about a 6-minute response from this location. Secondly, we have that Reno station off of Mayan, that's station 11. That's about an 8-minute response time. And then, of course, third is the Somerset station, number 19, closer to 13 minutes. So when you call 911 today, do we have the ability to provide medical and fire service? The answer is yes. So what we'd like to do is amend that condition again, still have them donate $300,000 to the city, and to address the concerns from the residents that said, well, don't put it towards an ambulance that wouldn't be focused in the Verdi area. So now we've changed it to say, okay, let's apply that to a future capital improvement for fire facilities to serve this area. We don't know what fire is going to look like a year from now. If we are going to regionalize, then maybe we don't need another fire station out here. If we are going to regionalize, maybe we say, maybe we do need a fire station out here, but not at the location that's planned right now. Maybe we want it somewhere else in Verdi to serve, again, kind of a broader need. So by putting this language in, we would have $300,000 donated that we could sit in an account, and when we're ready to actually come up with a long-term plan for fire for the Verdi area, we could use that money to apply it. The other thing I think that's worth important mentioning is that this project is also required to donate money per house that goes to that same purpose. So every house that they build, and there's about a little over 1,200 homes that are coming in, they have to donate $1,600. We take that money, again, a contribution, it sits in an account, and we're ready to do something with fire, whether that's to add on to a Truckee Meadows station because we've regionalized, or maybe expand one of our Reno stations. We have money in an account to be able to do that. So by the time they're done building, we'll have about $2 million just within that contribution amount that we can use to do whatever we choose for future fire service. So the recommended motion is before you, and Chief Cochran and I are available if you have questions.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
Madam Vice Mayor, our first public commenter is Deanne Radcliffe.
Will I use the mouse or the remote? The PowerPoint.
And you can use the clicker, it just takes 1 second.
Oh, will I? Okay, thanks, appreciate that. Am I good to go? Great. Hello, members of the Reno City Council. My name is Deanne Radcliffe, and I'm a resident of Verdi. Please lodge my comments and PowerPoint on the public record. It didn't go. I will try the mouse. Ah, my time's waning.
It should just be this one.
Yeah, it didn't go for me.
Can you pause the time, please?
That's okay. It's great. Oh, are we gonna go? Ah. Okay, we'll just use the mouse. Thank you. I want to share my background with everyone. I've worked as a registered nurse for 27 years and have taught American Heart Association life support classes for over 20 years. I currently coordinate and teach the H8 classes at my hospital. I want to clarify that my comments today are as a private individual. I am not representing the American Heart Association or speaking on their behalf, and I'm not speaking on the behalf of my employer. So, when someone experiences a cardiac arrest, every second counts. The brain loses oxygen stores within 20 seconds, and you can see that survival and a positive outcome are determined by the timing and quality of CPR and early defibrillation. This is why fire departments employ EMS personnel and why there's a defibrillator outside those doors on the left-hand side. Oh, shoot, sorry. To put it simply, during cardiac arrest, if the heart is not receiving CPR and a perfusing rhythm restored, it will not survive. Dead meat don't beat. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. This is really not happy there. Okay, why? Why doesn't all of the City of Reno residents that currently live in Verdi and will be moving to Verdi deserve the services that they are paying for? REMSA does an excellent job and has done great work for decades, but solely relying on them to serve residents is not a best practice. If this scenario is acceptable, it should be used throughout the city of Reno. You will also note that REMSA's response time will be no more than 15 minutes and 59 seconds for a life-threatening emergency. Every second counts in cardiac arrest, stroke, and other emergencies. The fiscal impact analysis notes that this project alone generates $24.2 million. The fire department budget and the $300,000 contribution percent are noted below. I can't even actually tell you that percent of that budget it would be because it's such a small percent there. No one can predict the future, but Central was demolished in 2008 and is still waiting to be rebuilt 17 years later to this day. So the Reno City Council got this right by ensuring that life safety was addressed when this development was approved. Please don't get this wrong and remove the requirement for a residential fire station. And elimination of that requirement also does not support the Reno Fire Department's strategic plan of having a 6-minute response time to calls. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Addie Argyris.
Addie Argyris, I want to point out, Toll Brothers initiated and added Condition 20, not the city. They added it to get approval by committing to on-site public safety protection for fire, police, REMSA. The March 24th, 2021 video, starting at 9:32, Toll's attorney says, quote, Toll has agreed to additional conditions to enable approval to move forward tonight. After Planning Commission, Toll re-examined the project and decided to offer a number of additional enhancements to further public safety. Additionally, this is new, Toll has agreed to convert a home to serve as a temporary fire and public safety station. This will ensure on-site public safety protection for residents. End quote. Toll added the condition, the city merely accepted it. How can the city substantially change the condition when it was specifically added by the developer to get approval. The condition influenced Councilmember Jordan, who at 9:50 said, quote, "The concessions, especially the interim station, are huge," end quote. Toll's intent for condition 20 is fire and public safety being on-site. Cashing it out ignores the intent of on-site and ignores police and REMSA. And why would you cash it out for only $300,000? Reno Fire benefits, but what about Reno Police and REMSA? Both are part of this condition. If Toll wants out of their condition that they added, let them stand here and explain to their future residents why they no longer need on-site safety of fire, police, REMSA. Now, developers in this area have gone to great lengths to prove REMSA is the EMS provider. They use it in their applications every time EMS is questioned. So this temporary EMS house is for REMSA, who will love it when the numbers are there. And they have the staff and they have the equipment to be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have additional public comment?
Madam Vice Mayor, we have no additional public comment.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the body for questions. Councilwoman Durr.
Yeah, thank you. I was here during this discussion, and I was very impressed and moved by the offer from the developer. This is a faraway place. This is far from lots of things. We just heard the response times, 6 minutes from one place, 8 minutes from another, 13 minutes from another. I didn't support a year ago the $300,000 for an ambulance in South Reno, even though it was my ward, and I'd love to have another ambulance. But what was important was it was a key condition that swayed council to support the development. And to change that, to either put $300,000 to a fire station, a future fire station, I guess I don't understand the timing of that. That would go in an account and sit there. What we need, and we don't even know if there'll be a station. I don't understand the timing of this. So it's no longer to buy an ambulance, and that's what set the price. Our staff told us that $300,000 would buy an ambulance in South Reno, and so that's where they came up with the price. I said, well, we don't know what the cost of a house is, but we can guess it's probably around $700,000-800,000 in this area. And they're going to use it for a period of time, probably not 1 year. In fact, a fire station, if there was to be a new fire station, wouldn't be built for many years, probably 10, 15 at least. So it was very important to the whole council that we provide fire protection. Now I want to share another aspect. Years ago, myself, Chief Cochran, and Maccabee Arms did a public safety announcement out on this site. There were about 6 fires that had started out here. And we were trying to get people to stop doing target practice, to be aware that embers can fly. This is in a wind-driven corridor of the river. It makes an S-curve, and so it tends to accelerate fires because wind whips through that section. Again, it's an S-curve right where the Truckee River goes from being east-west to north-south. So I don't understand the timing. In other words, I would rather leave the condition as it is, so that when and if houses are built, and it was to be put into service at a certain point. I don't think I heard that from our staff. But why not just leave the condition and let it run and provide the fire or emergency response at the time in the place that's needed? Further, we don't know what the outcome is going to be on the study that we've just appointed the mayor and Councilmember Anderson. We don't know. So why wouldn't we just wait and see? And if there is a study, consolidation, and there doesn't need to be even a temporary station, that goes away. But if there isn't a provision for that, it should stay. So that's my perspective. It's a very fire-prone area. I believe they do deserve the service that the rest of Reno gets, in the timeliness the rest of Reno gets. So that's my perspective.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I had a lot of concerns about this in the beginning, and so I'm just going to share the process that I went through because I was building fire stations with money that I didn't have. I was very freaked out about this, but I feel much better because there's a major change that has happened between 2020 or 21 has happened in this area compared to now. And that is, we have an automatic aid agreement. So we have a fire department that is rolling on 100% of these calls. We have REMSA and Reno. So we have TM, Reno, and REMSA, which I think we can all agree is overly redundant, but we need it because we don't have a dispatch that speaks to itself or speaks across lines yet, where we can see whether or not somebody is rolled or not. So I don't have an opinion whether or not the condition stays in place. I do have a question. Was it going to be provided for REMSA? I don't believe so. I believe that the house was being provided for a Reno fire crew that we don't have hired or staffed, which would be 6 people, correct?
This would be a 2-person crew.
But it's 6 when you
Correct.
have 3 shifts,
Correct.
right? Okay, so my comfort level got greatly increased knowing that we have automatic aid in this area now. So we have TM, Reno Fire, and REMSA. So I'd like some feedback from my colleagues about how you feel about that.
So I think that's a great point. And when we had our fire roundtable, my understanding was that auto aid had been planned to be implemented in September, and we heard from the staff that that would be highly delayed because they were having all kind of problems with the dispatch, as you just brought up. So maybe once all of that's in place, but maybe the chief wants to speak to it, maybe it's fully in place now. We have the UVLs, we have dispatch, and it is full auto aid. Could you address it?
Absolutely. Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief. I think you're referring to the new CAD system, which was targeted for September, but it's delayed.
Right.
We actually have auto aid in place. It's been in place since October. The new CAD system is going to improve that even more.
Last October or coming October?
Last.
Okay, so you're saying today,
As we stand here today, it is in place and operational. In fact, we used it last night on a fire in Councilmember Ebert's ward.
right, but in this area, you're saying that all of these stations get the same alert and the closest one responds? Or what does auto aid mean in this case?
Well, I think Councilmember Anderson mentioned the 2 different dispatch systems, so we still have that. So dispatch separately, but when that call comes in, the primary responding agency, Reno or TM, responds, the call is sent to the other dispatch center, and they send their units. So they're all going.
So if a fire, even today, not at a house, but just in this area, broke out, it's an annexed Reno, and who would respond? Reno first?
It depends on where the fire is. If it's a Reno jurisdiction, let me explain it this way. If it's a Reno jurisdiction, but there is a county station, a TM station that's closer, they're going to go. And conversely, if it's a fire in the county, but we have a Reno station closer, Reno's going to go. And that's what happened last night. The fire that occurred happened in a little county pocket up instead. We sent a full first alarm from Reno, so we had nearly 10 units there, plus the county coming behind because that's their jurisdiction. So we had everybody going to that fire.
But this is not in county anymore. This has been annexed into the
But,
city.
let me clarify. The county station is the closest though. So that's why they would be going, and then a full Reno
But the
complement.
first call would go.
Real quick, I'm going to jump in. Councilmember Anderson, did you get your question answered at this point?
Yes.
Okay, so Councilmember Reese, did you have a question?
Thank you so much. This is my ward, so I have some thoughts. The first thing is Chief Cochran, this condition, when originally passed, was related to the conditions in auto and mutual aid at the time. The concern, of course, that anyone has sitting at this dais is that when Sonterra Quillisi builds their homes, that the people who live there are able to access emergency response services, right? So it's not a fire station that was offered. What this was about was whether or not someone having a cardiac event primarily would have access to the resources they need to best hope to survive that cardiac event. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, it is.
And the slide that Ms. Foose offered, but I'll now ask you about, was what happens when you call 911? Who is going to respond to the person living in the Sonterra Quillisi project to their 911 call?
So the closest station, which in this case is a county station, 6 minutes away, is going to respond. We, Reno, will also respond. So there'll be some redundancy, but you will get the closest station responding.
And also REMSA has
And
provided information about their response time.
Correct.
right? So do you have any concern that a person living in the Sonterra Quilisi development, when it comes into existence, will be denied services or receive lesser services than people in other parts of Reno?
I do not.
Then there is no issue that we should be debating tonight. The condition when it was put on this originally happened at like 10 o'clock at night after an exhausted council had already sat here for 14 hours. And Ms. Jordan at the time was just looking for ways to make sure that the people in this community were safe. It was not well thought out because, of course, no one contemplated that when you gave this emergency response home, that somehow that would be done, A, forever, right, in perpetuity. The condition doesn't say when it would end or start. This is a project that will take 20 to 25 years to build out. And certainly I don't believe that anyone thought that we would have some home in the Sonterra Quilisi development locked up for 25 years. On top of that, you now know, because if you've been sitting here all day, you know what our budget is like. There is not a budget coming anytime soon to build a fire station in this area. There's also not a budget to have a 6-person crew sitting in a house in the Sonterra Quilisi development. We don't have the ability to fund the firefighters we need citywide, let alone to say that we're going to have one in a house offered by Toll Brothers as a condition of approval. At the end of the day, what we should be concerned about is public safety. And your statement to me is that people who live in Sonterra Quilisi will be well served by automatic and mutual aid agreements and REMSA, that lots of resources will be directed at a person. That's enough for me.
We've taken the best advantage of all the resources that are available to provide service, and I would just add, Ms. Foose mentioned it, the long-term goal is to have a permanent station out in that area, staffed with a fully equipped, fully trained 4-person crew.
Our goal is always that, Chief, but whether or not we'll have the money to build a fire station, we're struggling now to build a central station downtown. We have a budget issue that tells you that we aren't going to be adding people. So the idea that we're going to have 6 people sitting in a house for some indefinite period of time while we wait to have a fire station built is just not realistic. So the condition was a good idea in thought, but no one thought about the practical implications of that condition. This is a practical resolution that allows for us to have a future fire station built in that area and the design money go towards it. We put a pause on this when it first came back because we wanted to find out what was going to happen with mutual and auto aid. That's now been resolved. We also now know from REMSA that they can fully service the area. So I have no concerns that someone will have a cardiac event. Again, I live with a nurse of 50 years. I think important that we get to people when they are having those events, but we'll be well served by the resources that we have in this community.
Well said.
Councilmember Martinez, did you have a question?
Thank you. I was just curious if that 300,000 was something that was approved originally, or is this a new number that we were looking at? And how did that amount come to be?
That amount was proposed by the developer, I believe. Ms. Foose might have some more information on where that came from. The history that was in her presentation, I think, kind of drives where initially we tied it to an ambulance. The number really hasn't changed, but we committed it to a capital improvement, right?
Maybe to add on that, Angela, for the record, what we didn't want was us to randomly throw out an arbitrary number. And let me be clear on that. When staff or council says $1 million, $800,000, whatever, that is arbitrary. And that is what gets us into trouble. In this particular case, we said the purpose of this condition was to provide a medical response. So what can we equate that to? We said, well, what's the cost of an ambulance? And Chief said, well, it's about $300,000. And I said, okay, I can follow that logic, that was the intent, to provide medical. So $300,000 gives us a rationale as to where we came up with that contribution amount. Now, I understand people have said, well, they were going to donate a house. So let's look at the cost of the house. That was never discussed. They are not donating a house. We don't get to keep a house. They get that house back, and then they can sell it. So that was never the intent. So if I'm trying to not be arbitrary, our logic was, for medical purposes, how can we come up with a number? $300,000 is the cost of an ambulance.
Thank you. And then just to reiterate, condition number 5 also stipulates that they have to contribute $1,608 per house for future fire stations.
They do, and that has not changed, so they will be donating really $2 million as part of condition number 5, plus $300,000 as part of this condition.
And I tried to do the math real quickly. It's about 2.5 from what I calculated roughly. So those are all the questions I had. Thank you.
Councilmember Ebert, do you have any questions?
I'm sorry, I was out for a minute, so I just want to make sure I understand with is it the mutual aid or is it an automatic aid? Because I know there's like a difference in those terms. If you could just go through that again
Absolutely.
briefly.
Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief. This is in an automatic aid area.
Okay.
Which means nobody has to request. It's automatically programmed into dispatch. If an incident, any incident, is reported in this area, we're going to send the closest engine station, which in this case is Truckee Meadows Station 40.
Okay, so it just goes to that station. It's not looking for the closest fire truck or anything like that, just goes to that
Well,
station?
there happens to be an engine in that station, but I was talking about whatever apparatus they staff it with in that station. In this case,
Okay.
it's an engine. So yes, you would get a 4-person engine from Truckee Meadows Station 40.
Okay, so it would always be from that station because that's the closest. It wouldn't be from anywhere else?
Reno would go as well, depending on the nature of the incident.
Okay,
But Truckee Meadows 40 would be the first one dispatched because they are the closest.
okay. Yeah, I don't really have any other questions right now. I assume the ward representative met with constituents and addressed any concerns people have.
Councilmember Dewar?
Yeah, thank you. My second point that I brought up a year ago, and I'm bringing up now, is this choice of $300,000. Now, a year ago, you said it was $300,000. We know that prices have escalated on everything, including due to tariffs. Do you feel confident that an ambulance cost $300,000 a year ago and still costs $300,000 today?
Well, I think Angela's description of the nexus is appropriate. It's more of the EMS. It's driven by a need for EMS. We were equating that to an ambulance, but we're not buying an ambulance. That's not the intention.
Right, but we're setting a price. She said she's looking for a nexus. My nexus was there's a cost to use a home, a rental. I didn't figure the city was getting that home, but for a period of time, and we've already talked about it, and I'm estimating probably be 15 years before any kind of new station would be built. There's a rental cost for a house. That has a value. It's a different nexus. I asked at my briefing for you to look at that. I don't know if you did. Ms. Foos.
No, I've given my response. I have not provided any additional information other than what's proposed in the staff report.
Okay. Well, anyway, I did bring it up about 10 days ago so that people would know my thought process. I'm trying to look for a nexus as well, and I want to make sure that they have a response. I think 300,000 is just also not a very good number. I think it should be higher, and why would I say that? Because 300,000 sitting in account when we already know that fire station 20 years ago cost $5 million, station 12, 3.1 million plus the land cost. And we know that fire station, we've heard from Washoe County, they're just built one for 15 million. And I'm trying to look at the cost, this 300,000, how far it will get us, even with the extra 2 million that would be paid over time, right? Because it's on each resident moving in. So, and Mr. Reese said it would take 25 years to do this development. Maybe it only takes 10, 15, or 20 years to do the development. But anyway, it comes in per home, is my understanding, the $1,600 per home. And so I guess, I'm struggling that 300,000 sitting in account, even earning interest at 5% or whatever, is not going to get us very far in comparison to what I think we might get. So I'm not convinced. I appreciate the work Ms. Anderson has done to look at auto aid, but I don't know that we're there yet. And I think there's a lot more work that she and our mayor are going to do. I don't understand the time pressure here. It's a question I have for you both. Why now? Why not wait until this work is done?
The condition is written that when they come in with house number 25,
Yeah.
this house has to be donated. So they are starting to build houses, and
Okay.
those houses will be on the market within the next probably 2 months.
All right.
So we'll be hitting that magic number of house 25, in which case this condition will either have to
Okay.
have them donate a house, or we come up with an
All
alternative.
right, thank you.
Councilmember Reese, this is your word. Are you ready for a motion?
I am. I move to approve the revision to condition of approval number 20 as listed in the staff report.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We will move on to item D1.
What's that? No, she said, she got my opposed.
What, you,
Yeah,
sorry.
she thought you said unanimous.
No, motion
No.
carries.
Okay.
Okay, we are moving on to item D1. Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that council is opening the public hearing on D1. Was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Vice Mayor, proper notice was given, and we did receive 3 comments, 2 in opposition, and 1 letter of concern.
Okay, council members, do you have any disclosures to make? Okay, we will now move to a staff presentation. Welcome, Jeff.
Madam Vice Mayor, while Mr. Foster is coming forward, does anyone require a staff presentation?
I do not require one, but it is your word.
I do not require one. It's a very straightforward condition, which is required by us to approve.
Would you like to move into a motion?
I'm happy to, but I want to make sure I haven't truncated my colleague's conversation. Okay, it doesn't look like we have any, so I'll move to approve staff recommendations. I can make all the findings that no material adverse impacts will be made to the public, and the proposed vacation approved abandonment subject to conditions as identified by the staff report.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thanks, Jeff. Great presentation. Okay, we'll move on to item, I believe we're on D2. Same thing. Let the record reflect, council is opening the public hearing on item D2. Was proper notice given and correspondence received?
Madam Vice Mayor, proper notice was given. We did receive 1 letter of correspondence as concern that has been distributed to the Reno City Council.
And do any council members have disclosures? Okay. Do we require a staff presentation?
Madam Vice Mayor, I do not require a staff presentation.
D2.
Would you like to move into a motion, Councilmember Reese?
We actually need the city attorney to read the bill.
Sorry, Carl.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Ordinance introduction, ordinance number 7305, case number LDC 25-00046, Milnes Family Zoning Map Amendment, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning Rezoning, 132.2 acres located 650 feet northwest of the terminus of Sandestin Drive, 450 feet north of the Peavine Pines Court, extending north to the northern city limits from Ventana Point, specific plan district, to 38.5 acres of large lot residential, 1 acre, and 93.7 acres of parks, greenways, and open space, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith, Ward 5.
Madam Vice Mayor, I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission and refer this bill for a second reading and adoption.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And I believe we are on item F1. Is that correct?
E1, Edward 1.
Oh,
This
I
is
thought we
another
got rid
one
of
that
all the
I'll-
E's.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and read. Ordinance
Yes,
introduction,
please.
bill number 7306, an ordinance to repeal Title 6, Chapter 6.16 of the Reno Municipal Code titled Operation of Aircraft, Section 6.16.040, altitude and other matters relating thereto.
Okay, do we have any questions for council? From council? A motion?
Wait, which one are we on? E1?
E1?
Oh, here it is. Give it to you.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Wait.
E1.
Okay.
Any discussion?
Can we just, have a brief discussion of what this means? Thank you.
Brian City, Deputy City Attorney, for the record. This is a ordinance that dates back to 1979 when the city of Reno ran the airport. It is outdated. It puts us in violation of federal FAA regulations, and so we need to have it removed off the books. Only the feds can regulate air traffic, which includes their flight paths, as well as how high or low airplanes can fly. So this is in conflict with the federal rules, and so it just needs to be removed.
Okay, so just taking it out, not modifying it at all or anything?
We have no jurisdiction anymore. Lots changed since 1979.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we're looking for a motion.
I think there was a motion second.
Second, motion and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now we are on F1, the second reading. So do we have any public comments on this item, Madam Clerk?
Madam Vice Mayor, we do not have any public comment registered and have not received any correspondence.
You need to
Ordinance
read it?
adoption.
I think it's in Ward 4.
Ordinance number 6713, case number LDC 25-00048, 7720 Security Circle Zone Change. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning Rezoning. A 1.55 acre site is composed of 3 acres of 3 parcels generally located southeast of the intersection of Security Circle and North Virginia Street. 2 of the parcels are located east of North Virginia Street, 289 feet south of its intersection with Security Circle, and the third is south of Security Circle, 177 feet east of its North Virginia Street. From mixed-use suburban to mixed employment, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith. Ward 4.
Just real quick, I want to get on the record that this change was to bring these parcels into conformance with the master plan. So just want that on the record.
Is that a second?
Sure, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And we are on to council comments. Councilmember Anderson.
The only thing I wanted to look into or ask city manager's office to look into is when we had the fire over on Rattlesnake Mountain a couple of weeks ago, there were some reports that drones were being flown in the area, which grounded the aircraft. And I was just wondering if we could get a follow-up on that and what we can potentially do to educate the community that is critical that they don't fly drones during wildfire emergencies.
I got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, just a quick comment. I didn't want to pull the item, but I wanted to give thank you to the county for supporting our PROS plan with $100,000. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Councilmember Reese? Councilmember Durr?
Not today, thank you.
Councilmember Everett?
Yeah, I just wanted to share feedback that I've received. I've had some requests that we would have council meetings in the evening, that there's a lot of difficulty for people in my ward to go to meetings during the day. So just passing along that information, that there's been a request that we have at least some council meetings in the evening so people can attend that can't miss time from work. So just passing that along.
Okay, and we're moving on to our last public item of public comment.
Madam Vice Mayor, we do have one public commenter. And we have someone on Zoom, Paula McDonough.
Hi. I guess I stand over here, huh? Okay, sorry. Excuse me. I live downtown, and I understand that somebody who owns the northwest corner of North Virginia Street and Second was planning to put in a grocery store there, and that the city is against it for some reason. This is what I heard. I don't know how much of that is true. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. No, I did a study on it about 15 years ago, and that's what that box is full of, with the help of the Small Business Development Center up at the university. And we definitely need a grocery store downtown, not one of these little markets that mostly sells liquor and stuff like that. So anyway, I just came to, as I say, I heard that the city was against opening a grocery store there, and that's not the case. Because that would be a really good location. It has an alleyway behind it so that trucks can deliver, and it's a good size. So I think that would be a perfect location.
Can you say the location again?
I believe it's the bodega. Ashley, is that
Yeah,
correct?
yeah, it's called Bodega, yeah. That's what they're calling it. But I hope it's, just a regular grocery store. I know bodega means grocery store.
But I mean, what was the location again?
The northwest corner of Second and North Virginia.
Okay.
And it's a store, and then there are some other stores behind it, but I think it's supposed to be all one thing. But it'll be, because the stores behind that location going west are what open up to the alleyway, which is where trucks could make their deliveries, things like that. But anyway, we do need a grocery store downtown, and I hope that the city will be behind it. It would, my first choice of a location would have been the northeast corner of Second and Center, or University Way, I think it's called by then. But I don't think that's going to happen, but that would have been a good location, too. But I live downtown, and I see people walking with bags of groceries, and they're over on the east side of town, which has a lot of low-income housing, and there's no grocery store over there, and they have to walk all the way to Save Mart, most inaptly named store ever, and buy groceries, and then walk all the way home with them. So having something in the neighborhood, I'm sure, would be a huge success for that store. And that's all I really want to say.
Thanks, Paula. I don't think we're against that. As a matter of fact, I think we've provided Restore money to that business owner.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Well, I'm glad that what I heard was wrong. I look forward to its opening.
Madam Clerk?
Thanks, Madam Vice Mayor. For the record, we did receive 6 comments which were general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item after 4 p.m. yesterday, Tuesday, July 22nd. These have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are lodged as 3 letters of opposition and 3 letters of concern. With that, we have no additional public comment. We're looking for a motion to adjourn.
Did you have one on Zoom? I thought you said you had somebody. Okay, they left. Okay, motion to adjourn. Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.